Welcome everyone behind the paywall as we get set to go racing. It's KA100 Juniors brought to you by Super Speed Bearings. It's time for the pre-finals. 9 laps up on the board for our drivers. Nate, this should be fun to start off the racing.
Absolutely. KA100 Junior competition is always one to behold as we already got 3 drivers around in turn 3. What's going on there? You got the 64, the 04 around Nick's Ellsworth is one of them, is further back Max Steen, another one of those drivers, but a stacked field here, Justin, as Luca Popescu will lead us to the green. I believe we have about 33 drivers set to take the green, which a very, very healthy amount of karts for this early in the season. Why don't you take us through the front runners here as we get set to go to green?
Popescu up in the front row, followed by Sebastian Hauser. Then it is Bronson Custas alongside Daniel Ramirez. Eric Doan, we've seen vast in some of the classes today, alongside Matthew Cagle. Then it'll be Nathan Dupuis alongside Sergey Camiselli in the 888. Then it's going to be the 855. Chelke alongside John McClellan in the top 10. Rounding out the top 12 with the 835. Maximilian rolling his cart alongside Max Steen. Then you have Nixon Ellsworth alongside Keegan Ellsworth amongst the 14th spot. Wes Witt alongside Dana Zonsky will be lined up with Diesel. Zonsky alone in the next spot. Then C-Rock Anderson. And rounding out the order will be Jack Babek in this grouping. 34 karts specifically are in the field here. What are you watching out for the race as these karts get themselves prepared to race?
Watching how they get through turns 1, 2, and 3 is probably going to be the big key here. Obviously not going to know a whole lot about how that's going to go down before the race, but it's a tight section to get through there, and we've seen some incidents in the last season and in Tri-C competition just a few weeks ago as drivers are starting to line up and fix themselves from the couple of spins we had on the opening base lap of theirs. One more driver trying to get to that left-hand lane as they'll be looking to take the green this time by to get us underway here.
Just about all set to go. It's race time. The field makes its way through. We're underway for K100 Juniors. The field rumbles its way to the start line, through the tram lines, all the way through the opening corners. Opposite trying to hold on in front of Hauser to start things off, already going hard defensive to the right side of the track. Contact! Bumping and banging the way, all the way through 4 and 5, away some bumper cars.
Through the S's section they go. Bit of a gap starting to form between Popescu and Hauser in first and second, but that's not going to stand for long as Popescu still starting to white line on lap 1 as they make their way through turns 9 and 10. Now one driver off the track and is going to have to rejoin some dusty tires, and that's going to take probably about half a lap to get those tires back into an optimal temperature. Drivers looking back to see who they got to work with and pointing forward. Nathan Dupuis making a mistake there in turn 12, and that's going to drop him down the order as they make their way out of the final corner and across the stripe. It is still Popescu that leads the way by a bit of a margin as they cross the time and scoring beacon. Half a second for Popescu, but Daniel Ramirez and Eric Doan will be surely catching up to the back of him as they'll be working together in the draft, and the 43 of Eric Doan making his way past and up into second now.
Popescu currently just trying to make his way smoothly through these S's. We've seen how technical our track is. Already one car getting lifted over the barriers seen there as they make their way through the course. Ramirez that is Doan in the second spot. That's the 825, one of the Nash cars already over the barrier. That is John McClellan's car that's already had to go off the track.
The Mini Swift champ from last year already out, and Moves being made at the front of the field. Put Eric Doan of the 843 Nash Motorsports machine to the top of the field as they make their way into the final corner with Ramirez behind. Popescu, after leading the opening laps of this race, now finds himself with a bit of a mountain to climb through turns 2 and 3 here. A bit of a gap that he'll have to close down. He's now 7/10 behind P1, but obviously with the pace he had in qualifying in the opening parts of this race, won't be long before that GFC machine is back in the fight for the lead. As, yep, you see him there picking up in front of one of the Team Nick drivers in about 5th, I believe. So staying the same spot that he was last time across the timing and scoring beacon, but a little bit of starting to calm down this portion of the race, Justin, of this 9-lap pre-final. But you have to think that once we start to get to laps 7, 8, and 9, it's going to kick off all again.
Absolutely. You can already see some of the drivers just checking on each other, making sure their positioning's all the way down to turn 13 here. Just trying to keep themselves in the right spots. Ramirez currently holds on to the second spot. A AAA kart's been flying through the field by the way. That was the driver that started at the edge of the top 10, already to 3rd. That kart's on the move.
The Axis Kart Sport Gillard moving his way up through the field. Not one we really had on our radar for who was going to be at the front of this pack, as they're all starting to dice their way through the turns 9 and 10 complex. Drivers pointing forward, saying let's try and catch these guys instead of trying to battle for what is 3rd and 4th, as still though the 843 of Eric Doan leading the way from Daniel Ramirez, who Ramirez hasn't had a sniff of the lead yet. He's been content to be in that pusher position that we talked about in qualifying. Some drivers liking to lead, others liking to be the pusher, and it seems like Ramirez is content with being second for the time being, but for how long? Because the rest of the battle pack is starting to close up to that lead group.
Yeah, especially with the Sen right there. That's for the lead. Ramirez takes the point. Still half the race to go. Ramirez able to make the cut to the inside. That drop kick Doan all the way back to 3rd spot. Hauser just riding the momentum waves to 2nd as well. Looking to the inside once again. Long side by side, 2 by 2 in fact for a moment. It is Sebastian Hauser that jumps to the top spot with that move on the pass. Hauser waited patiently and now is riding at the top of the lead group for now.
You need to be careful though. They're bringing Matthew Cagle into this equation. He went purple last time across the stripe, and you never want to bring a reigning champion into a battle for the win. So this time across the stripe, we'll see if Cagle can reset fast time. He did close into the back of Popescu last time as he did a 104 dead, as that's one of the, if not the fastest driver on track, apart from a few that are really out of the fight for the win as things stand. Cagle there in that group. He's going to push Popescu by one of the Nash Motorsports drivers. I believe it was Eric Doan getting it pushed past, but you can see the reigning champ, the GFC driver, in the lead of this pack, is making another move. This is GFC 1-2 for Popescu and Cagle for the time being.
Some great battling starting to pop up across this field here as some of these drivers try to reset, approaching that end of the calm before the storm, as some may call it. For those final 3 laps you're watching for, the top 2 are breaking away, and that's causing urgency in the pack again. There's the path for Popescu to move himself up to 3rd spot. They make their way through the S's, up through Rocky Moran Corner. Top leaders now making moves, and they're starting to signal, trying to draft maybe, but a teamwork by different karts up front to try and make it a 2-kart race instead of a, well, 7 or 8 kart race up front.
Yeah, absolutely. The way they're racing and how this K1 track races, if you're not careful, you can bring a boatload of cars into that battle pack. From what I saw from that move from Hauser and a little bit of defense looking back, giving the thumbs up, I'm guessing we're going to work with each other until the final lap. At that point, gloves are off, but obviously for those two, they're going to want to make it a 2-kart battle for the lead instead of, like you said, could be 7 or 9 karts at the end of this. They're working together as they'll be making their way into the final corner, but further back, Popescu is leading the charge, try and get his way up to the front with the help of Matthew Cagle. White flag in the air, this time by, though, as all bets are now off. And look at this Hornet's Nest further back in the pack. They're battling inside the top 10. No moves being made for the lead into turn 5 or further back in the pack. One driver thinking about it in the battle pack further inside the top 10. But still, though, Sebastian Hauser leading the way over Daniel Ramirez, who went purple last time across the stripe.
Who's going to try and go for the pass? Can Hauser defend? Can Ramirez make a move? As you see the rest of the drivers staying lined up for now. No moves in this sector expected, really. This is one of the tougher parts of the track. Up front here, Hauser trying to look back. The mustached helmet of Ramirez trying to line things up. Coming out of turn 12 for 13. There's the defensive maneuver. Now the cutback right for Ramirez. Cutback left by Ramirez. Now tries to slice and dice. It is going to be Hauser who holds on for the checker flag. Holds on by just under 1/10 of a second over Daniel Ramirez. How about that finish? Popescu coming away in third, Cagle in fourth, Doan in the top 5 as the rest of the field crosses a stripe. Hauser was ready on the defensive maneuvers.
That was perfectly played by Sebastian Hauser to get that pre-final win and secure a pretty good starting spot for the final. 700ths over Daniel Ramirez. Look at Popescu and Matthew Cagle on those Formula Work GFCs, just not able to make their way up to that lead pack in the closing stages of that race. Eric Doan and Nathan Dupuis, the two National Motorsports karts who finished 5th and 6th, will be going back to the drawing board in the tent, surely, because both of them had a winning pace, but ultimately fell down the board as time went on, Justin.
Indeed. Track position mattered in the later stages. It was hard to keep it at the start of this one. Some of the other drivers of note that fell down the pile a little bit. Bronson Gustas dropped all the way to 13th position in the very end. Other drivers that looked to try and charge ahead. We had 4 DNFs, mind you, in this one. Nixon Ellsworth, John McClellan, Sebastian Cortez, and Zach Monaghan all retired early from this race. Fortunate for them to start off the pre-finals in that manner. But some exciting racing up front. It started slicing and dicing to start off the day. And well, let's take a look at the race recap details to see how things were. Brought to you by Coastal Ink Printing. Started things off essentially, well, side-by-side intense action to the tram lines. It picked up quickly up front. Multiple changes for position, multiple pass attempts in the early going. Doan looked like he looked strong for the win early until he got drop-kicked out of the way by the pack.
Absolutely, more passes being made there in a favorite of turn 5, as turns 4 and 5, excuse me, but more drivers just not being able to figure out who should lead the pack, who should be the pusher, as you saw a little bit of communication there between the front 2 of Hauser and Popescu, who were able to work their way out in front. Final battle for the win in the final corner for these two, Hauser taking it. But, you know, with all the drivers that sniffed the lead and were able to lead in this class, Daniel Ramirez wasn't one of them, but you have to think with the pace he's shown and the patience that he's shown in an 18-lap final later on this afternoon, he's definitely going to be one of the favorites heading into tonight.
Absolutely. Time CC champion in the LAKC able to pick up the win in the pre-final. Our second grouping of drivers just about getting themselves in position pretty soon. KA100 Senior by Formula Works It's next up in the running order here on Kart Chaser. And that field should be an exciting one too, with 52 entries. That will be a lot of karts that will have to make their way to the tram lines.
Yeah, and if you thought the K100 Junior start was a bit chaotic, KA Senior getting ready for this one. You see two of the Speed Concepts Racing's drivers that you see on the national circuit. Oliver Calvo will lead us to the green, and hopefully for him and that Speed Concepts Racing crew might get another win and to be able to start off the 2025 season. But Jake Drew and GFC is going to make it hard for him. Two of the more experienced drivers in the field will be starting up front. So we'll have to see how those two work together as we're about to get KA100 Senior underway.
See them just waiting for the signal to be able to hit the racetrack here, to be able to get themselves going. Again, 52 karts strong. From top to bottom, this field stacked. It's going to be intense racing for all the classes here today. Clouds starting to settle, it looks like a little bit over the racetrack, by the way. Overall, how would you say the track temps may impact a circuit like this if you see, say, a cloud cover come over the racetrack as the day progresses today?
I mean, it's hugely dependent on how these teams and drivers decide to set up their karts. It's not as cloud cover and track temp isn't as huge as you would say in like NASCAR or oval racing. Yes, it does affect the karts, but ultimately you're able to push through it. So it shouldn't affect it too much if the cloud cover is on and off, but if we start to get cloud cover for the rest of the day, then the track temp starts to plummet. That's when some of the teams and drivers might be heading back to the drawing board and getting a little bit more grip in their chassis.
For those curious on the weather forecast, in Winchester, California, where this track is based out of course, 60 degrees Fahrenheit is currently the projected temperatures as of a early 10 a.m. Partly cloudy skies here above the racetrack. You see that cloud cover is putting a lot of shade over a K1 circuit for the time being. Tomorrow's going to be actually interesting to talk about for the weather side, because tomorrow's races could have scattered showers per the forecast.
Yeah, that could get interesting. I don't know if we've had any rain racing here at K1 circuit, so that could be even more of a great equalizer than it already is. For the teams and drivers, probably hoping that that doesn't happen, but for us watching at home and commentating on this race could be another wrench in the works to make this even more exciting.
Should be an exciting time to see how these drivers battle out to start off the day, and potentially with the weather. These drivers look to try and get themselves a 2025 PKC entry with tires as the top step of the podium. $7,000 a day and available podium prizes. $42,000 over the course of 6 races, by the way, for the prize pool for just the daily podium prizes a part of this series. $84,000 worth of prizes available for this campaign for the Pro Kart Challenge. That is a lot of prizes on the line, including those Super Nat entries for the winner of the series championships in most classes.
Yeah, SKUSA knows how to take care of their drivers, and those prize packages not stopping at the Pro Kart Challenge too. Obviously having a ton of money up for grabs on the Pro Tour starting in just a month or two here, so that'll be fun to watch too. But here at K1 circuit, still waiting on K100 Senior to get ready to go green. I believe have some track cleanup from KA100 Junior. So these Formula Works, the K100 Senior drivers having to wait just a little bit longer on grid. It's the part that I think most drivers hate, just waiting on grid, engines off, not really able to do anything, just having to calm the nerves before you head out on track. But once those engine fires and the visors go down, all these drivers are back in their happy place and ready to get to work.
I'm kind of curious how some of these drivers are going to race their way through the pack. Some of those, Zachary Quinlan DeMello comes to mind, for example, because in some manners, we've seen him in in Indiana. We've seen him, especially in Cincinnati, be able to drive from where he's going to be starting around the 8th position to the front of a pack and be able to go with the Joseph Newgarden pose that comes to mind last summer. He might be someone to keep an eye on in this race. What do you think about Zachary Clement-DeMello?
Yeah, ZCD is always one to watch. Looking at the front of Oliver Calvo's Speed Concepts OTK, I believe the front fairing just came a little loose on the floor mount there, so the SCR guys are getting to work on that and tightening that up. As if that would have came up during the race, that would have been a meatball, and Calvo having to start at the back of the field for the final. So hopefully for them that stays put. Just one more thing to add to the nerves of that's in the back of your mind. If that comes up during the race, distracts you a little bit from the driving at hand. So Oliver's an amazing driver, though. He's going to put that behind him and just get ready to go and ready to race for what should be a phenomenal 9 laps of racing here for KA Senior.
See some of the drivers staying very conversational too, keeping themselves as loose as can be, waiting for the signal to be able to go before we get the chance to run forward. And some of these drivers just about getting themselves in position. A couple of crew members just double checking some things before they get that command, as some others check around the facility to make sure they're ready to go. So what would your approach be at the start of this one? As, hold on one moment, Calvo still having issues on the 956 cart.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see right now for Calvo. I think they got it the first time around. This is probably just a zip tie or something to have a fail-safe on that cart to make sure it doesn't come up, and they'll do a more permanent fix back in the tent after this race. So nothing really to worry about, but more to your point of really what do you do during this downtime. Some drivers just opting to put the visor down, not really worry about anyone else but themselves. Others like to be social. If you watched the Supernats a couple years ago, back in 2022, you saw a video on KC of Connor Zilish deciding to play rock, paper, scissors with the X30 Pro Grid. Wonder where Connor's racing this weekend. Have to check in on that one. But the rest of these drivers pretty calm and cool and ready to go, as I believe one of the mini or micro drivers just giving some fist bumps and some good luck to his Precision Works teammates there. As looks like we're about ready to go, Justin. The 1 minute signal is given. Finally, these drivers are able to fire up those engines and get back into their zone before we head into this 9-lap pre-final.
Getting all geared up and ready to go once again. 9 laps on the board for these drivers for pre-finals today for the KA100 Senior by Formula Works. Carts all geared up, the engines now fired to be able to go racing. Speed Concept carts getting all lined up in one row. We'll see how teamwork comes to be in some of this battling up front. A lot of teammates may be able to be relied upon here. We've seen how aggressive things were in junior. So what's kind of your keys to a successful race in your opinion for today for this class?
I mean, the one big one is keep it on track and keep your head forward. Don't want to make too many mistakes, but it's KA Senior. If you get roughed up a little bit, just put that behind you. Realize that's part of this racing and just have your head forward. Just being able to do that mental reset is so big here. As we're going to get a look at the starting grid, Jake Drew and Oliver Calvo will lead us to the green, as it's a bit of a Noah's Ark front 2 rows, with them having their teammates of Keegan Kaminsky on the GFC and Jackson Chernow on the SCR Red Speed in 4th.
Then you have Shea Aldridge going to be starting 5th, Max Sega in the 6th position. Isaac Gutierrez starts off in the 7th position alongside ZCD. Zachary Clement-DeMello starts off in 8th spot.
Johnny Stamps in that 9th. Excuse me. Johnny Stamps in that 9th spot. Cade Godshire in 10th, and Flavio Aquini and Theo Kaketi in 12th.
13th position going the way of The 967, Ethan Williams, will start in the 14th position. Then, going to be 15th position, Santiago Herminda. Mida, should say. Then you have Jackson Maurer, who will start in 16th position.
John Dunningham in 7th, Caden O'Connor in 18th, and rounding out your front 10 rows, Ian Kin and Lane Benjamin. You can run through the rest of the grid and find your favorite drivers. They come into the tram lines here and getting ready to go for K100 Senior.
All set to go. KA100 Senior by Formula Works. Green flag waves in the tram lines, and we already have a crash. The blue cones get demolished to the right side of the track. Others going slipping, sliding, and spinning. 4, 5, 6 carts having troubles in the middle of the track. The 964 not able to get fired through. More contact coming to the start line. Drivers going to the right side of the tire barrier. A chaotic start to this one. Jackery Minshew led them to the green flag at the stripe. Saga jumped up the second already. A lot of contact, at least a quarter of the field having some piece of contact there.
Yeah, it's hard to even pick out who was all in it because it seems like the entire field was. I think Oliver Calvo was involved. Jake Drew has disappeared from that, so hopefully we get a replay later on in this race when everything starts to calm down and we can assess what on earth happened on that opening lap. But you can see a lot of the drivers who were further back in the field who maybe had a couple mistakes in qualifying, well, they're now at the front of this race. So we'll have to see next time they cross the timing and scoring beacon to get a better idea of where everyone went. I don't even see Jake Drew or Oliver Calvo in that shot as they make their way down the back straight. 3 wide of the final corner. One driver around. It's one of the HRT carts, the 967. That would be Christian Milazzi, as he'll have his work to do. As Mensha leading the way with ZCD in second, then Saga in third.
Connie also in the conversation. Connie going to be interesting to watch for. He's shown some good speed here on the West Coast in several series. But for reference, Jake Drew from that opening lap is in 27th place. That's how big these spins and incidents were. Kaminsky dropped to 43rd at the start and finish line to end lap 1. That's how chaotic it was for the drivers up front. And what did I say about CCD? He'd find a way up front. I don't think this is how he drew it up, though.
Not at all. It's just a crazy, chaotic start to this. And it'll be interesting to see if it was a shove from drivers behind that started to get to those front 4, or if one of them made a mistake. They're all very experienced drivers, was the front 4 drivers, so I would be really shocked if it was a mistake by one of them. But Mensho leading the way from Clement DeMello and Saga still, as we saw last lap. Clement DeMello looking like he's starting to try and make some moves further up here. As I believe we have a replay of what happened on the start. We'll see that here. So looking at Calvo and Drew at the front, as Calvo just lost it on the mid-corner there, as a rare mistake for Oliver Calvo takes out pretty much half the field, as drivers going left, right, and center. Yeah, just a little bit of a tag on the right rear from Jake Drew too, to a part that was already a bit upset for Oliver Calvo. Some drivers being stranded in the middle there. I think Keegan Kaminsky might have been one of them who was stopped, but a chaotic start to this race, Justin.
And the front runners all have a lot of work to do if they want to have good starting spots for the final later on today. Andrew still holds on to the front as this field continues to dart out and race it out. Now to the inside, there goes CCD to the point in his red and yellow kart. The Nash overalls now to the top of the board for the time being. Saga also jumping his way to second. And so, as this is all plotting and planning, it's become a 4-car breakaway. Aldridge, by the way, is the caboose for this grouping that seems to be watching in the plotting and planning mode in the popcorn seat. Your biggest movers also on screen. Up 6, CCD, make it 7 for live action. Others, like Kemp, are up by 13 in the top 10.
obviously with that turn 1 and start line incident, a lot of big movers. How about Shea Aldrich, though, up into 4th, like you were saying. Last season, when they came to K1, Shea got 2 wins and a 3rd, so 100% podium record for Aldrich in California Pro-Kart competition. So we'll see if he can hold on for the final and be fighting in this pre-final for some spots. Some GFC karts going after it in turns 1, 2, and 3 as this is where the Hornet's Nest is. You can see Jake Drew there making his way up, Keegan Kaminsky a couple karts back. Another thing that we'll have to think about is how much of these karts got damaged in that opening lap saga. Oliver Calvo in 11th going purple. Last time across the stripe, he's about 3 seconds back from the lead, so we could be seeing a top 10 from him as Jake Drew making up another position there. So it's a bit of trying to just get anything out of this race, Justin, from a amazing starting position to, like we said, having to do a mental reset and just fighting your way up the field.
Yeah, some of these other drivers at this point just trying to pick up the pieces. Reset up at the front, by the way. Menchu now the race leaders. You see some of the other drivers in the Hornet's Nest. Menchu now has another send. ZCD going to the inside, cutting underneath and making the move once again. The 951 retakes it. Aldrich also followed on through in his red and yellow kart. 2-second spot. Nicely done once again. Menchu seems to be finding ways to at least get led laps. But how long will that last? A send for Aldrich. Now sees Aldrich take the race lead in the 938.
Here's another thing to add in just coming across our screens. 950. Warming tires, a 3-second time penalty. That's Jake Drew as Zachary Clayman DeMello up the inside takes the lead again. So a race that went from bad to even worse for Jake Drew, adding a 3-second time penalty on there. But let's look further back, though, Justin. Oliver Calvo is leading the battle pack that's leading them to this front leader group, as we'll have to see if Calvo has the pace with Aiden Kemp behind, pushing to catch up and potentially fight for a top 5 here. More battling going on as Shea Aldrich takes it away from the CS55 machine piloted by ZCD, who goes down to 3rd, and put Johnny Stamps on that 919 GFC Formula Works kart to the lead.
Nicely done on the pass, but ZCD going for another pass. A lot of middle sector moves for this field. Now everybody pointing fingers, trying to get the signals down to make their way through some of these tight hairpins. Now working their way through to turn 12. ZCD tries to hold on, expecting the white flag coming up soon. As these drivers continue to click and quickly burn through the laps, we'll see what we're looking at in terms of the totals coming up here as they make their way down the front straightaway. 2 to go, double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go here in this one.
Clayman DeMello holding off a field of much younger drivers than him. He's one of the oldest drivers in the field as Aldrich tries it around the outside. Might be able to get it done with the exit curbs. Unable to, though, so ZCD will hold it. Aldrich, though, will take it away from Johnny Stamps, moving the 919 kart down as, like we were saying, Oliver Calvo is now in this fight as well. More karts around there as we pick up the lead battle. The CS55 machine with Zachary Clayman DeMello behind the wheel. It's going to be white flag in the air this time by Aldrich. Is going to have a monumental task of trying to race against one of the best drivers in the nation, one of the most entertaining drivers in the nation. If that goes to the low side to ZCD in turn 12, a long straightaway going into the penultimate corner as it looked like Johnny Stamps got a shove from behind from Menchu, the SCR driver, but side by side for the lead here onto the final lap. White flag in the air this time by, and Aldrich leads them into turn 1.
Aldrich trying to hold on and play defense. ZCD trying to get on the slice and dice once again. ZCD hard cut to the right, contact from behind, gets him loose. Menchu made a bit of contact. Zachary Clayman DeMello able to hold on to as they start racing up for 4th, and that's built a huge buffer for Aldrich.
this getting from one of our cameramen to here. It looks like the 938 of Shea Aldrich might have a pushback bumper penalty. Of course, that can be protested after the race if they have cameras, and with that turn 1 melee, they might be able to get that overturned if you don't have anything to do with the incident that pushed that bumper back. But Zachary Clayman DeMello looks like he's not going to have enough as Jordan Stamps up the inside of Menchu.
One more chance now to try and make a move. Here comes ZCD, hard cut, hard move, quick pass. Clayman DeMello makes the move in the final corner to take the win in the pre-final for KA100 Senior. Aldrich in second, Menchu in third, Stamps and Saga the top 5. How about that late lunge to be able to time it up just right? So it leaves Aldrich no time to respond, Nate.
Yeah, Aldrich going to be probably looking back at that one, thinking what could have been for a pole position for the final. But Zachary Clayman DeMello, a hard driver to beat, and he takes the win there over Aldrich, then Menchu, Stamps, and Saga, like you said, your top 5. How about that recovery drive, though, from Oliver Calvo after being spun in front of the field, making his way up into 7th, and obviously with the potential of pushback bumper penalties, that could be even a top 5 for him. Jake Drew making his way back up to 13th, but with his warming tires penalty, that's going to potentially move him back 3 seconds. I don't know if that's already adjusted for with these standings, but he crossed the line in 13th. And Josh Campbell making up a ton of spots after a bad qualifying. It's 15th for the 926 card.
A lot of other carts like Kaminsky going to have a lot of work to do in the final later on today. 23rd spot, 11 seconds back of the lead after his spin. A couple of the other drivers to watch for towards the back of the field who fall into the next pages here. 40 positions back. Sani amongst the DNF list after he also had a front running position. 52 carts entered into this one. 2 didn't get the chance to start. 50 were in the race itself. Let's take the chance to take a look at the race recap for how these drivers battled it out once again in this race. Once again, your recap brought to you by Coastal Ink Printing. And it started messy. Contact to the back of the field, contact to the front of the field as Jake Drew, amongst the drivers with contact with Oliver Calvo. It became 17 wide, just about coming to the start and finish line, and then other drivers nearly went airborne. But it set the tone for what was a busy front of the field after things calmed down.
Yeah, absolutely. A scary scene for drivers to be turned around in front of a field. Been in that a couple of times myself. It's not fun. But how about this masterclass from Zachary Clayman DeMello to hold off the field of a much younger age field. Shea Aldrich up the inside there, but taking it right back into turns 4 and 5. ZCD reclaiming that was turn 12. Apologies, but if the final is going to be anything like this and double the length, I'm certainly looking forward to it. There's Johnny Stamps making a move for the lead that, once again, Zachary Clayman DeMello taking that right away.
And it set up back and forth. Anytime somebody made a move, ZCD was there to respond, it seemed. There was a bit of contact that broke up the packs as things intensified, involving Max Saga and a couple of the others. But Aldrich was in position to be able to try and battle it out in the final laps. You had ZCD having some bumps from behind that separated things and gave him a big cushion. But that draft, we talked about it at the top of the show. We've talked about it a lot throughout today. Led to the send. Turn 13, ZCD makes the move in the final corner to take the pre-final here at K1 Circuit. And you can see some of the tire marks these drivers left on their karts with the aggressive battling. That aggressive battling continues after the break. You're watching Kart Chaser for coverage of the Pro-Kart Challenge here from California.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready. Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website.
Back underway as it's time for Mini Swifts, brought to you by HRT Driver Development. We're underway as Luis Martinez, Nathan Ramirez lead the field 3-1 in the heart of the field as one driver hard into the tire barrier. A slide off the racetrack. They keep going with damage. That's the 145 of Axel Tibbs. More drivers slide off as it is getting wild at the back to start.
Yeah, another wild start to the race. Surprised to see Axel Tibbs keep going. It was a pretty hefty lick to the wall, so kudos for them to keep going with that front bumper being off and the fairing being displaced. It's most likely going to be a meatball flag from Supercars USA officials. Martinez, though, leading the way as things start out here. A little bit of a gap between himself and Janice, between first and second, but after another chaotic start with these mini drivers starting to spread out a little bit with how big the draft is around this track, you have to think, Justin, that after a few laps they're going to start to get closer together as one driver off in the gravel there in turn 12.
Yeah, a little bit of an excursion there, but still able to keep going. All that's while Martinez kept the track position. Tarango up to third spot so far as well. See Tarango in the red and black cart. Third cart in line. Looking to try and go to the inside a little bit, making a poke on Janice to close out. So now it's about trying to close up that buffer that they see Martinez build up after a 0.4 of a second quicker first lap. We'll see if he's able to close. Nope, Tarango says, I'm just going to push you after initially looking for a pass.
So those two are just going to have to try and work together to get their way up to the leader of Martinez, who got a good opening lap to start off this race. I believe we'll have a replay of what exactly happened there. So this is the factory karts driver going into the barrier. Bit of a hard lick there. Nice to see a bit of a padded barrier there as well. One driver going for a really wild ride through turn 3 and doing a full 360 after climbing up on one of the rear tires of a kart in front, but still out in front though, Justin Martinez leads the way, but that gap between Janis and Tarango is starting to close.
Just a little bit. Now they're getting a little bit racy. That might cost them a little bit of time. They were a 10th quicker last time by than the race leader, for reference sake. Joshua Wheeler also in this pack. It's right here. Once again, Tarango just keeps poking out rather than working, trying to get the slipstream fully activated, so to speak, in terms of that train. Just seeing what he has. Wheeler just had a little bit of a checkup there that caused some contact. So this is the tough thing right now. It seems like Tarango wants to go. Feels like he may be faster, but isn't really making the move. Or rather, Janis isn't able to close that gap fully, even with the draft yet. Those two have not been able to make substantial distance up in this group.
Yeah, and I think Tarango might give Janis a couple more laps to try and close that gap. If he can't, then the pass to get by for second is going to be aggressive to make sure that message is sent that, hey, we're not making any gains here. I got to try and lead. Otherwise, we're just letting Martinez run off into the sunset in this pre-final. 9 laps is not a lot for sprint racing, so you have to make those moves quick. When you get to a bumper, you got to pass them, and you don't have a lot of time to think like we're seeing here as one driver getting by. I believe it's the 160 of Hello Stato, making that move further back. That would be for 7th, I believe, but here comes the pass from Tarango. Almost had it, thought about coming out of the slipstream there, as still that gap, I believe, continues to come down. It was a little under half a second last time across the stripe, Justin. It'll be interesting to see if that comes down further.
We'll have to see if it keeps going down this time by. Looking at the timing sheets, it went down by 0.2 of a second. So it is closing bit by bit, just chopping away at the distance. Already around halfway plus through this one. Looking at some of the air carts, by the way, on screen, the 127, the 137, you just seen a flash up. That was Wheeler and Arthur Kelly getting a little bit dicey. That's for what is around the 4th and 5th positions. See them just losing touch to that top 3. They are trying, though. Wheeler just trying to hold on. Kelly trying to make up more ground on the racetrack. Right now, 1.3 seconds back to the leader.
And I think Tarango might have had some sort of mistake at the end of lap 2 or so laps ago, because there was a bit of a gap between himself and Janis. It's an odd situation for Tarango, because yes, they are gaining on Martinez, but he seems like he is the faster kart by a long shot right now. Maybe not as consistent as the HRT driver development pilot of Janis, but we'll have to see as we are past the halfway mark. Only 8 laps for these mini Swift drivers, so time is starting to run out. It's 2 to go at the line next time by, so you got to start making moves if you're Tarango at this point and try and catch up to Martinez, because that gap is starting to open up yet again.
Yeah, that first sector seems to be really where Martinez seems to thrive right now. Tarango not close enough to make any moves this time. But right there in the middle sector, there is some close up from Janis. There's Tarango's move. Tarango goes to the right. A little bit of a pinch off as Tarango makes the move. There goes the buffer. And all that time they've spent to close the gap is gone, but Tarango does make the move.
So now it's fresh air to try and catch up to Martinez. We'll see what the gap is this time across the stripe. It was 2.5 tenths last time, as sticks in the air, 2 to go this time by. Gap between first and second now is going to be a bit larger. It's now 9 tenths of a second, almost a second gap that they have to figure out how to close that down. Maybe not the most effective or pass for Tarango, getting by Janis. A little bit of fighting there, but that only opens the door up for Martinez to give himself a little bit of a cushion here in this pre-final to set the grid for the final later on today for these Mini Swift drivers presented by HRT Driver Development, focusing on one of those drivers there still who's been in that pack, the 112 of Janice, who now is going to fall under fire from Arthur Kelly on that 127 kart Nick Heroin.
Right now, just closing up now at this point. So we'll see where there's a chance on the send. This is for second spot again. Janice jumps up, makes a leapfrog, makes the move. Taking with them in the pass is Kelly. Kelly now up to the top 3. Final time around as the white flag's waving. Kelly's going to move. Now he wants second spot. Goes to the right side of the racetrack. Gets a little bit of a squeeze back as the 127 continues to charge, now up to second for the final lap.
Yeah, now can he hold it though? He's worked his way up through this field. It's going to be a bit of a challenge to hold off two drivers who have been so quick. Maybe not the apex speed he would have needed there. Tarango and Janice going to look up the inside of Kelly. Can't quite get it done. That's going to give him a little bit of breathing room for the final portion of this track. Wheeler also in there as well for fifth, but out in front, Luis Martinez is gonna most likely take the win here, and these guys don't seem like they're gonna battle for position all too much in the final couple of corners.
Luis Martinez started off with a good rhythm in the qualifying session, kept that maintained pace up of the race. He'll take a win by more than a second. Luis Martinez wins the pre-final in the Mini Swifts. Second spot goes to a hard-charging Arthur Kelly. Then it's Andrew Janice in third, Tarango and Wheeler. Round out the top 5 as the field takes the checkered flag. Luis Martinez has a lot of speed in that kart. I think he's got to emphasize that with what we've seen, a 1.4 second win over Arthur Kelly.
Yeah, it was an impressive one for him. His best times don't really don't show the pace that he had because, of course, yeah, he was about 2/10 off of the fastest times of the drivers behind him, but he never had a draft that race, and especially in the lower horsepower categories we have this weekend, to be that competitive without a draft just shows how quick Martinez is this weekend. That 1.4 second gap speaks for itself. Arthur Kelly pumped for a second spot, then Andrew Janice, Lucas Tarango, and Josh Wheeler rounding out your top 5 for these HRT Driver Development Mini Swifts.
You also had Brzezinski in from 176, should say, the top 6. Of note, Hudson Doggo finished all the way back in 9th position for these drivers. So, we'll take a quick step aside. Next up,
your Kart Chaser live feed will...
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
A 100 master by Mike Manning Karting. The field already getting set and already taking the green. It's Tim Meyer. It's Mayans Baccarelli leading the field as they take a little bit of a wide cut to begin things to open up the lap. We're underway for 9 more laps on the board.
Everyone going single file through the opening couple of corners there. Not the chaos we saw in either the K100 categories or Mini Swift, these master drivers, able to get through there clean, and hopefully we see some good racing, some close racing because of that. Meyer out to an early lead over Daly and the Nash Motorsports machine. See if those two can close up. One driver up the inside, the 421. Kart getting his way past. Might have got the number wrong there, but that might have been Damian Ducksworth getting the pass done as they put another lap on the board in just a few moments time here out of turn 12. Not the chaos we had experienced in previous races, Justin, but probably for the better. A nice calm start for these K100 Masters.
Nice and calm, but nice and strong is Meyer's run in the 107s. Away here, there is issues with the 404's bumper. Just got confirmation that as well it's having some issues with that bumper. And there's another one dragging on the ground, this time to the left side. A lot of drivers having some bumper problems here in today.
Yeah, saw that on the opening lap. A couple of drivers thought they just might have been a little bit loose or running lower to the ground than normal, but yeah, it's weird. A lot of rear bumpers having some issues. It kind of does make a little bit of sense because of how easy it is for the front nose when it gets in between the wheel and that rear bumper to pull it out, and the nature of turns 1, 2, and 3 of the switchbacks and how close you get to other drivers. That could be a culprit of what's happening now, but Meyer out in the lead, holding strong, but changed for position as the 427 getting by Joshua Daly. Had a bit of a mistake there, tapping the back of his helmet. No one's going to want to do that when you make a mistake of that caliber out of the final corner, as Meyer is going to get even more time out in front. 0.7 of a second is the lead.
We'll see if he's going to be able to maintain that. We do have the fastest lap being set by that 427 kart. Last time by a purple sector, 106.2. So, third place ended up having some troubles moments ago with Daly. Let's take a look at a quick side-by-side look in the next moment or so. So, for some of these drivers, it's getting slippery, it's getting slidey. These curves are punishing if you hit them the wrong way.
Absolutely, some aggressive curves here at K1. You can use them to your advantage. A lot of drivers opting to run over them, like the driver down in 5th just did. There's some time in it, but you have to make sure you're not, for most of the corners, not turning or braking on them, because it can upset the kart quite a lot. Speccarelli in that 427 CS55 machine is caught up to the back end of Tim Meyer. It was a 10th and a half last time across the stripe, and they're closing in fast, so might be seeing a battle and potentially a pass for the lead in the next couple of corners or laps here. Daly down in 3rd is really out of the race for the win for the time being, as well on lap 4 of 9, so he would need these two to really start battling and make a couple mistakes for him to get brought into this fight.
So far, flying continues on from Spaccarelli, as he continues to close on up. An interesting character if you look up who that is in terms of experience in shifter cars, experience in Baja motocross. Now he's going for a poke. Not able to make the move that time, staying back in line. So when it comes to something like the Masters, got a lot of diverse experience that can be in the field. In the case of Mayan, one of those that does have experience, as well as a Pro 2 Unlimited racer, the Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, a lot of talented drivers in this field for the Masters class. Always good to see some strong drivers make their way out. As Spaccarelli still holding back from Tim Meyer. No move being made yet. Back to the rear bumper discussion. Another point being brought up by one of our KC cameramen. The rear bumpers could be breaking because of the vibration of the exit curbs. Like we were saying, just how aggressive they are. Could just be shaking those out ever so slightly lap by lap. As now I see Spaccarelli making a move for the lead on Mayer. Doesn't have the top end to get it done though, so a bit interesting to see how he had so much draft. The second he pulled out, just wasn't able to make up time there. But you have to think Spaccarelli is going to be making a couple more of those looks to the inside as this race starts to wind down.
Almost like he's practicing the move, just trying to time it out, because this is one of the newer tracks in the country. So for a lot of the drivers, it might be just trying to see what the blueprint is to make a move, because we've seen already, with the move in KA100 Senior for the race win, you almost don't want to leave it too late, but also you want to get it to where you know you can make a move in a position where your opponent can't respond in time back. You get what I mean in terms of it has to be a perfect move. It can't be rushed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just nailing that point there, but might be able to make a couple of moves that even if they don't work, just being able to feel it out, because they do have a 2-second margin. Obviously, you're not going to want to bring Daly and Duckworth into this fight, but Spaccarelli, like you were saying, just seeing where he gets those runs, seeing where he can get that job done, and once it's finally time to make that move, to be clinical of it, as more drivers battling further back here. It's the 477 of Logan Manis getting past Jeff Bays for position. That's going to be him moving up into P6 for the time being. But looking back at the 477 here, getting by, already a bit of a gap there, a couple of kart lengths between the two of them. One of the closer battles we have on track at the moment. But back up front, Tim Meyer having to hold back Spaccarelli, who has lost a little bit of time. It was 3.5 tenths last time across the timing and scoring beacon. Battle for second. Duckworth up the inside of Daly into the final corner. Gets the job done with sticks in the air.
2 laps to go as Meyer continues to hold on up front. Seeing that second grouping once again, getting more racy. Daly wants a spot. He wants the podium. Trying to go on the outside, gets blocked off by Duckworth. Duckworth doing a good job defensively in this battle.
And he's holding on to it, but just barely through turns 7 and 8. Once you go offline a little bit, the start of that S's section, it's all about hooking up corners there, and just a little bit of struggle for Duckworth to hold that thing underneath them. But Daly's most likely going to be coming back at him to get that place back, potentially, but Duckworth has been putting that kart in the right places the entire time. Coming out of the final corner shortly is going to be Tim Mayer and Spaccarelli. White flag in the air this time by for our Mike Manning Karting KA100 Masters drivers. Through turns 1, 2, and 3, we're going to look back at the battle for 3rd and 4th. Outside rear getting a little bit stuck into the outside for Duckworth. That might open it up for Daly. not able to into turns 4 and 5 as we enter the final half of the lap on this final lap for the pre-final of K100 Masters.
Ken Meyer hold on for half another lap. Macarelli trying to set things up. He's gotten close again. It was 6/10 2 laps ago. Now, he's looking to see, can he build up enough of a run in that build up of 12 to 13. This run, 11 to 12. He needs to close up on Eric Cartland if he wants a true shot here. Has the build up. Defensive line for Meyer. Does Macarelli try and force it? He gets to the back. A little bit loose for Meyer. A bit of a bubble. A drag race at the line. Meyer holds on by 74/100ths. Macarelli finishes second. Duckworth, Daly, and Switzler rounding out the top 5 in this one. Meyer able to hold on. The 427 tried it late.
Great finish for these K100 Master drivers. Sometimes, especially in this category, you get robbed of a good finish here and there with one driver just having the attrition or the speed to build a huge gap to second. But awesome to see Meyer and Specarelli not only have a close finish, but play respectfully there. Maybe getting a little close to the line, to that limit, should say, in that final corner move. But Duckworth in third, holding on over the National Motorsports driver of Daly. And then Robert Switzler in 5th.
6th position, Logan Manis, Jeff Bays in 7th. Then it's Neil and Cornell and Byron Allen, the top 10. Norman finished in 11th. Bullets with that bumper issue was a DNF in that one. So halfway through the card here, just like that, Nate, your thoughts on the racing so far as we have half a pre-final grouping to go.
It's been entertaining to watch. It's been great to see. A lot of these drivers have kept it respectful, apart from a couple of the starts that have been a little here and there for most of the classes. But yeah, a great start to the day so far here at K1 Circuit. A gorgeous track that everyone at K1 has done to put this place together. Hopefully we see more national races here in the future, but happy to be here for the Pro-Kart Challenge, and just the first of 3 stops to this facility in 2025 for the Pro-Kart Challenge, it being rounds 1, 2, and 3. Next on track though, FZ125 Shifter, a combination of the Spec Honda and Rock Shifter package making this up, as Trilly Adams will lead them to the green, Justin, as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. Jonathan Bischoff will line up alongside with Matthew McCoy and Liam Jones, your front 2 rows.
Then it's Dane Adelson along with Julian Valeri in the 6th position. 7th spot goes to DJ Jenkins. Tony Rossetti rounds out your top 8.
Charles Kanub in 9th with Michael Tolson 10th. Jeff Krogstad starting off in 11th with Wade Atberry in 12th.
13th spot going to John Neal. It's Wes Lee in the 14th position. Kai Champley in 15th and Zachary Howden in 16th. Of note, those last 3 drivers did not set times in the qualifying session. So getting set to go for our 5th pre-final of the day. 9 laps back on the board as these drivers get ready for the tram lines. And this should be interesting how these drivers are able to work their way through the gears. What are your keys to a good start here as these drivers get lined up?
Obviously minimize the wheel spin. Make sure you got the clutch bite point where you want it. And really, it's just hold your own through these first couple of corners. Be able to build a gap to the rest of the field. Also, make sure you don't stall like a couple of drivers we're seeing with some others taking tape off the radiators as everyone starts to get set into their grid positions. The first standing start of the 2025 season about to get underway.
Most of the field is in position, just finishing up the final touches at the back of the field. Looks like they are starting to get the signals, trying to set up to the gears. FZ125 spec brought to you by P1 Engines Incorporated. We're underway as the field gets itself going. Truly Adams slides the tires as he tries to hold on defensively already. The blue and black card holds on in front. Matthew McCoy also with a good start already. Matthew McCoy is that blue and black card, should say, as now Adams wants that spot back and takes it back.
Truly Adams got a really poor getaway off the line, just not being able to get the power down that he would have wanted, that allowed McCoy to move up to that lead. He got a little sideways through that final first corner for the starts here, but was able to hold on just slightly until Truly Adams made his way to the lead, which he now finds. Not too surprised by that. He was almost a second quicker than the rest of the field in qualifying. So Truly Adams leading the way over the factory kart field, really, as it is. It's just all factory karts in that shot, as the CRG, the lone CRG, just barely making his way into shot in turn 12 there. But Truly Adams putting another lap on the board, but McCoy not letting him get too far in front.
See how Adams fares out. We talked about some of the legacy. His family owns Adams Motorsports Park, mind you. So they do have experience in the motorsports industry in Southern California, decades of racing experience in that family. Also, just so happened during November, appeared as a member of the 2025 collection for Alpine Stars. So he's got a little bit of experience modeling off some of the top equipment wear for 2025.
Yeah, it's cool to see a lot of the stars in our karting scene being able to have those opportunities that Truly had with Alpine Stars. Cool to see. Hopefully that partnership continues into the future, as Adams will put another lap in the books over McCoy. It was about a little over 2.5 tenths last time across the stripe. This time, though, it's going to be over 0.6 of a second for Truly Adams, who's starting to slowly build that gap up. He got into the 59-second margin in qualifying. He's about 0.2 away from that, as no driver has been able to break the 60-second barrier in this race so far. But as time goes on, you have to think that will come in due course.
We'll see how that due course fares out with Adams all running up by 0.6 of a second. Still seeing some gaps building up as these drivers try to settle it down. Bischoff see great speed in the qualifying session, trying to build up that speed for the third position in the background. See him patiently just riding and biding his time, and that's one of the main things I've noticed in these shifter races. Lots of speed, but patience is key if you want to get stuff done here.
Absolutely. It's so easy to make a mistake that will put you way down the pack. A little lockup here or there could put you off track and offline. So when McCoy does decide that he wants to try and make a move on Adams, because he is closing in on the back of Truly and the 347 factory kart machine, he's going to have to be clinical with it, and be interesting to see where it happens. Obviously, with these shifter karts and the front brakes, it kind of lessens the opportunity in some corners. Depending on the radius, they're going to want to make those moves probably at the end of the straightaway or at turns 4 and 5. Those kind of 90-degree corners are much easier than the really tight hairpins to get these moves done.
Halfway point in this one. Still about, for these drivers, 5 laps to go. Right now, these competitors continuing to pace themselves around here, continuing to slip away. Adams seems very confident in terms of the shifting, in terms of his shifting through the turns, in terms of the body movement as well. Just slightly, subtly making sure he gets the turns just right. Just getting the body language down. this track today has shown its part draft, but also the middle sector is very technical with a lot of switchback opportunity.
Yeah, it's a nice mix between the two. You don't want a track that's too much of a draft fest. You kind of do that with Newcastle Motorsports Park every once in a while, where the cell tower corner can kind of break things up, but still it's all about draft and engine there. Here, as big as the draft is, you still do have that middle sector, like you said, that's very tight, very technical, and hard to get right. So it's a very nice mix they have here at K1 Circuit as we look further back into the pack. That might be Truly Adams, who's fallen from the lead. So McCoy has gotten past. We missed that one as we were talking about the track. Truly Adams has fallen down to, I believe, 4th or 5th. I'm not sure if he had an issue there or what happened to Truly Adams. We're going to have a replay in a few moments' time to see what happened there. But for the time being, here it is. Just a little bit too wide in turn 3, getting up and over those curbs. And it looks like, honestly, he might have missed a shift there. The curbs could possibly have knocked it out of gear. Not quite sure what happened there to Truly Adams, but McCoy now out in the lead.
Yeah, just apparently drove himself off trying to block things on, and he's got a problem. Adams is parking it. Adams is off the racetrack, so something has gone awry after leading the race for more than half of the pre-final. Truly Adams is out. And now that's opened up the door for McCoy to have a big buffer for the race lead. How about that? From the curbing to the grass.
So unfortunate for Truly Adams. Pole position, started this race off so strong, held off McCoy after he got the better start, but now he's going to be having to start from the back of the field. It's heartbreak for him, but for us watching at home and commentating the final, the 18-lap final for these guys is going to be very interesting to watch now, with Truly Adams making his way up through the field. But for the time being, McCoy has the lead over Idelson and Bischoff, who are battling for that second spot, that bright blue factory kart leading the way over the rest of what really is a factory kart spec class for FZ125. Is up the inside, I believe that's Idelson making the move. That's on Bischoff, it is, and he taps the back of his helmet. Not a lot of bump drafting going on in shifter kart racing in 2025, but it's good to see a little bit of teamwork between those two to try and catch up to McCoy.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to catch him, obviously, down with just 2 laps to go. It's going to require a mistake and then some from McCoy to close out the gap. Team members just trying to work together from factory kart. Just trying to finish things off. That's the bright side. They got track position, but here's the potential factor. How about lap traffic for the first time today? That's Atterbury. That's the first one in line to be lapped here. So they make their way for the final time around. Lap traffic very cordial. No major time loss. McCoy getting 2/10 on the second and third place cars that time.
Yeah, McCoy hitting it at a good spot. Anyone who's watched IMSA racing the past couple years knows John Hindhoff saying, "Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away." And for that time, McCoy, it was giveth. But in the final, if they're lapping him already, we might get lap traffic twice in the final later today. So that could be another factor to watch as well. Idelson and Bischoff just not getting through the traffic as well as they would have wanted. But how about the bright blue factory karts machine? He's been pretty flawless this race. The pace of Truly Adams he couldn't really hold on to, but now after a mistake from Truly Adams going into turns 1, 2, and 3, it's going to be a win for him.
Final corner, Matthew McCoy pulls off and away to a victory. How about a full 2/10 quicker than the rest of the field? Adelson, then Bischoff in third. Then it's Jones and Villery rounding out the top 5 for now. If they stay that way, the rest of the drivers coming across the stripe. Here's how they look right now. Champley, Lee. We'll see the change. I was going to say Villery was close with Champley for the swap. Lee, Jenkins, Tollison amongst the top 9, and then Charles Kenneb in the 10th position. Some exciting racing, but very unfortunate luck for Truly Adams after leading the first half of the race. Something going wrong on that kart.
Yeah, one of our KC cameramen just saying potentially Truly might have drove himself off after trying to block. Cameras kind of caught to it late as he was going through turn 3, so we didn't see what his line was through turns 1 and 2. Very well could have happened, but there you see race winner going a little bit slow, picking up some rubber. You can see the battle here as this replay by Shop AKR just going wide to Truly Adams and losing all those positions, and then obviously having that mechanical DNF later on, as you can see right here, pulls off onto the AstroTurf, and it's going to be a mountain to climb for him in the final. But luckily for Truly Adams, 18 laps to try and get that done to see a potential podium or top 5 in his future later today.
So far, 5 pre-finals complete. Still 3 more to go. Next up in the running order, with the Mini Junior Shifter combo. We'll see how the Mini and Junior shifters go. The Precision Karting and Nash Motorsports backing for the Minis and Juniors respectively. Those drivers have it a few moments before they get rolling here as we continue on with the action here from K1 Circuit. See the clouds really steadily coming on over the skies. The wind's also kicking up.
Yeah, and how much is that wind gonna play a factor? I think it's a crosswind going down the long straightaways, but still could be an interesting story to watch as we progress. A little bit of a break in the action, though, Justin, as we're going to be getting ready for the next 2 shifter car classes. Can't wait for that later on the program.
Take a quick step aside. More coverage coming up. You're watching Car Chaser for coverage of the SKUSA Pro-Kart Challenge from the K1 Circuit here in beautiful Winchester, California.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
Circuit as we get set for more pre-final action. It's time for the Mini and Junior shifters to hit the track. The Mini shifters brought to you today by Precision Karting, the Junior shifters by Nash Motorsports. Leading things off, Eric Doan leading things off with a 5:43 in the line. You'll see him to the left of your screen. Side Nathan Dupuis. Waiting for the other class will be Troy Ferguson with Sebastian Dzik up front. Underway, and we have a spin already. Some trouble at the back of the field as one kart is stuck, 3 other karts are stuck, and it's not the cleanest of beginnings for the shifters here.
think one kart there that didn't get a good start was John McClellan, who initially got off the start line but just stalled immediately. One thing to remember on this class is this is the debut of junior and mini shifter in United States racing. A lot of these guys probably haven't done standing starts before with all their micro, mini, and KA competition. All of that's rolling starts. You don't really do standing starts in the United States, so that's another challenge for them that they're going to have to overcome in the 2025 season. But nice to see most of them getting away as Eric Doan leading the way over the rest of the pack. The other driver who started on the front row, Nathan Dupuis, having issues on the starting grid and not getting the best jump. He's down in 5th behind Jude Sack on his Napa-sponsored factory kart.
So an interesting start to this one as, again, the 500s of the juniors, the cadets in the 700s. Turns the number plates. Troy Ferguson jumped to 6th overall for reference in that start. Eric Doan, he's having a strong start once again. He was named a couple weeks ago a semi-finalist for the prestigious World Speed and VNB Driver Development Formula Pro USA F4 Scholarship. So he's in the conversation for some development scholarships to be able to move up the ladder.
Yeah, and doing shifter kart racing at this young of an age and getting used to, obviously, the power, shifting, and all the other factors that come into this style of racing is definitely going to help him. Let's take a look back at what happened off the starting line for these junior and mini shifters. As you can see, a lot of just slow drivers off the line, maybe not dropping the clutch as much, and then 3 juniors further back unable to get going, as I believe that's John McClellan trying to get that thing restarted, as he finally did after the rest of the pack had left. So not the way the Mini Swift champion from last year would have wanted to start off his shifter racing career. But out in front, Eric Doan in a sea full of factory parts leads the way on his barrel art machine.
A bit of some bumping, moving that kart off the racing line. That tires bumped away. You see some of the other classes overlapping to this battle right now. Once these minis trying to find things, sort out. Some of the other classes also starting to scrap a little bit. So it's going to be interesting how this type of race is going to fare out for the others. But Legend having a legendary run up to 2nd so far, and he's running away with P2.
Yeah, the rest of the field just not able to really hold with him. How about Troy Ferguson, though? The rest of the junior field is battling away and trying to hold with each other. If you're Nathan Dupuis and you see a mini shifter behind you, you're thinking, okay, this race probably could have gone a little bit better, but hats off to Troy Ferguson right now in that 743. That's an amazing run to be able to hold with the junior shifter car. More grip with more power and holding on to the back end of Nathan Dupuis. Not anymore. To the inside, 3 wide, 2 different classes racing for position here as he's going to get past Jude Sack ever so slightly, but he doesn't have the pace on the bottom end of the kart. One thing to say, though, is yes, that the juniors will have more grip, they'll have more power, but the weight difference between the 2 classes, it's 255 pounds for the mini drivers, it's 240 pounds for the juniors, so there's almost a 100-pound difference between the 2 of them. That's really allowing Troy Ferguson to stay in it.
I was about to say, the previous lap, not this past time by, the lap before, Ferguson was putting up lap times in the same half a second ballpark as the race leader of Doan, who's up 5 seconds. That's how comfortable Ferguson is right now, up at the front of this field for his class, and that's how Doan is very comfortable in his class. But what kind of goes through your mind when one of the youngsters in here is like, hey, I want to get in a top 5 overall here at this point with the way things are going? I know that's not usually a point stat for these multi-class races for this style of racing, but is that a pride thing to try and get a top 5 overall?
I mean, absolutely. You can obviously we've never had something like this before in American karting, or at least in my knowledge, but you can almost reference it like when a junior is moving up to a senior rank for the first time or for their first weekend, when they're really showing the rest of the field their pace as Nathan Dupuis up and over the curb in turn 2. It's a bit of a pride thing to be able to fight with these junior drivers, and it would make it even more special for Troy if he can do that while being significantly down on horsepower and on grip. Like we've been saying, just a really rare occurrence to be able to seize full-size and cadet karts on track at the same time in racing conditions. Love what's going on with this multi-class racing as Jude Sack trying to get past one of the other drivers in front of him. Nathan Dupuis will make short work of that, and here comes Troy Ferguson to try and take up the scraps.
Yeah, a lot of bumping and scrapping right now around that 578 right now. 512 Sack ready to try and see if he can leapfrog ahead. Cuts to the right. Onside Dupuis makes the move, no issue. But here's the switchback. Dupuis able to get a poke to the right. Now has to line back up, hit the curb. He knocked his right hand off the shifters as he's trying to keep up the attack despite nearly spinning himself.
As they just keep going door to door, banging wheels. Troy Ferguson, one driver off the 542. That's Caleb Brown of the Factory Karts Machine hits. That's a retirement early for him. One thing that we haven't really talked about is obviously when you're defending from another kart. Big move up the inside for Nathan Dupuis. He's going to take out him and Jude Sack, and that's allowing Troy Ferguson to make his way even further up the field. What on earth happened there? It just seemed like Nathan Dupuis was way too late on the brakes, and that's allowing another driver to make his way up into this junior fight. That's Sebastian de Mosaic in the cadet kart that now finds himself behind Nathan Dupuis, but Troy Ferguson now further making his way up the pylon. What a race it's been for him so far, and what a battle we're seeing between Nathan Dupuis and Jude Sack.
Still coming up to the white flag this time by. Let's take a look at the side-by-side for that previous moment here as it's been getting dicey. You see the deep lunge actually hit the curbing and bumped him off the racing line.
Yeah, it was a bit too odd again, Nathan. It works this time, though, as Jude Sack maybe gives him a little bit of extra room, but they still got another mini shifter driver behind. Haven't been watching the front of Eric Doan too much because, well, he's ran away with it. Almost 10 seconds to the good in the first ever junior mini shifter race, Justin. That's so impressive for Eric Doan, a driver that we've had our eyes on in the junior ranks for a couple years now in 2023 and 2024 as he's progressed his way through some good results at the Challenge of the Americas and here at the Pro-Kart Challenge, and starting to sniff his way towards the front of that field in the national field.
Outright dominant from Doan in this one as he pulled away by a whopping 11 plus seconds. Last time by, he was near 2 seconds quicker. Just has to go through a couple more corners to be able to close things out in what's been a dominant run. Eric Doan putting out the rocket show to be able to run away here. His Brillo art cart ready to close things out. Checker flag waves. Doan takes the checker by a whopping double-digit second margin. Cho. Oh, and they're getting racy. It looks like the cadet cart going for a pass. How about that in the final corners? Ferguson gets a top 3 overall in the track on the way to picking up the mini win.
That is wild from Troy Ferguson. Never did I think that we'd be seeing a junior and a cadet kart blocking each other going into the final corner. Yes, it's not for class position, but for an overall fight. What an amazing sight to see that was. But Troy Ferguson, hats off to him. Only 13 seconds back from Eric Doan, and when you put that in perspective of him being at the lesser package, amazing run from both Eric Doan that you see on screen now with his Burrow Art Machine. Brandon Show in second, then Troy Ferguson, the first of your mini shifter drivers, in third. Zate Legend and Nathan Dupuis rounding out your top 5 overall standings for mini and junior shifter.
Also of note, when it comes to some of the other drivers, Team Mosaic coming away second in his class. Braden Wagner finished in the top 6 all the way back to 11th after a decent starting spot for the qualifying positions. But let's take on a chance to talk things over for the Micro Swifts coming up. That's going to be coming up on the other side of the grouping. You're watching Kart Chaser for more coverage of today's action from K1 Circuit.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready. Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Chilly out is what we're hearing across this track today. K1 Circuit all set to go once again as it is getting colder. The clouds have now fully formed on the racetrack. 2 more classes to go for our pre-finals. Justin Prince alongside Nate Dean as the crew is giving us some very insightful reports. It is getting very icy feeling out there with the wind conditions building up.
Yeah, the little group chat we have with all the hardworking Casey cameramen and camerawomen out there who are doing an amazing job so far this weekend and getting a little chilly for them. So if you see anyone with a Casey shirt or sweatshirt on this weekend, be sure to thank them for their hard work of getting this broadcast underway. And it's been a great day of racing so far. Micro Swift by Santa Racing up next, and then we'll have the Pro and Master shifters before breaking for lunch and getting ready for the long finals later on this afternoon.
So again, next up in our running order is going to be the Micro Swifts. They have 8 laps up the board. Those drivers brought to you by Center Racing today. 13 karts in that class. It was in the end of the qualifying session, Pacioli who took the top spot by 3/1000ths of a second. These drivers just about getting themselves ready to go and getting themselves the command to be able to rumble their way around this circuit. Who are you watching out for now in this class to be able to battle well in this pre-final?
I mean, a whole host of drivers, obviously, but it's kind of difficult for us at the start of a new season to pick who's the favorites for Micro Swift Racing because of the amount of drivers that are new to karting, especially at technically this being a regional level. Not a lot of names sticking out to us from the season we did in 2024 of getting to know those Micro Swift drivers. A couple to look out for: Aiden Go, who's starting in 3rd there on the screen. He finished runner-up in the championship points last season, and he does have a win and a P3 finish here at K1 Circuit in Pro-Kart Challenge competition. Matthew Peccioli will be leading us to the green with Mason Brody in 2nd, Aiden Go, who we were just talking about, in 3rd, and then Leon McPhail in 4th.
Braxton Shefwood and Pedro Cueto will start in the 6th position. Then it's Trey Sanders alongside Gianni Tolson in P8.
Carson Bishop will be starting in 9th, and then they have a 2:37 of Sebastian. Justin, if you have a better pronunciation there, you can take that one over. But Caleb Canfeld in 11th, Chase Ridling in 12th, and 13th, Jose Calvo rounding out the field. Quick reminder, obviously, with this being a new season, especially for these younger drivers, if we mispronounce a name, go into the YouTube live chat, just give us a nice little note. We'll be able to fix that for you. But as we are getting underway in Micro Swift here, Justin, everyone warming their tires. As we said, it's a bit of a chilly track as of recent, so any bit of temperature you get into these tires will be much needed.
Time to go into the tram lines, and they are not even close to lined up. That was almost a 3rd tram line being forced there. I don't think they got the green, no.
Yeah, they got the wave around that time by the inside lane. Just did not get into the tram lines. And we've seen this a couple times in the SKUSA Winter Series, where some of the micro drivers weren't too informed on where the tram lines are. As thankfully this time around, they're actually going around to the starting box at a decent pace instead of going about 5 miles an hour, which we saw so many times at the Winter Series. It was really painful for those drivers and those clutches to go around Orlando Kart Center. But John McClellan, excuse me, that's not John McClellan, it's the Nash Motorsports driver, gets so used to that. It's the 72 of Mason Brody, who's starting outside pole. Both of them are keeping them at a decent pace, making their way around. So hopefully we can get it on the second time of asking.
Have to go back around the whole course. Remember, the tram lines are set up not down the front straightaway here at this track. Set up out of turn 12 to 13 along the straightaway if you look graphically. Just about on the racetrack. So just about ready to go once again. 13 karts ready to battle it around. See in the background a lot of fans making their way around the various seating venue areas. This modern facility. We'll see if we're going to be able to have a cleaner start to the tram lines. It looks like this time, yes, your pole sitter is able to find the tram line. Green flag is out. Couple carts got out of the tram lines before the green went into the air. But we're already having carts off the track. Two-kart spin off the circuit as they battle it up front. Pazioli, Brody, and Go get single filed out up front.
Yeah, it's so easy to do to get a little bit loose there on cold tires, but Mason Brody to the lead for Nash Motorsports. He's going to have his Nash teammate behind him. So those two will be working together on the opening stage of this lap. It's a bit of a top three breakaway between two Nash Motorsports karts and a Ryan Perry Motorsport chassis is one of the karts also in that fourth position as well. That battle pack starting to break away from the rest of the field so far, but we'll see if more drivers can get brought in to this battle for the lead.
Yeah, we'll see how the battling now goes around on this racetrack. So, top two, the Nash cars. That might play into a little bit more teams work for this race. We'll see if they're able to break away here up at the very front. Brody still front three wide for a split moment. That sends the 252 of Cueto across the curbing. So he drops himself back to fifth position. The top three have now broken away after that three-wide affair back there.
Yeah, just all that battling is allowing that top three to get even more insurance at the front of that field. It's not what these drivers would have wanted. It's a short 8-lap race for these Micro Swift drivers, but obviously doubling that for the final is going to allow them even more time to potentially get further up the pack and fight for this. Aiden Go leading the way last time across the stripe, going purple as well by about a 1/10 of a second over Brody, his Nash Motorsports teammate. Still, though, we're focusing on the mid-pack of this pack, and further back up, we see the Nash Motorsports and Ryan Perry machines up at the front of the field, making their way down the penultimate straightaway onto the front straight in just a couple of moments' time. Aiden Go, leading the way, Justin.
He's in the red helmet for those wanting to distinguish. Brody is in the blue helmet up at the very front of the field. So, now to the inside, a little bit of poke from Pazioli. Not able to make anything work that time. Still plenty of laps to go near 2 seconds, the buffer between third and fourth position at the moment. So, as things continue to distinguish themselves here, plotting and planning once again in the mindsets, it looks like, for these youngsters. Just trying to get things set up. No major moves. This looks like a more methodical plot planning type of a race than some of the others where it's been full on push.
Yeah, a little bit of actually working together this time. It's nice to see from these micro drivers. It'll be approaching halfway in a couple of laps time for these guys, but still though, some nice gaps being made between third and fourth here, as this is most likely going to be a 3-kart battle for the win unless they decide to pull the pin on the grenade early on this one. Aiden Go continuing to lead the way, but for how long? Commentators curse on that one, going wide in turn 3, and he's not happy about that. He's going to move his way down into third, and Mason Brody will inherit the lead.
So how about that, going off on the curbing? A lot of drivers pushing wide today at some ports of the racetrack, causing mistakes, and now it's going to be the top two. Breaking away Brody in the blue, the red for Pazioli, as they try now break away and make it a 2-kart battle up front. Halfway to go in this race. Next time by the stripe, and because the buffer, they decide to push, make the pass. Why not? You have a buffer.
Yeah, why not? I mean, at the moment, I don't think that Aiden Go really has the pace to get himself back up to the front of that pack on pure pace alone. If they start to battle, he might be able to, but they're going to have to be careful for the time being not to bring more karts into this pack. But looking further back, just in the battle for fourth is just so far back from these leaders that they have a little bit of leeway of being able to battle more than what you normally would be able to do when the chasing pack is a second or so back.
Seeing some of the battles, 255, 256 grouped together. Fail, and then Rittering working with them. They're right now essentially pack number 2. Still going to be good starting spots if things are all set to go through the tech lines, obviously, but these two right now in line for a potential top 5. Up front, things are spacing out a little bit as Pacioli is starting to try and get out the fishing rod to be able to pull away and find himself a larger gap.
Two laps to go. This time by from what the flagman is indicating on track. We might be a little early on that as we're showing 6 of 8, but still though, gap that Brody has to plump back is about 4/10 of a second. Lead change earlier on in the race. We get to be able to see that again. The pass happening in turns 1, 2, and 3. So here's the exit of turn 3. Just going way too wide out of the opening couple of corners. We saw this from Julie Adams and FZ125 earlier on. So unfortunate way for him to lose the pack, but Aiden Go looking up the inside of Brody. Move Aiden Go in a second.
Able to make the pass to team rake. Now you see some of the handmanship between the two of them as they try and line back up and close back up the gap. They're going to need to work quickly as they're coming around. White flag in the air. Final time around. Can Go get enough, get up and go to make a move? He's got a decent run this lap. He's got to pull to the right. Side by side. Go dives up the inside through 4. Makes the move out of 5. Go back to the race lead as he goes defensive.
Into the S's they go. Aiden's holding off for dear life on the 2 drivers behind. This is a very good passing opportunity into turn 9. Aiden's going to hold them off with just a couple more passing opportunities to go. The big one being in turn 13, the final corner on the track. If they have a draft, it might be able to happen, but all 3 of them are stacked on top of each other as they head into the penultimate corner on this final lap of the race.
Go once again went defensive. One more straightaway after this run to 13. Go stays to the left. Pacioli has the pole. Now the cross by Go. Go tries to get some help from Brody. Side by side, the race win goes to Aiden Go. He wins the pre-final. Go gets the advantage with the help of Mason Brody. Brody makes it a 1-2 up front for those blue carts, as the Nash carts able to celebrate.
Thumbs up there from everyone all around, but kudos to Nash Motorsport to making it a front row lockout in the final. That'll be good for them and to be able to control the race. Taking a look at the results there for Micro Switch, you can find your favorite driver there. Matthew Pecoroli, just so close that race. He had the pace at the start and in the mid portion of it, but just not able to fight with the 2 Nash Motorsports carts. You think once we get to the final, if another kart or 2 is able to get into that front pack, you might have someone to work with, because obviously Aiden Go and Mason Brody are going to be working with each other exclusively since they're on the same team. So hopefully we get a couple more karts into that battle for the win come the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens for these drivers in the final. That should be a fun time with 16 laps up on the board. A lot more time to work with. A lot more racing to be able to battle it out on the racetrack. Some of the other notables in that one, we've seen drivers like Calvo staying towards the back, unfortunately for them. But still one more race to go. The Pro and Master Shifters, and that is expected to be a fun time for those drivers. Your thoughts on the Pro and Master Shifter race coming up here on the docket?
Yeah, obviously cannot wait for this one. Pro Shifter racing in the U.S. is just something else right now with the amount of talented drivers that can win on week in, week out on the national circuit. And for us to have such a strong field in Pro Shifter now is one to behold. Here is the final couple of moments, or the highlight package, excuse me, from the Micro Swift race. Checkered flag, run to the checkered flag there, as all three of them were in it. But the big guns, the Pro Shifter and Master Shifter, presented by Precision Racing Engines and Mega Power Engines, respectively. Kyle Wick will lead them to the green with Billy Musgrave alongside. How about that for a front row? Then Kean Tandon in third, with Hunter Pickett rounding out in fourth.
That's Lucas Weisenberg in the fifth position. Ethan Boer from Skip Barber Racing will be in the sixth position. Micah Hendricks starts off in seventh. Anthony White will round out the top 8 starting spots.
Anthony Freeze and Travis Irving round out the top 10. Then Luca Bartone and Rob Logan inside your top 12.
In the 13th position overall, that is Borodovchenko alongside Michael Gwazbich. Then you have Daryl Tunnel in the 15th position. Levi Bennett will start 16th. The rest of your positions on screen as these drivers are already getting set to go towards the tram lines here. Just about ready for our final pre-final of the morning. Your final thoughts before we get things all shifted away for these competitors as they get all sorted out here.
Two of the best shifter kart drivers in the nation lining up on the front row. We are in for a treat, and it's only the pre-final on a Saturday. It'll be interesting to see who gets the whole shot out of here. Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave, two of the most experienced drivers on this grid in Pro Shifter racing. We'll see how this pans out.
Looks like most of the karts are in position now at this point. Just about ready to go racing here. The Wicked Racing Machine. Kyle Wick start on the left side of the screen. It is Musgrave on the right side. Green, green, green. We're underway. One driver off of the gravel trap. Side by side up front for the race lead. Wick and Musgrave battle it out. Wick holds on into the opening corner as they begin the first lap. One driver had a slide in the backdrop for a moment as the top two start to already race aggressive. Musgrave trying to cut right. Pickett and Boer also getting aggressive to start as the top 4 pull away.
Kyle Wick going defensive, not only to hold off Billy Musgrave, but probably to keep his other two teammates in this fight for as long as he can, because trying to go one-on-one with Billy Musgrave, more often than not, you're not going to win that fight. The 5-time Supernats champion pounding the back end of Kyle Wick's GFC machine, with Hunter Pickett and Ethan Boer falling closely behind. You get a sense of the rest of the field and just how quick these top 4 are off the line, and just the level of experience they have. Looking to the inside lane, Billy Musgrave will take the lead away from Kyle Wick, and Hunter Pickett might follow him. He falls in line behind a GFC teammate. Put Billy Musgrave to the top of the pylon after lap 1.
Now it's the question, can he build a buffer over Wick and company? Kyle Wick has a lot of people to work with. The GFC karts all lined up in the backdrop at the moment. In fact, they're 4 of the top 5 if you go by the symbols on screen. But the factory kart of Musgrave leading them through the S's as he's building a bit of a buffer here. Multiple times a SKUSA winner. Now looking to try and see if he can get himself some breathing room.
It's going to be hard with Kyle Wick right behind, and you can't discount Hunter Pickett too, making the move to GFC just last year after being with the PSL brand for so long. Two of them looking back at each other like they're probably not happy with how they're getting into each other in the corner or something along those lines. It takes a lot to get Billy Musgrave upset in a cart as they're all filing over the curbing there. Musgrave going wide, and he's going to have to relinquish that lead to Kyle Wick. He's going to go defensive on Ethan Boer and Hunter Pickett. He's still going defensive. Musgrave somehow holding position between those two. I thought surely he was going to fourth, and now he's brought even more carts into this fight for provisional podium spots at the end of the day. But how about that, Justin, from Billy Musgrave to make a mistake? Yeah, he lost the position to Kyle Wick, but to be able to hold that second spot just shows the veteran move from Billy Musgrave.
And doing a 3 wide 2 for good measure, but he's got a huge slide and ascent. Boer just about slid all 4 tires. Musgrave has a better pull and makes the pass on the outside, heading off into the corners. Down the front straightaway, Musgrave still having a hornet's nest. A lot of carts wanting to get second. That train is now up to 8 carts. That's how busy the battling has gone up front with Musgrave.
That move from Ethan Boer was almost perfect. Sorry to step over you there, Justin, but in turn 12, he made the move done, and he parked it on the apex to make sure Billy Musgrave didn't get the run. Obviously, Musgrave getting that move done in the end and starting to build a little bit of a gap between Ethan Boer and Hunter Pickett, but still, what a battle we got going on for P2.
Yeah, now Musgrave at the very least gets a chance to breathe a little bit with a bumper as he tries to close up. Wick is gone. Wick is on his own at this point. Still about half a race to go. Boer and Pickett now looking to swap spots once again. As they do so, indeed. Some of these carts, a bit of a battle. Let's now talk about things. Musgrave having a busy time, but we know that cart's got speed. Let's see how he had to deal with all this battling. He hits the grapple, has to wiggle and bobble, has the traction to hold on, but everybody else then tries to take advantage to go 3 wide. That was difficult with him having to defend left and to the right, while also making sure he can get a rhythm back together in that circumstance.
Yeah, exactly that. Having to defend left and right going into a section that, even if it was on flat ground, would be tricky enough, but add elevation change, having to hop a curb, and the fact that you're in a shifter cart does not make that easy at all, as Billy Musgrave has started to build that gap to Hunter Pickett, but the gap to Kyle Wick is probably not going to be able to get closed. Halfway mark this time across the timing and scoring beacon. Everyone's starting to calm down a little bit this time, but we'll have to see as Hunter Pickett is going slow on the outside there. Hunter Pickett is looking to be retiring from this race. The number 7 plate is out early, and that's not what he's going to want. A driver who had podium potential early in this one. That is unfortunate to see for Hunter Pickett.
I think I seen something come out from underneath that cart on top of it when he went to park it. Big shout out to Travis Irving. He is your leader, by the way, in the master class. He's in the back of this hornet's nest that's built up in this pack. So he's continuing to hold on to what is a dominating run in the Masters. You see him right there. Travis Irving right now running in this choo-choo train effect.
Ethan Boer trying to make a move on one of his GFC teammates further up the field, but of course, hats off to Irving. It's not easy to hold on to these young guns in the pro shifter division. Yeah, just hats off to him and how he's been doing thus far. We'll have to see how he does in the final in Master Shifter, if he can hold on to that first position and if he can potentially be racing more of these pro shifter drivers in front of him. Lap 7 of 9 is what we are currently on for the last pre-final of the day before we take lunch break and move on into the finals. But gap's starting to open up a little bit here, Justin. Not a ton of moves being made. As you can see, just the gap that Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave have built on the rest of the field.
Showcases the speed, showcases the experience. Boy, 2 laps to go. Spots are still on the line at the very least. Able to close out strong. Hendricks looking to hold on to that third position to close out for this portion of the race. Glendale, Arizona driver from Front Promotions going to that spot at the moment. Some of the other drivers, Freeze is also in this grouping. So far, Anthony Freeze doing well. He's amongst this choo-choo train. Weisenberg has also stayed amongst the top 7 as well as things look to slowly close out amongst the front. Hendricks, it's just been one of the quiet drivers. He drove his way forward. Hold on. Hands raised from Musgrave. Something happening with the lap traffic. That is Otterbach he was raising his hand at.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. The cameras just cut to it at the tail end of that, but like you said, Justin, that's most likely a blue flags incident, and that Billy not being allowed to get by in the way he would have wanted to, as Kyle Wick still leading the way. Touching on Micah Hendricks really quick, who's in that 3rd spot, 8th in the championship last year, back at K1 circuit last season. Best finish of 4th and 6th in the final 2 visits. Here you can see him on the Croc Promotions kart holding off an incredibly talented group of drivers. This could be a great pre-final result for him and hopefully for their camp, able to hold this into the final. But with a whole host of incredibly talented drivers, it's going to be hard for him, like this one, Kyle Wick, who's just been the class of the field as he heads his way into the final couple of corners now.
After things intensified, after Musgrave's off track, he pulled away and ran away. Final corner, Kyle Wick dominates his way to victory by more than 3 seconds. Musgrave comes home in 2nd. Hendricks holds on to a buffer for 3rd. Tandon and Boer, the top 5 in our final pre-final of the morning.
What a race it was, especially with that battle at the start. Hopefully we get to see that again in the final, as they're going to be making their way around for their cool down lap. I know we got a scale cam, so it's going to be interesting to see if we can get a shot on the scale line, if anyone has some choice words for each other, because it didn't look like everyone was agreeing that time around. There you can see the unofficial results for the Pro and Master Shifter classes. Of course, the Pro Shifter classes, the 0 through 99 numbers, and then Master Shifters will have that 6 in front of their numbers. But you can just see 3.2 seconds for Kyle Wick on Billy Musgrave. No else is not an easy feat, as they'll be making their way into the scales for post-race inspection. And that is it for our pre-finals for the day, Justin. Let's see if anyone has anything to say to the other drivers. Hopefully not, but still a chaotic race that time around.
Yeah, especially with some of the battling. Musgrave had to fend off just about everybody. The race recap's going to get interesting, to say the very least, to take a look at how much he had to hold on to that kart. But drivers now into the scale line to be able to get all weighed up. And what could have been for Hunter Pickett, 18th spot, the only DNF in that race. He's going to be towards the back, unfortunately, likely for the final as a result of whatever happened to his kart. So, these drivers getting themselves just all into the discussions there. For the most part, already seen people going straight into discussions on what broke down there. Some smiles, though, in the midst of it.
Yeah, good to see. And obviously, these drivers are going to be a little exhausted. It doesn't seem like the easiest track on the body, and 9 laps in a shifter kart will do that to you. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to do 18 later on today, so it's going to be a war of attrition as we see our Coastal Link printing recap from that race, as it was a battle of the giants going into the first corner between Musgrave and Wick, and it all really unfolded from here, Justin.
Yeah, from here on out, it started off with some Musgrave sends to be able to battle for the race lead. However, see the signals starting to pop up. Try to get things calmed down up front. It did not want to stay calm. Musgrave eventually seen mistakes build up after some of the intense fighting with Kyle Wick and some of the others. After that, it was drivers like Boer and everybody else that tried to fend their way around Musgrave, but it was Musgrave's raw speed that helped him break away from a hungry pack of karts. Then eventually, some of these drivers lost time, took some hard hits to the rumble strips, and got focused on their own battles. That bump there may have led to issues for Hunter Pickett because things started falling off the car to right about here. You see him slow down. The recap right there. Parts come off the bottom. Lap traffic also plays a factor. Billy Musgrave having some tempers pop up. But it's Kyle Wick that cruises his way to a more than 3-second victory in the pre-final to set the tone for the finals later today. On that note, it's just about time. In fact, it's time for a lunch break. The drivers will get a chance to quench their thirst and be able to get their hungers filled. But for now, it's time for a little bit of a break here on Kart Chaser. The final is coming up in a little bit's time. You're watching Kart Chaser for coverage of the Pro Kart Challenge from K1 Circuit here in beautiful California. Welcome back, everyone, for today's action of the KA100 Juniors by Super Speed Bearings. We are all set and currently rumbling for these drivers in the midst of the start of today's action for our 18-lap finals. Justin Prince alongside Nate Dean here from K1 Circuit as the Pro-Kart Challenge continues into the finals now this afternoon. Sebastian Hauser currently in the race lead. We're already well underway for this race. Eric Doan in second, Cagle in third spot, Popescu up to the fourth position. Daniel Ramirez, your top five at the moment, as we see the lead pack staying a lot more patient compared to how the pre-final went.
Yeah, it was a lot better at the start for these K100 junior drivers than how it went in the pre-final. Hauser leading the way for the time being, like you said. Doan, Cagle, Popescu, and Ramirez, your top five as they come on to the penultimate straight. One driver looks like they're heavy into the wall. We're going to continue on with this lead pack. Hauser holding off the National Motorsports driver of Doan, and then DFC's Matthew Cagle behind. Nathan Dupuis making his way into that top five after a race he probably wants to forget about. Last time around, not really making the most of his circumstances in the pre-final. Got past Daniel Ramirez, who was consistently at the front of the field, holding second for most of the race, but never really got to the lead and battled for it in the final couple of laps. But big difference this time around is 18 laps to decide it, and double the distance than what we had in the pre-final. So it should be interesting to see and get a grip of how the rest of these finals are going to go with this K100 junior race.
Keep an eye on things as these drivers try and pace themselves over the next little bit. Try and plot and plan. That's going to be one of the main keys. Plotting and planning with more race distance to work with. No one going over aggressive. No one sending it too aggressive. Everyone just trying to stay in line. Reminder for those watching along that if you want to come to the venue here, that they do have arrive and drive rentals from 5 to 10 o'clock after the event, so you can still jump on the racetrack later on today. Speaking of on the racetrack, the start, seen things pretty much shuffle things about to be able to set the tone. Let's take a look at how the start went on replay coming up here. So these drivers on the start, well, it was fanning out 6-7 wide. At least 5-6 cars spun out on the first lap.
Yeah, you'd be forgiven if you thought that was the K100 senior pre-final start. That was all kinds of mayhem for these K100 junior drivers. And unfortunately, as it is, when we're going to be calling this race, we're going to have to keep the looming doom of pushback bumper penalties in mind with all of that melee that happened at the moment. Hauser looks like that bumper is intact, not really floating around too much, as you see when it's depressed, and I think Matthew Cagle might have a rear bumper coming off on the right side. I could be wrong on that, but it doesn't look fully attached.
Hearing at least 4 or 5 are coming when it comes to potentially pushes. We'll see if that becomes the case later on. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So, top 5 breaking away. Ramirez and Dupuis able to build up some buffers here in the midst of how things have gone in the early going. So, it's all getting sorted out, all getting preparated out. So, when you know it's a final like this, when you know points are definitely in the picture, when a podium and prizes are on the line, what kind of goes through your mind knowing you want to be the leader, obviously, but you know that you have additional time to work with compared to the quick less than 10-15 minutes that you have to work with in terms of timing for the pre-final?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's the pre-final was just go, go, go. You get to someone's bumper, you pass them, don't have a lot of time to think about it. This time you're able to settle into a groove, and that's exactly what this top 5 are doing this time around. No moves being made the past couple of laps, just settling into that rhythm. And at this stage of the race, they're probably, as long as everyone can hold pace, going to hold this until about 4 or 5 to go. That's when you start to pull the pin on the grenade and let this race loose, as Hauser seems like he is content to lead. Who wouldn't be? Doan and Cagle are pushing them away ever so slightly from Dupuis and Ramirez. Those two are going to have to be careful throughout the duration of this race to stay within drafting distance. But as we can already see, Justin, they're starting to fall back ever so slightly.
Yeah, just a little bit right now. They are building up a buffer. 7 on back, 3 seconds behind for the time being as they set things forward. So, talking about some of the drivers here, Matthew Cagle, last time by, set the purple lap out of that grouping of drivers. Still keeps himself as the middle bridge, so to speak. His drivers last time around in Supernats finished amongst the top 25 of the world after out of 82 starters. That respective race last year. So he does have a lot of talent behind the wheel. The youngster Cagle still keeping himself in the popcorn seat to be able to try and pounce and maybe move forward here in this group.
Yeah, falling back to Nathan Dupuis that time could be interesting to see how things go. Hauser's going to look back and be a little bit surprised that he's got a gap between the two National Motorsports machines, the GFC and the Team Kartnik chassis driven by Ramirez in 5th. But a big old gap between them and Popescu inside that top 10 battle. Don't really think that it's going to be any more than a 5-kart battle for the win at this rate, but Dupuis, looking at the inside of Eric Doan, gets that done with the help of Matthew Cagle, with those two up into 2nd and 3rd, and Eric Doan, who seemed like he was content pushing Hauser the opening parts of this race, now shuffled back into 4th, but if you're in his position, you're not panicking too much. You're not even at the halfway stage yet. You got time. Who knows what's going to happen to your competitors' karts if they were set up for the start, if they're aiming to get there in the end. It's just so many unknowns. You just have to keep your head down, keep driving, and unfortunately for him, he's going to lose another position to Daniel Ramirez.
So the regression continues in terms of the running order here. Hauser still looking comfortable with how things are now shuffling in this path. Dupuis now in that 2nd spot. You see them going down the front straight away. So, when do you make the move, knowing there's a lot of time to think here? When would you make the pass in this sort of a situation at this point?
Well, I was never really lucky enough to have the pace at the front of the field. Always had some incredible talent in my day, like Alexander Kardashian, Brady Lewis, who are just generational talents. But in the mind of a racer, if you're kind of there on pace, most likely you're going to work with them. If you are vastly quicker than the driver you are catching, you can't run the risk of that driver starting on lower pressures or being set up for the end of the race, because if that does happen and you do make that assumption, they're just going to go into the sunset and they're going to take the top step of the podium. So if you are Nathan Dupuis in these next couple laps, you are just much faster with the help of Matthew Cagle pushing then Hauser. You have to go halfway to go this time by, and it looks like Dupuis and Cagle seem like they're working together fairly well and closing in on Hauser. Only caveat to that, though, is Hauser hasn't had a ton of help, but to the inside, there's the move. Nathan Dupuis, with the help of Matthew Cagle, will go into 1st and 2nd, and off goes Hauser. That's not what the HRT driver would have wanted, and Daniel Ramirez now brought back into the fray of things.
Yeah, took a little bit of a jump through the sand there, did Hauser. Now, Dupuis looking to control the pack still. Has less than 9 laps to work with on the board here. Cagle having great top-end speed here too. That's going to potentially help him with this drafting track to be able to push forward. This time electing to just stay in the tire tracks of Dupuis. When does he force the issue? Looks like he's willing to just try and reduce the amount of cards to be able to run away from Hauser, who's lost a lot of time this lap after that excursion.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Cagle can do with a lot of top-end speed. it's good that him and Dupuis are pushing in this order. Typically, you want the faster kart on the straightaways to be pushing that kart in front of you. So I almost wonder if he is just quicker staying behind Nathan Dupuis than trying to make that move and try and break away from Dupuis. But as it stands right now, Daniel Ramirez is still giving them a run for their money. Same with Hauser, who's now finally caught back onto the back of this. Eric Doan has lost this battle pack, and he's going to need them to battle in the next few laps for him to really get brought back into things. But it's a Nash Motorsports sandwich at 1st and 5th at the moment. Dupuis leading the way over Kagel, who has an incredible engine on his side. So we'll have to see as the laps wind down, and it's starting to get to go time in KA Junior.
Closing in towards the end, less than 7 laps to go now. Still Kagel in the second spot, still Dupuis up front. Dupuis keeps getting very loose with how close Kagel is to that back end right now. Have a lot of tire slide every time he runs through 4 and 5, but he's still able to make it stick for the time being. Looks like Doan having a hard time being able to make sure he stays in this pack. The top 4 have run off and away.
How long can they keep this up? They've been playing pretty well so far, but the longer they do this, when they eventually do decide to start racing, it can get very hectic very quickly. This is further back in the pack. This is the battle for 6th on back. Pescu starting to close into the back end of the 888 OTK machine. Back up front, though, making their way back onto the main straightaway. You can see how far back Eric Doan has fallen from this lead group. As battle for second, Daniel Ramirez, getting past Matthew Kagel. Same goes with Hauser, as they're going to demote the GFC driver down into 4th. Maybe not how the reigning champion in this class would have wanted to start off his season. That being said, though, still plenty of time, plenty of laps to go here, Justin, as Ramirez looking to the lead on Dupuis, as it will be Hauser going with him.
Hauser able to jump back up a little bit on the order. Now he stays in this choo-choo train. 8:14 now leaving this group. Ramirez at the moment finding an interesting little mustache that stands out on the helmet just to be able to stick out on an all-white helmet. And right now he's just trying to find a way to get at least a bit of breathing room. For Hauser, hounds him down for the pass down the front straightaway. For the quick flip through 1 and 2 before Rocky Moran corner. Up to the lead, Hauser retakes it.
A great, bold move from Hauser there. It's not easy to get the job done in turns 1 through 3, but he made it stick as he will hold off Ramirez, who seems like he's been the bridesmaid all day long. Not able to get further up in the field and qualifying. P2 in the pre-final. Now P3, Dupuis using the side pod to get past Ramirez, and I don't know how the officials are going to look at that. He made contact and gained an advantage. That usually is a put behind or a time penalty, but that is not our job. Thankfully, we just get to call it. Don't have to make those decisions, but all we know is Hauser's going to look back, think, how on earth have I built this gap? As the laps continue to wind down, they'll be crossing the time and scoring beacon. Yet again, this is not the level of cooperation you need to try and win a race.
Hauser's taking advantage with how things are starting to go here. Starting to run away as a battle is on again. Dupuis and Kagel side by side. Ramirez also drives on by to be able to jump back up to the top 3. And all of this is doing is allowing Hauser to keep on running away and breaking away. Is there going to be a chance to group together in just 3.5 laps with the way things are looking?
There's always an opportunity. We've seen so many times that people have a small mistake that turns into a race ender. Even in the terms of Hunter Pickett and Pro Shifter, when you go through turns 1, 2, and 3, Hauser has to be clinical And now this could get dangerous because one of the best motors on track is hunting him down. The reigning champion, Matthew Cagle. It was 0.7 of a second last time across the stripe. We'll wait to see what they have this time by. Ramirez is pushing Cagle as well. 0.7 becomes 4.5. And at this rate, next lap, with 2 to go, it's going to be a 3-way battle for the lead.
We'll see what they do here. Hauser's going to have to be very defensive. Let's take a look at the replay once again. See how this all broke apart. You see that send from the inside. Dupuis made contact, and then they all started scrapping for a good fair bit of time. Built up a decent buffer for a bit for Hauser. And now, as they come up to 2 laps to go, that buffer is back to just 2-3 kart lengths for the time being, with Cagle working very hard in this draft to try and close up with Ramirez. Coming up to 2 laps to go should be just about here. As they come down the home stretch, Hauser now has lost all the buffer with the draft. Now continuing to look back as they continue to battle it out here.
Hauser's going to have to be clinical here. He goes to the inside. Let the games begin, ladies and gentlemen. Huge lockup from Hauser. The white smoke pouring out from underneath those tires. Going into turns 4 and 5. He's pointing forward to Matthew Cagle. I don't think the GFC car's going to get that message. He wants to win this race as much as the other two. And honestly, if I'm Ramirez in this position, these two are going to battle hard for the win like we're seeing here. It might not be bad to be 3rd in line and let 1st and 2nd just do their thing. It's leaving a lot up in the air whether or not they collect each other or go wide or block in a certain corner and you're able to over-under. But still, even Nathan Dupuis might still be in this if they get caught up enough. Out of turn 12, it's going to be 1 more lap to go. 13 corners to decide who stands at the top step of the first race. Hauser's nodding his head. I think they have an agreement between him and Cagle of just go for the time being, but we'll see who breaks that first. Through turns 1, 2, and 3 again down the straightaway. Justin, it's all kicking off and the white line is back.
Back to blocking as Cagle tries to find a way around. Hauser gets a quick look back, stays in front as they work their way through 6, now to 7. Down the hillside, up to turn 8. Cagle trying to line things up. Ramirez continues to push from behind. Up to turn 9, a bit of a poke. Ramirez not able to do much there. Cagle stays back in line. Up to turn 10 through turn 11. Cagle still looks to build up the run. Now it's a block again for Hauser, coming up to turn 12. Bit of contact maybe. Now the cross. Cagle gets alongside of the boost. Side by side, Ramirez with the pole behind. Ramirez looking for a cut. Ramirez makes contact as he moves to 2nd. Now goes alongside for the win. Side by side, 3 wide at the line. It is Ramirez by 38/100ths of a second over Cagle.
Runner-up, no more for Ramirez. How about that? Like we were saying, just a couple laps to go. 3rd isn't the worst spot to be in that position, and Ramirez took his chance beautifully there. Provisional race winner, just 300ths over Cagle and Hauser, is less than 0.5 of a second separating that top 3. What a finish it was from our Super Speed Bearings KA100 junior drivers. There's the provisional results, of course, pending post-race technical inspection. Daniel Ramirez takes the win over reigning champion Cagle, then Sebastian Hauser, Nathan Dupuis, and Eric Doan, the 2 Nash Motorsports drivers, rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Vasily still in 6th position. With Pescu dropped all the way to 8th in the running order after having the track position to start. Bronson Costas finished off in 9th after having track position to start the pre-final. Tyler Scott amongst your top 10 in the field. Some exciting racing to start things off here this afternoon for KA100 Junior here from California. So the drivers now go to the deck line and talk things over. This is going to be interesting to see what happens for the rest of the day if this sets the tone for the finals just like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the pictures there, you have to feel for Popescu. Head in the steering wheel. What could have been for him? But honestly, for a driver of his caliber, he's got a lot of pace underneath that GFC. And the good news, he gets to do it all again tomorrow.
Let's take a chance to look at the Coastal Ink Printing recap. To recap how this all started, the leaders broke away at the top four. In fact, Hauser took the race lead, held on to it for about half the race. He had a buffer build up because of a strong send by Dupuis, sent to the side of Ramirez, and then they scrapped it out. Also throw into the mix Matthew Cagle, and it took about 5, 6, 7 laps to close up before they hounded the back end of Hauser. They're even getting physical for second in the first place. You had Ramirez making contact, had Cagle trying to make some sense. All that set up for the final stretch where Cagle thought he had the boost. He had the chance to pull off and away, but Ramirez was able to make a cut right with the slide, get alongside as Cagle's busy celebrating. Ramirez says, "No, that's my win. Thank you very much."
It's just such a smart race from Ramirez there as the rest of the KA Junior drivers filing in, and we get the biggest class on the weekend and one of the most talented classes on the weekend. KA 100 Senior presented by Formula Works, an absolutely stacked lineup of senior drivers this weekend. Zachary Playman DeMello, ZCD, will lead us to the green with Shea Aldrich, already a two-time winner here in competition for a Pro-Kart Challenge. Then Jackson Menchu and Johnny Stamps will be your front two rows leading us to the green.
Sanka and Kemp amongst the top six. Kemp was one of the biggest movers in the last race. The 925 kart, by the way, having issues in the backdrop with Oliver Calvo up to 7th after all things were considered. Coiney in the 8th position here.
Ian Kim in 9th and Theo Kakati in 10th. Jackson Moorer in 11th, and then Archer Eversman inside the top 12.
Once the top 16 in grouping, Lonnie Benjamin, Eduardo Peralta should say, in 16th position. Gerardo Peralta, Carter Knight in the 18th position. The rest of the field you'll see on screen, some error names to note. Jake Drew starting back in 20th. Other drivers going to have a long way to make their way through the pack. 52 carts strong, already making the way to the tram lines here as we get set to go racing. Here for KA 100 Senior, 18 laps once again on the board. Green flag is out, we're underway. A lot of slide in the back. At least one car didn't even make it up to the tram lines, and the battles are on up front. ZCD already losing the lead 3 wide, as able to make the move is Aldridge to start things off for lap 1. He tries to run away from the Hornet's Nest as the whole train stays together.
Zach DeMello had absolutely no grip in the opening corner. He went wide and made that move for Aldrich. All too easy to take the lead. He's going to take it back on Micho as the 950 of Jake Drew is out. A horrible way to start off his season, shaking the head. And what went from pole to a DNF in the final. Heartbreak for him, as you can see, the 994 of Micho, who got passed by ZCD, now has his similarly colored helmet, friend of Oliver Calvo behind, both in the Speed Concepts Racing tent, making it a little bit hard for us, but still good to see both of them up and fighting for a win. Jay Aldrich is going to be hard to get to, though. The CRG driver leading the way over ZCD as the entire field files their way down the penultimate straight and across the Tyrant scoring beacon for the first time in anger, which leads from ZCD, Mencho, and Calvo, your top 4.
And what a good recovery for Calvo after, remember, he got turned around in the pre-final, remember, in that 956 card. He was all the way back and around the edge of the teens, if not near the 20s at one point. And now He's back in the conversation for the final. We talked about all it had to do was get decent track position. He's got track position already up 3 spots in this one. As, oh my goodness, that's a squeeze off the racetrack. That is Stamps pushing the 959 card of Kemp into the sand.
A little bit of argy-bargy, as they would say in Formula 1 on that one. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards have to say about that, but it seemed like a little bit of a racing incident there. Don't think that there'll be any post-race penalties for that, hopefully for Stamps, but ZCD starting to close in on Aldrich. It's now just a 10th between the two of them. Can be hard to get out of this little bubble right now as ZCD will signal to go forward to Aldrich, as behind them 2 Speed Concepts Racing OTKs are following in suit, trying to get closer and get themselves into winning contention. But like we've said, Justin, throughout the entirety of the show, especially with Shea Aldrich on that CRG, he has been so difficult to beat, not just this weekend, but in K1 circuit competition. Last season, 2 wins at K1 along with a 3rd. He has a 100% record of being on the podium here. Let's see what he can do in the next couple of laps to hold off CCD.
As they continue to try and sort things out here, why don't we take a look at what happened at the start to recap what happened up front there. It was a bit chaotic in that heart of the field, at least 4-5 wide for some. But looking at this, in the heart of that field, there was a spin around, 979 going around, and then you see drivers such as Drew having problems getting out of the sand. Aldrich took advantage of that launch through the start zone, though, to be able to control things up front. And unfortunate for the 922 car, into the sand, not able to keep going.
Yeah, 2 GFCs out, both Big Drew. It looks like he dropped a chain there. He's checking underneath the guard, and it looks a little bit loose. The other GFC was Carter Knight, who I think DNF'd from the last race as well. So not the best start for GFC in their KA100 senior campaign. Hopefully for them, they'll get all those gremlins figured out come Sunday. But still out in front, though. Shea Aldrich leading the way over Zachary Clayman de Mello, Jackson Menchu. Closing that gap ever so slightly. Oliver Calvo's kind of in a gray area, not really being able to catch up to those guys, but holding steady. To me, Justin, that's showing that Calvo might be on a bit of a lower tire pressure being set up for the end of this race, because at the end of the day, 18 laps around here is a long time to make your way up the field.
Yes, especially when you consider there are about 1 and 3 second lap times at the moment. About 18 minutes of plotting and planning when you try to add it up minute by minute, so to speak. Looking at the 919 and the 934, Kaminsky. So far, he is up, is that? Yes, 18 spots. That is unreal.
It's insane. From that is we're going to move further up. ZCD to the lead in turn 12. Menchu looks behind, sees Calvo closing, and signals to Aldrich to just keep going. I think Calvo's got a good piece at the end of this race. The cart's starting to come in ever so slightly as the laps continue to tick by, and we're not even at the halfway point, and it seems like we've had a full race of action thus far. ZCD leading the way, controlling this race as he likes to do, but come the final couple of laps, it's going to be so difficult if ZCD still finds himself in the lead for the challenging pack to even get a sniff at fresh air and trying to get by the 951.
Yes, indeed, right now, and we know CD likes to lead these types of races. Right now, he's just trying to set the tone, set the tempo up front. So, again, to recap your top 5, it's DeMello, it is Aldrich, it's Menchu, it is Calvo, and then it's Kaminsky, who is in the top 5. Looks like we'll have some leapfrog for third spot. Bit of a why not for Menchu as Calvo makes another pass. He's got the go signal. He wants to go with his teammate.
And this could get interesting towards the end of this race. I know ZCD and Aldrich, they're not teammates. They're obviously racing for the lead, but look further back. Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamps, the two GFC Formula Works drivers, are now working together. It's a bit of a Noah's Ark grid further back for those guys. So as much as ZCD and Aldrich might not like it, they're going to have to be each other's friends for the time being because they got teammates behind them. I say that Aldrich doesn't care. To the lead goes Shea Aldrich. And going a little bit defensive on Clayton DeMello, that's going to bring both of the Speed Concepts racing karts into it. And in a few moments' time, GFC is going to be in this fight for the lead as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we see an air swap around pretty soon or not. Calvo has been able to close up an air kart length in the midst of the drafting for the time being. Coming up to 11 laps to go. Now in this one. Still seen as the rest of the karts are trying to keep themselves stationary and planted on this racetrack is the better way to phrase what I was trying to say. We've seen these drivers throughout the day continue to get more and more acclimated with this circuit. People are getting braver and braver on the sends as the day goes on after all the practices yesterday and all the preparations for this final. Now we'll see when they get very brave here.
And it all becomes a question of when do they step over the line? When does a late dive into 4 and 5 on the final lap just go too deep and you just spin around and lose all that time? Who knows what's going to happen? And that's the brilliance of this. Here comes Keegan Kaminsky on the inside of Minshew, and that's going to split up the two GFC drivers. If you're Minshew right now, you're going to try and stay in between them. You have to split them up if you want a chance. The second two teammates are out in front and pushing each other. Really, there's not a whole lot you can do but follow as Johnny Stamps trying to get by Minshew into turns 1 through 3. Unable to get that done there. He's going to get it done under braking into turn 5 as Minshew goes way later on the brakes than Stamps would have anticipated. Thought that move was over and out from the Speed Concepts driver, but he holds onto it. That could be crucial for his race. Speaking of crucial for a Speed Concepts racing driver, Oliver Calvo is trying to get by ZCD. ZCD getting past Shea Aldrich. Oliver Calvo is going to try and go by. There goes the CRG driver off the track and down into 5th. And that, Justin, just shows how quickly a race can unfold from you leading the way, now down in 5th.
This is getting interesting. Kaminsky is an absolutely rapid flyer in this pack. See some of the hand signals, and here we go for the right lead again. To the inside, Calvo takes the point. And now, with half of the race to go, back and forth continues. Kaminsky to a race high for him second. ZCD thought about trying to retake second at least. Will not, as a lap card is off the racetrack staring at the drivers. Rest the field, not done yet. Kaminsky has gone from the mid-pack of the Hornet's Nest to the front.
Kaminsky, like you said, leading the way. He split up between his Johnny Stamps teammate ZCD getting by. Calvo and ZCD are on the same page. Both of them looking at each other, both of them pointing forward. They know the assignment that they have to do. They're still communicating with each other. They're on the same page on this one. Calvo is going to get to the back bumper of ZCD to try and close in. One lapper is going to clear the circuit. Shea Aldrich is going to get by the Speed Concepts racing driver of Jackson Minshew. Move him up a spot now. And still, Minshew's going to have a little bit of time, a little bit of work in front of him to try and catch up to his SCR teammate. But like we've seen all day long, the second these guys start battling, it's going to bring more karts into it. Shea Aldrich back up the inside through turns 4 and 5 before the infield. That's not going to help their charge up the field to this top 3. That being said, still plenty of time to go, Justin.
So a lot of time to be able to battle things out here. Kaminsky, 3 times a champion in PKC competition, to work its way all the way through. Now, of note, some of the other drivers that are hanging out around Field, Stamps, and Kemp currently holding on to 6 and 7 for reference. Mita in the 8th position, Kim in 9th, Campbell in 10th. Why don't we take a look at some of those drivers right now? You see how their pack is going? Well, that little bit of argy-bargy is popping up just a little bit, but for the most part, just trying to work together and try and close up, at the very least it looks like, to some of these karts.
Yeah, a lot of these guys I think, are just too far back to be in this contention, but you never know. If they start to block up front early, a couple of them might be brought into this. One driver, the 978, making a move, and Kim, I believe that was, getting that move done on one of the CRG Precision drivers. So good to see a little bit of mid-pack battling. Unfortunately for them, I think a top 5 battle is just too far out of reach for them at the moment.
Just trying to get whatever points they can at this point is what you can argue right now. Moves up, attempts still continuing from Kim. Up front, taking a look at the leaders once again. Kaminsky holds on in front of CCD and Calvo. Aldridge and Stamps also in the conversation. They have ditched Minshew, who's now lost the toe of the pack. And you have a feeling ZCD is going to do something, well, ZCD-like in the pretty near future based on what we've seen over the years from him in these cars.
KA100 Senior Racing is always a spectacle to behold, and one of those races when you're at the track that you always come to the fence line to watch. Throw Zachary Clayman DeMello in that, I'm definitely getting to the front of the line to watch that. He's such an entertaining driver to watch on track, such an aggressive driver whilst fighting for these wins, and it's going to be fun to watch both him and, both him, Kaminsky, and Calvo battling out currently in this top 3 pack. But who's to say? We still got drivers like Johnny Stamps and Shea Aldrich still, and they're further back. Mencho is really falling off from this lead pack. He's messing with the carburetor. There's some settings wrong with that they're trying to get figured out. More battling further back in the pack as Mencho is looking at his mechanic thinking, what's going on? I can't figure this out. It's such a deflating feeling seeing a lead that you are battling for start to slip away because of a mechanical issue, especially a carb. He's going to be working the high and the low end of those needles the entirety of the race to try and find something. Unfortunately for Jackson, just not going to be enough.
At this point, trying to get the marks. Tonga, for reference, is in 14th. We've seen him towards the front earlier on some of the races. Right now at 14th spot in some of these packs. Some standings you see on screen, the 966. That is Eversman going back and forth for some of the positions there. It's just amazing. Some of the big movers, big shout at some of the drivers. Mitchell getting 17 spots amongst those towards the back of the field, who's been able to make up some decent ground at least as well. They're in the 30s though. Oh, some off track there. Oh, a couple carts off the racetrack. That's in one of the Aeroback battle packs. That was involving the 955-59 Kemp's race. After being the big mover in the pre-final, it's gone awry. 956, Calvo to second over ZCD.
ZCD's not going to like that one. He was trying to get right back. It's funny how things change when you're in the lead of that pack. It's like, hey, let's work together. Just keep pushing me. Everything's fine. The second a cart gets past you, all of that's in the window. I need to have free air. I need to lead. ZCD does just that. Johnny Stamps now almost does the same thing he did to another driver earlier in this race. Calvo tries to get past Stamps. Contact between the two of them. Zachary Clayman DeMello and Oliver Calvo are taken out. 2 race-winning contenders are out on lap 15. What drama at the mid-portion of this race. Clayman DeMello is not happy. Calvo's going to rejoin. Hand up in the air. They are both done and out. And that takes 2 huge contenders out of this. And now, suddenly, DFC find themselves 1-2, and Mencho, who has been battling with the carburetor this entire race, now finds himself potentially in a podium spot.
How about that swing as one, in fact, 2 of your contenders having trouble. Kaminsky now has a buffer to be able to try and hold on after starting 23rd spot in this race. Stamps and Aldrich need to go and go fast if they want a shot. The rest of the drivers, you see them starting to form up there. That includes this pack that's going on for a top 5 now instead for them. Looking back at second and third, they need to close up a second and now.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Keegan Kaminsky has been so fast this race. That being said, though, Shea Aldrich is the fastest on track. Last time by, it was a 4.2 for him. That was the fastest in this pack. To make things better, he's the one pushing Johnny Stamps to this lead as things stand. Giving the thumbs up to Shea Aldrich. He's liking how this is going. They are closing in. Half a second separates them. It was a second last time by. They're gonna be on Keegan Kaminsky in the next few moments here. Reigning champion, leading the way off to the start that he would have wanted in 2025. Maybe not the way he would have liked to get there with having to work his way through the pack, but his battle is not over yet, and it comes in the form of Johnny Stamps, his GFC teammate, being pushed by the precision driver of Shea Aldrich on board that CRG. It's going to be white flag in the air next time by to determine who's going to take the win in KA100 Senior, and we are in for a barn burner, Justin.
We're closing up here, coming up now to turn 12. Heading up to turn 13 here. The gap is closed just about fully now. Stamps is on the doorstep. Stamps is shoving his way through the door. 3 wide as Aldrich made a bit of contact. Side by side amongst the teammates. They battle it out towards the stripe. White flag is out. Side by side. They now rumble to the Rocky Moran corner. More sliding as Stamps and Kaminsky trying to fight. Aldrich trying to take advantage. 3 wide still.
3 wide for the lead. The 2 GFC teammates are throwing team orders out the window. Through 6, 7, and 8 now. Stamps has the lead, and in between the two of them, Shea Aldrich, already 2 wins here at K1 Circuit and Pro-Kart Challenge competition. He's going to try and make it 3. Around the outside, we have a lap kart to deal with. He gets out of the way. A few corners to go now. More lap traffic to go. In the penultimate corner, Aldrich up and over. Shea Aldrich gets taken out by a lap car. And that's going to open this up for Johnny Stamps and Keegan Kaminsky to get a 1-2 in KA Senior.
What will they now do for the race win? Unfortunate for Aldrich. Now it's side by side. Huge defensive maneuvers all the way to the glass. Kaminsky and Stamps side by side. Once again the Sen. Kaminsky able to slip by from the back to the front. It's Kaminsky who takes the win.
What an incredible drive from Keegan Kaminsky. Starting 23rd. When you're that far back, you're not thinking you have a chance at the win, maybe a podium if things go your way, but to get a top step finish, to win, and to defend that championship in such dominating fashion, hats off to Gary Carlton and his crew, hats off to the Formula Works team on an incredible 1-2 finish, and how about it for Jackson Menchu, who was battling with carb issues the entire race. He gets a podium finish out of it. Maybe not the Speed Concepts driver we would have thought at the start of this race would have been on the podium, but incredible. How about Josh Campbell, too, making his way through the pack? Not the race or qualifying he would have wanted in the pre-final, and qualifying up into a top 5, and then Theo Kakati rounding out your top 5 for what was an absolute cinema race in KA100 Senior.
Kuhn finished off in 6th, Kim in 7th. Then it was Hermida in 8th position. Shea Aldrich, after, well, most of its tires coming off the ground, still holds on to the nice spot. Jackson Maurer in the 10th position. A lot of other drivers to think about back there. Calvo finished in 11th after getting turned around. ZCD, for reference, from that situation with the DNF. Some of the other drivers that were able to get moving, we talked about Mitchell moving ahead to 25th again. Others, well, a lot of big names down the running order. 45th position for ZCD. Kemp back there. Also back there, Jake Drew. He didn't even get the first lap completed. That's how the luck went for him in that situation. What a finish, but let's take a look at what happened to Aldrich in that situation, because lap traffic giveth, lap traffic taketh away big time here.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate for Shea Aldrich. He's going to be annoyed with that one. Honestly, rightfully so. Lapcart doesn't seem like he fully knew where those leaders were, and it's unfortunate for him. Ultimately, though, Justin, you have a lot of experience, especially on iRacing and calling some of the big special events there, including the endurance ones. The big rule of thumb there, it is up to the faster car or kart to make that pass cleanly. Ultimately, Shea Aldrich making contact there, not fully on Shea, not fully on the lap kart, but an incredibly unfortunate situation for the two of them.
I think that's a different way of saying potential 50-50 in that situation, but obviously on the last lap, things are intensified in that situation. Coastal Ink Printing recap. Let's talk about how things went here. ZCD started things off with a slip and slide that opened up the door for Aldridge to start the first lap up front, but many others like Jake Drew, who had a terrible pre-final, having his final end before he even gets to the start line. Technically, for the lap, others like Knight also end up in the sand trap, taking them well out of contention before they had a shot to contend in the first place. All that was well. Aldridge, well, he looked very comfortable in the early going, even though ZZD tried to push the tempo. But others like Kaminsky's drive through the field was just incredible, to say the least.
Yeah, and you don't see these drives often, especially in a class like KA100 Senior this weekend that has such a stacked lineup. For Kaminsky to be able to get that done, hats off to him. But back to the replay, here's Keegan Kaminsky getting the move done on Menchu when he still had some pace before he lost time with that carburetor issue. More battling in turn 9, seems to be a hot spot of drivers being forced off there. Kaminsky taking the lead from Calvo as ZCD going up the inside of the Speed Concepts driver, filing in, and both of them deciding to work together. Menchu, at that point, thought it was game over for his podium chances, and look at the gap that he saw in front of him. More contact further back in the field, but oh, how it all kicked off from here, Justin.
ZCD contact battling up front for the race win, goes off circuit. That made it a 3-kart race. Aldridge, Kaminsky, you also throw into the mix there his teammate trying to battle it out of the end, but lap traffic comes into the picture right there, tries to set up the arc, instead arcs over a kart. That opens up the door for a team 1-2 the rest of the way after Aldridge goes in the sand. And right here, Kaminsky gets alongside his teammate, able to lick the stamp, send it forward, and get to celebrate a 23rd to 1st final here on day 1 of the season.
It's going to be hard to beat Kaminsky, not just this weekend, this season, too, after a dominating run like that. Next up, Mini Swift presented by HRT Driver Development. We still have a little bit of time before we head to that race. So letting these K100 senior drivers get through the scale line and giving the Mini Swift drivers a few final thoughts on grid before they get sent out for their final.
Get themselves regrouped here. A bit of track cleanup you would expect with some of those carts scattered across the circuit here. Should be a few moments here in preparation. Who are you keeping an eye on for Mini Swift? 16 laps, mind you, for the race, not 18.
Yeah, gosh, it's hard to pick, isn't it? Braden Wagner is always one to look out for. Hudson Hidalgo, Nathan Ramirez, Lucas Tangio. Just, it's such a talented field for a regional like this. California Pro-Kart Challenge always has a way of doing that, of bringing some impressive talents to the front of this field. Engines are fired, and we're about ready to get set for Mini Swift.
Just about all set and ready to go. We'll look at that lineup in just a moment. A couple drivers getting excited, and a couple drivers trying to make sure the smoke does not get into their faces here before they get going in this race. 18 karts, remember, in this field. We'll see how they'll start in just a moment or so, as Luis Martinez will be the 1-2 beat in this race up front. He's alongside Arthur Kelly on the front row. Andrew Janis will start in row number 2. Lucas Tarango starts alongside him.
Joshua Wheeler will be the final kart inside the top 5. Asher Brzezinski in 6th, and Keo Sato, and Kendall West inside the top 8.
Doggo starts off in the 9th position. Braden Wagner will start in the 10th position. Nathan Ramirez back in 11th. He was up in the lead group to start things out with the pre-finals. Sebastian Johnson will start at 12.
British Ire and Pirish Ire on the 7th row. Then Cole Harris, Ale Bitton in their row behind. And finally rounding out the field, Byron Borman and Axel Tibbs will be starting on the final row of the grid with some work to do in this main event. 16 laps, like you said, not 18 like the rest of the classes, as they'll be forming up to take the green. And yes, it's 2 laps less, but especially for these drivers, still a long and grueling race to decide who's going to take the first win in Mini Swift for the Pro-Kart Challenge in 2025.
We'll see what happens for these drivers as they get ready to go through the tram lines here. Martinez ready to get them fired up on one side. It's Kelly on the other side as they make their way to the start. Again, it's our 3rd final of the day, the Mini Swifts, brought to you by HRT Driver Development. Any issues in the tram lines? The answer is no. Everyone is good to get in the lines. Green flag is out. We're underway. The field scatters around. Oh, wow. Martinez opens the door already for the race lead. Janice and many others trying to dive their way through it. Already signals to work together as Janice leads the field through 1 and 2 up the Rocky Moran corner. Side by side for the race lead already. Working to get the spot back, Martinez. Able to get the switch. Able to get the move done through 4 and 5.
You can signal all you want on the opening lap. It's not really going to make a difference as Janice back up to the lead. On the opening lap with how chaotic it is, I don't care if you tell me to work together with you or anything. If I see a gap, I'm going for it on lap 1. That's what Martinez tried to do on Janice, but the 112 HRT driver development car getting back to the lead in turn 6. A bold move from him. Be able to take that away. Still already a bit of a gap starting to form between 1st and 2nd, but I don't think Martinez wants to stay there for too much longer, Justin.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to make the move. Well, you called it immediately. To the right, and to the lead again. Martinez making it clear he wants to control things. He wants them to work together. We've seen how well that worked last hand signal. Oh, by the way, Nathan Ramirez is already up to 3rd. Did we not just talk about him being in the main pack before some incidents at the end of the pre-final? And well, he's already made his way for the back into the top 10 to the lead group.
There's nothing like a driver with a mountain to climb and a hard task in front of him to really motivate him to get through a field, and that's what we're seeing from him. Still out in the front, though, Nathan Ramirez getting by Janice. Almost not able to get it done in turn 9, and turn 10's not going to favor him. A very acute angled corner not in his favor, and that's just going to open up the gap between the leaders and Janice heading into turn 12. But unfortunately for Martinez, who leads the way, doesn't have a drafting partner, so he won't expect to keep that lead for that much longer. More carts further back in the pack, getting some passes done. Turango in that 8th spot is Ramirez getting the move done on Janice. A long way around. Janice having to use more of that curb in turn 2 than he would have wanted. But this isn't going to help them try and get up towards the lead to try and fight for this win.
Have to see what happens the rest of this one as Martinez now gets a little bit of breathing space here with these Mini Swifts all of a sudden. But want to drive again for Ramirez to be able to move forward. Turango's been dropped all the way back to the 6th position as this race has gone on so far, by the way. How things have gone for him. So, now it's about back to the planning stages. Back to the plotting and planning. So, what does Ramirez now do? That gold and black cart has been fast, but is it fast enough to maintain, if not pass, Martinez?
Yeah, you have to think that if he's able to make up that much time, we'll be able to get to the back end of Martinez. More battling further back. Wagner, excuse me, that's not Wagner, I believe, in that position further up, doing that a little bit confused with another driver, but still, the battle pack is just not really being able to hold on to these front two, as I thought maybe we would have a lot of drivers being out of position and making these drafting partners separate more than they would have wanted. So it's kind of the reasoning for these two being further away. Another reason too, they're just fast, plain and simple.
Yes, indeed. Mirrors all the way to the back end of Martinez. Coming up towards start of lap 5 this upcoming time by. Let's see if they're able to co-opetition themselves away from the rest of the field. Saito is up to the 4th spot, by the way, for those want to be in the 160 cart. They've also been able to pick up a lot of spots. You see them in the backdrop in the red and blue as well. They're in the start of what's a longer train for the second pack right now. For reference sake, some of the drivers getting a little bit impatient there. As you see, compared to the front, they're a little bit more dicey back there. A lot more impatient feet.
Yeah, I think at that point, too, they're so far back from the lead pack. When you can't even see the leaders, it gets to a point where you're not really going to work with anyone. It's all for one and one for all. As you can just see, look at the gap between, really, that's, I think, first and inside that top 6 or so battle pack. Don't really know where that starts, but Martinez and Ramirez have done an amazing job to just work together with each other. Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if they just continue to go bumper to bumper until around lap 13, lap 14 to hold off the rest of the pack and really cement the fact that no one else but them two will be fighting for this win.
Absolutely, at this point, you see some people getting a little bit more hand signaling back there for a moment. All this from Janice and Tarango currently holding the 34th. Some people just wanting to make their way forward. Doggo, we talked a little bit about him, I believe, earlier on in the broadcast here today. The micro split champion. Interesting race from the 7th spot, if we can touch upon him at the 131 card here. How things have gone. He started off a track position. He's been doing solid in this first race of the season here in the minis. Currently holding himself in the second pack.
Yeah, I mean, impressive is just an understatement from him. Hopefully he can hold this pace throughout the rest of the season. Wouldn't be surprised if they can do that, but still the shot out in front and just showing how big that gap is between Ramirez and Janice. About 3 seconds. Listening into the on-track audio, it almost sounds like there's one card out there that has a pipe coming loose. It could be ears playing tricks on me, but Janice and Tarango moving up the field, as that is Janice getting demoted down a spot. Still, not a whole lot of moves being made, as that's one driver going well wide in turns 2 and 3. I believe that was Teo Sato going a little bit offline through there, as Janice decides to take the podium position back, as Tarango will do the same for him going into turn 6. Now he and Ruthless Karting are now sitting on the podium.
Still less than 10 laps to work with. Seen good flash speed from Tarango across the past year that comes to mind. Good spot right now to hold on to the podium right now over Janice. We'll see if that maintains itself as the race goes on here. Thing is, Janice, it's made clear he just wants to hold on his front spot, at least in this pack. Still does not want to be able to give up that 3rd spot, but here's the thing. If they spend too much time battling Tarango and Janice, this whole hornet's nest for 5th on back can close up and make it very difficult for them.
I mean, exactly that. They have to be incredibly careful how they want to fight, because really, at this point, they're not fighting for the lead. And in case something catastrophic happens to the front two, they're not going to be fighting for first and second. This is just a battle for the podium, and I think they both know it at this point, but they've been awfully racy so far. Janice has always just wanted to get back to the lead of that micro pack. And now he's going to be moved down to fourth. They, like you said, Justin, they gotta be careful not to bring fifth on back into this fight, because as it stands right now, it's going to be more than those two battling for the final spot of the podium.
Coming to halfway through the races, see a little bit of adjustment to the valves from Janice. Kelly, by the way, is leading that closing grouping from the fifth position. For reference sake, by the way, Martinez and Ramirez, see them flip around on the pylon a little bit, looking like they're starting to get a little bit scrappy. We'll see if that maintains itself. Still though, Dalgo has also made his move. There's a look at the leaders. That's how big the distance is, a full corner and a half. And the pack has closed up to the battle for third. They continue to swap around as the gap is gone.
This is what they had to be so careful not to happen, and unfortunately for them, it has. Is a ton of drivers in this pack now, the last of which, Braden Wagner, down in 11th. So a little under 10 carts battling for the podium now. The thing is, once they've caught these two, people in the second pack are going to not work as well with each other as they once were when they were catching up, so I wouldn't be surprised to see all these carts drop back a little bit for podium contention. You can see just how much of a hornet's nest that is to fight for position. Lucas Ringo currently in third, still one of the GFCs going way wide overneath that curving. Not happy at all, hand in the air. You can see behind him too just how much Janice has fallen off, down to 11th now after fighting for a podium.
Just trying to wrestle for that spot at the moment. See the rest of the carts make their way around the racetrack. Some of the other packs right now starting to splinter just a little bit. Now we'll see what happens here. Zonski now trying to make a move to the inside on that cut right there. Looks like a couple carts able to shuffle around. They're starting to get more signals and trying to get things all coordinated. Wheeler has dropped all the way back to 7th as well. Less than 7 laps to go.
More shuffling for position into the penultimate corner on the track before the longest straightaway on the circuit. Squeezing them to the inside into turn 13. Drivers behind not able to get a run past this battle. Further up, Binsky moving into the 5th spot to try and chase down Tarango for that podium spot. We were really hoping for an 11 cart battle for the podium, but the second the other 9 got into this fight, well, it's just been Lucas out in front on that ruthless karting machine. Don't know if he's going to have any company to fight for that, but only time will tell with 5 to go next time across the stripe.
Time just ticking away at this point for this race with how things have fared out right now. Martinez and Ramirez have stayed well together. Tarango building a small buffer. Here's a look at the race leaders once again, as now they continue to swap back and forth with how they've been able to work together. You're, in fact, already 10 plus seconds is the buffer. Pass on screen, Kelly makes up an error spot, an error crossover, and yet again, drivers not wanting to stay in line. They all want to get whatever points they can at this point. That whole entire gaggle we talked about that closed up all that effort to get up there has completely splintered.
Yeah, absolutely. They've all just decided to go for their own battles for 6th, 7th, 8th, and not. They just lost focus of the battle for the win the second they got up there, which is unfortunate to see. But Nathan Ramirez and Luis Martinez still leading the way out in front. Nice to see these two have been working well together. Not too surprised to see them just pushing each other away from this battle so far. No use for them to start battling now, of course, though. They do have the insurance, because look at that gap that they have built for themselves. An entire straightaway worth of free air and no go-karts to worry about. As you can see, the latest emerging battle path further back inside that top 10. More drivers going up and over those curbs that seem to have been causing a few issues with some parts coming loose and some DNFs throughout the day. You gotta wonder, especially in Pro Shifter, if some of the teams will have told them to be careful on those curbs, like it's almost an endurance race. But for the here and now in HRT Drivers Development Mini Swift, it's the same story it's been for the longest time. Nathan Ramirez leading the way, Luis Martinez in second, but this battle inside the top 10 is still thriving.
Still thriving, still kicking. And Janice had been looking comfortably in the mix for top 5 at one point, now has completely fallen down the order as this race has progressed, as the tires have built up heat, as the battle has built up heat. Zansky has been able to build up some heat to get up to Tarango. These two have now pulled away a fair bit. In fact, a lot of bit, by at least a quarter straight away over the rest of the battle. That 176 looking really solid to close out this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be a huge result for him, just on the cusp of a podium. But Durango has been so quick this weekend thus far. He's not going to want to give that away. Luckily for him, he's kind of got himself away from the hornet's nest, but one stray has found him in that battle for third, and Arthur Kelly in fifth might be able to pick up some scraps if those two get into it still. Just a hornet's nest there. Potentially up the inside for Brzezinski. Not able to get it done. Durango holds off for the time being with just a couple laps remaining. Should be fixing the air this time by for Ramirez and Martinez, making their way out of the final corner onto that exit curbing. You can see there, 2 laps to go. Sticks in the air from SKUSA officials. Been pretty quiet so far, Justin, but you have to think it's going to start to kick off.
Somebody's going to have to try and win this race. It's the question, which one of these? It's going to be Martinez, is it going to be Ramirez? They continue to battle it on out up front. Lap and a half to go. Right now it's Martinez that holds serve up front. Ramirez now going for a move. Tries to peek to the left side of the track. Able to get the cut through turn 9 to make the pass. So it's Ramirez once again back up to the front. And I've noticed they've started to swap back and forth a little bit as time has progressed here. It's going to be the question, when do they make that right move to get the win itself? We'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know about Ramirez making this move this soon. Yeah, it's 2 laps to go, but you've had all race to know where Martinez is slower, where he's faster. White flag in the air this time by. So it'll be interesting to see through turns 1 and 3, going defensive into 4 and 5, absolutely white lining it with no one else in shot. It's just going to be these two battling it out side by side. The 177 of Martinez might get this done around the outside, unable to. Nathan Ramirez holds on to the lead for the time being, but as they go into a hot spot of overtaking of turn 9, Justin, it's still anyone's game.
So anybody's chance. Right now in this picture, Ramirez trying to wait for the right time to go. Right now Martinez trying to make sure he defends the right time for when this move comes. Here they go for turn 12. One more major chance coming up. Already a cut to the inside on the diamond. Here comes Martinez, able to pull alongside. Ramirez to the right. Martinez gets the pull. Now the crossover attempt again. Not enough time. Checker flag waves. This time around, it goes to Luis Martinez. He picks up the win by 68/100ths of a second. The battle continues behind them for other spots. You see in the backdrop, a bit of slippery and sliding as Tarango has a bubble. That's going to see Zutsky take away third. Kelly in fourth. Tarango drops all the way to seventh.
All started to unfold for some drivers in that final lap. Everyone was playing nicely up front until then. Mistakes from Tarango there saw him drop down into seventh. Unfortunate for him and the Ruthless karting team, but thumbs up for first and second there between Luis Martinez and Nathan Ramirez. In your unofficial results, Asher Brzezinski will round out the top three in your provisional podium. Sinners and Arthur Kelly, Heo Sato in fifth for our Mini Swift.
Sixth position, Janice able to at least recover some spots at the very end. Tarango slipped and slid his way down to seventh. Kendall West finished in eighth. Tongo in his class move up, moving to ninth. And Joshua Wheeler rounding out the top 10 in the running order for this field. For the most part, it was a breakaway for the top two. The rest of the field having some big separation in the back half.
Yeah, not the battle for the lead that we thought would have happened there. Is just unfortunate to see that we didn't get more carts, but still a great battle for the win with Martinez taking that provisionally.
Let's take a break in a moment or so. Should say, cross that out as we get ready already. Our next grouping of drivers getting themselves all situated and ready to go. They are already gridding up quickly. They are going quickly to the grids today. KA100 Master is next to the dock at the Mike Manning. They are backed by Mike Manning Karting. And we've seen how Meyer battled it out up front. We'll see if he's able to keep the speed going in the final for some points.
Yeah, we'll see. He was strong in the pre-final and in qualifying. He's going to try and make it a clean sweep here on Saturday. Obviously, Tim Meyer starting on pole. Mayan Speccarelli in second. Robert Schweitzer in third. And Damian Duckworth in fourth.
Joshua Ditley starts in fifth spot. Then it's Logan Manis in the sixth position. Jeff Bays will start in seventh. Scott Hillen will start in the eighth position.
Armin Cornell and Bruce Norman will be the final drivers inside that top 10. Then Seth Wilt, Scott Falcone, and Byron Allen round out your 13 kart field.
That's a look top to bottom at your running order. Again, KA100 Master, brought to you by Mike Manning Karting. Getting set to go here, and we've seen in the pre-final, for those who missed earlier on in the day today, the difference 74/100ths of a second for Meyer over Macarelli for the checkered flag. Getting all doubled up and ready to go for the tram lines here for these drivers now. Again, happy with us here on Kart Chasers throughout this entire weekend from Winchester, California. Meyer sets up on the left. It is Macarelli who starts off on the right. Green flag is out, and we're underway for our fourth final of the day. Meyer fends off a bit of some bobbling and ascend to the backdrop. Across the rumble strips they go up to the top two. Goes the orange and black cart. That is Manis able to jump his way up through the order on the deal with a 455. Did not get a good start. Bruce Norman is stopped.
Yeah, unfortunate for Bruce Norman there. We've seen a lot of drivers, especially the GFCs, unfortunately, just not being able to get through the first couple of corners. But Tim Meyer was able to do that perfectly and continues to lead the way on the very early stages of this race. And then the 477 of Logan Manis for Santa Racing on board his Tony kart, closing in to the back end of the 433. But it's the question is if he can hold with them for this race, especially when K100 Master Racing. It's all about attrition, and 18 laps at a very physical circuit like K1 isn't exactly the easiest challenge for these Master drivers.
Yeah, not an easy challenge whatsoever. We'll see who's able to live up to it. That stand was by Switzler on the first lap, by the way. They now get 17 laps to go. Switzler did not get to take advantage really at all of that situation. He's already dropped back to right where he started just about. Seen in that pack, losing a couple more spots, but passes along from the inside to him. All the way out to the mid-pack. Meyer, meanwhile, he's trying to run away. Manis is taking advantage of a great start in his situation. Logan Manis set a faster time than the race leader to begin this one on lap 1. Staying within 3-4 kart lengths.
It's one thing to be able to set that lap time down early in the race, but you have to be able to do it throughout the entirety of the event. Again, can't stress enough how long 18 laps is around here. It's going to be a challenge for these guys, but Manis seems like he's rising to the occasion in the early portions of this race. They cross the line for lap 3. Daly in the National Motorsports machine, that bright blue metallic kart you see in the back of frame, is holding on for the time being. There's one kart going a little bit sideways there. That was Duckworth out of turn 3, saving it from going into the gravel, but having to use a bit of the escape road in terms of the big rumble strips on exit there.
Indeed. Manis now taking a peek now for the moment. Now they're going to get a full send set up this time. Still has plenty of plotting and planning to be able to do so here. So, Logan Manis able to jump up a lot of spots from the start there. How difficult is it to be able to cut your way through a field to be able to have a good start in the first place? Because the start blocks are so critical where positions can be won or lost since everyone's so close together. How tricky is that when you're actually in the moment to have a good start like we've seen from Manis?
It's incredibly difficult. You can go into a race thinking, all right, it's going to go green, I'm going to cut to the inside, maybe do a few over-unders and get into a good position, but there's so many variables in karting, it's not even really worth doing those what-if situations on grid. You just have to fly by the seat of your pants and really get a little lucky sometimes. That's the biggest factor in terms of getting good starts, along with just being not overly aggressive, not shoving drivers off track, but definitely showing them the bumper on the inside and outside of corners to make sure they know you're there. And getting your elbows out to make sure you don't get knocked off track. And from them, hopefully, you're within sniffing distance of the leader. That's exactly what's happened for Manis.
Indeed, here as we still have 15 laps to work with. Right now, Early, who was able to get in the conversation for the race win before it's dropped all the way to the 4th position. We talked about some of that experience and accolades for him. He's got Duckworth in his tire tracks at the moment. Keep an eye on how those drivers battle it out back there. But for Meyer, what kind of goes to the mind knowing you've got the buffer, you've got a lot of laps still to go, you've got a fast car? What's kind of going through the mindset in a race like this right now with Meyer just trying to keep himself forward and keep himself with the bumper?
There's a lot going through your mind. Some drivers like to have that lead. Others, it can get into your head. It's just all about focusing forward, especially in a class where there's not a ton of entries compared to the KA Junior and K100 Senior classes. Just put your head forward. If you feel a bumper, so what? I'm quicker than you. I got here. Meyer looking over his shoulder there, just getting a quick grasp of where Manis is, but just have to focus on your race. That's all you can do. Lap 5 of 18, long way to go. Meyer just has to keep his head down, hit his apexes, not go off track in turn 3 and other places like we've seen drivers do so many times throughout the day so far, and hopefully he has the attrition to stay there.
Absolutely. Still, though, see some of these drivers continue to keep the bumpers going, keep things planted on. as the nuances we continue to touch upon with K1 Circuit, we continue to track that throughout the day today. This facility is so intriguing, I think, to me in terms of that, because K1, of course, known for the indoor karting scene when you think about the name and the brand, but has been able to try and really expand things to outdoor go-karting and being able to branch out in that regard with this family and with this facility here to be able to try and grow the karting scene in general. It's touched upon this, the first outdoor electric pro-kart rental program taking place in the United States here after 20 plus years in the industry for K1 Speed.
Yeah, and K1 has done some amazing things for karting, especially recently. They've acquired Whiteland Raceway Park over in Indiana, which has been seeing a lot of regional series go there as well. So having one of the newest tracks in the nation and the oldest track in the nation is quite a contrast, but both are just incredible facilities to go to. So it's great to see what K1's doing, acquiring Freem as well on the apparel side of things. They're doing some great stuff for the sport. As further back, battle for third, Spectrelli unable to get past the National Motorsports machine of Daly. We'll have to keep a close eye on that, but an even closer eye on this battle for the lead that seems to be continuing for the time being.
Right now it's staying and a decent buffer. Daly still holds on the third spot, and it looks like Daly wants to go. A couple moves have been attempted by that 427 kart. That might be why Daly's saying, why are you trying to pass me? We can still catch him.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, it's not really worth battling for third. You saw exactly what happened in Mini Swift when those drivers start to do that, and you just lose touch of the lead pack, and that's what they have the potential to do if they don't get their ducks in a row pretty quickly here. Is Tim Mayer still being very consistent out in front. I think that's earning the trust of Manis not to make a move early on, but not what Daly and Spectrelli are going to want to see at this stage of the race. They want to see those two battle, make it a four-car battle for the lead, not two, but Mayer and Manis both know that they are right there and are going to continue to work together to hopefully make it 2 cars instead of 4, but as you can see, the gaps there are just, and it's starting to come down between second and third.
Starting to dwindle just a little bit. It's still about 1.2 seconds they need to close up from the last time by. Let's see the margin this time. It's now under a second. Still have more than half the race to go to be able to do something. That Nash kart looking pretty sporty to start chipping away the gap last time by. Half a second quicker than Manis, 4/10 quicker than your race leader in Meyer. And that's, I think, the importance of communication. Sometimes you might be not on the same page as someone else, and sometimes you'll have a send like this for the race lead. Manis says, you know what, I want to lead, and now he wants to be the leader of the pack to run away. The gap is gone.
I think Manis just saw the gap closing between him and Daly and was like, I can't really do anything here. We've tried to have you lead. I got to try and lead now and get us away from this and put myself in the best position possible. Spectrelli looking up the inside of Daly, unable to have the top end at the end of the straightaway going into 13 to get that move done, but we got a battle on our hands here for KA100 Master just past the halfway point now. They head into turns 4 and 5. Everyone behaving themselves for the time being. I don't think we're going to see this level of cooperation in about 5 or 6 laps time, but still, incredible race from K1 of the Masters so far, and hopefully we get a few more passes for the lead in the coming laps.
I think we're going to see some passes pretty soon. The question is, when? Well, there's a pass. Spectrelli making the move for third spot. You had to wonder when that was going to happen once again after a few laps of cooperating and more signals from Daly. And Daly, all he's saying is, well, look at that gap. It's now built up again. Thanks for the pass.
Yeah, they got to be careful with that, don't they? Is they have to be on the same page of who's quicker, who's better at pushing, who's better at leading. Because the way Manis and Meyer aren't making a ton of moves right now, they have to be clinical and very decisive on how they want to get to the front of this pack. Stuff like that, not going to help. Side by side into a braking zone, not at all helping your chances here, guys. As Daly into the bumper of Speccarelli there at the apex. That's going to anger them a little bit. If I'm Speccarelli, I'm going to light line in a couple corners if I see your nose coming at me.
Yeah, we'll see. They're able to close back up here. That's going to be the tough thing. They might need to do things quickly. So, up front, it is Logan Manis who controls things for the time being. Meyer, content with just running. Meyer, mind you, by the way, 59 years old, one of the oldest on the registry list. He's from Spokane, California, and so far has been battling along up front. We've talked about him a lot today, obviously. And this is the main thing about the Masters. You see a wide range of experiences you touched upon in a series like this with drivers that have raced for years in the karting scene.
Yeah, and like even talking about age, Logan Manis, one of the younger drivers, if not the youngest driver in this class, 31 years of age. Byron Allen, the next youngest at that point, 32 years old. He's DNF for him, unfortunately, but Logan Manis able to use a bit of that youth compared to the rest of these drivers to his advantage. Beccarelli, though, is starting to close up to the back end of the lead pack without the help of Daly. Here's further back, Duckworth and Wiltz. Seth Wiltz, that 404 red speed kart, second in line, is the fastest lap of the race, as it looks like Logan Manis might have had some sort of mistake in turn 12 to make that move so easy for Ken Meyer. Now Speccarelli is sniffing the back end of that Santa racing machine and might think about a move for second here.
Yeah, now it's going to be when and where. Still has less than 6 laps to go to be able to try and make a pass, be able to try and get things maneuvered around here. Really looking like he is just trying to get himself lined up. At least a little bit closer, a little bit deeper on the brakes, a little bit of a bobble, checks things up. Daly takes advantage, side by side once again for third. As there goes Beccarelli, able to defend things after that little spook.
And all this just opens it up for Tim Meyer out in front, leading the way over Logan Manis, who really, after being passed back for the lead, hasn't been able to mount a counterattack so far, but we'll have to see in a few laps' time if Meyer falls off a little bit, if Speccarelli can get to the back bumper of Manis and push him further up. We just don't know yet. Laps are starting to tick down, and we're really in the final portion of this race. Joshua Daly in fourth is starting to close in and be able to get himself in this fight. The past couple laps have just been kind of there or thereabouts, not really fighting, kind of holding on to the coattails of these drivers after they do a crossover or something or make a pass, and he's been relying on that to keep him in the pack. Now, though, seems like he's on it on pace alone as he's starting to sniff the back end of Speccarelli, now starting to get inside that draft of the CS55 kart that's in third.
Yeah, we'll see. Still coming up to 4 laps to go. Oh, and some adjustments now. Meyer having to make some changes there to the pop valve, it looks like, for a split second. Might not like something on the gauges there. Didn't lose any time from it, though, this time. 4 laps to go. 4 karts with a chance to battle for the race win here. Looks like Daly trying to make the move for third again. Does cleanly. Doesn't lose him too much time this time.
And that's what you got to do if you want to have a chance at fighting for the lead. Obviously, passing, you're going to lose a little bit of time, and that's what happened between second and third. Daly's got to be clinical these next few laps to be able to hold on to the back end of Manis, because you get the feeling Logan Manis is just waiting for the final couple of laps. He's not going to start really battling with 4 to go or anything. I could be wrong, as you see Speccarelli potentially go to the inside of Daly. That ultimately fails as more carburetor adjustments for Meyer. He's not happy with how that thing is running on either the low or the top end. Seems pretty fast all across the track. So obviously he's feeling something that we don't see up in the booth, but Logan Manis starting to close back in and might have Daly for company on his rear bumper.
Looks like Daly's going to go for the lunge. Tried it on the inside. Manis able to defend well, but Spaccarelli trying to take advantage. Spaccarelli able to jump back to third. That takes him out of the conversation. They'll need to close up fairly quickly if they want any shot now at the top 2. Manis now with the buffer behind him to be able to breathe for the next lap or so. Looking like he's just in the plot and plan stage yet again. Meyer, good run this time coming out of turn 11 to build a couple more kart lengths of a buffer.
This is the point where if you're gonna make a move, it's gotta be clinical. You gotta have it planned out. It can't be a, this might work type of move, because then you're just gonna be out of contention for a podium. Meyer has been strong throughout this entire race, and it seems like whatever he was adjusting on the carburetor, he has where he wants it. Or maybe it's just this point, doesn't want to mess with it, both hands on the wheel, and just focus forward. Still, Speccarelli and Daly can't figure out who should lead this pack to the leaders. And at this point, just stick behind each other. You both have about the same pace. There's no reason to be battling amongst each other to figure out who's third or fourth. At this rate, stick with the leaders is your best chance, as Daly making a mistake there way up and over the rumble strips on the exit of turn 8, I believe there. Going to be white flag in the air. Next time by, in just a couple of corners time, Manis is just grenading the back of his helmet, saying, let's go and get him to Speccarelli. They're going to be coming out of turn 12 now. One more lap to go for Tim Meyer to try and defend the lead that he has held for quite some time, but Manis and Speccarelli have every intention of making that difficult for him.
Final lap now underway. 3 karts now with the chance after Spaccarelli's close up. They've now ditched Daly. Here comes Manis. It's time to be aggressive. A send up 4 and 5. Oh, and a push by Spaccarelli. Pushes Meyer sideways off the track for a moment. Still able to get the switch back through 6 to be able to retake second spot. Big buffer now built up by Meyer. From Meyer to Manis. Manis looking to run away with still the middle sector to work with. Can Meyer close up is the question.
I don't know if he can. I think Manis has enough of a run. Just a few corners to go now for the Santa Racing machine. He's just got 2 more corners to figure it out now, and I don't think Meyer has the engine to try and compete.
Coming up to the checker flag here, Spaccarelli trying to retake third yet again from Daly. But here comes Meyer to the back end, out of time. Checker flag, the edge goes to Manis by 43/100ths of a second. Logan Manis picks up the win in KA 100 Master.
Great race by everyone in that front 4 pack. Manis hitting the steering wheel a couple of times, probably just out of celebration. It's just relief at this point after a long race like that, and after being in the lead battle for so long, just having that weight off your shoulder of P1 for Logan Manis and Santa Racing is quite the achievement to start off the 2025 Pro-Kart Challenge. Tim Mayer in a second, Joshua Daly, your top 3 in provisional podium, Ryan Speccarelli, and Damon Duckworth, your top 5.
You also had Willits in the 6th position. Switzler dropped back to 7th at the very end, 8 seconds back. Jeff Bays, Scott Neal in the top 10. You had Cornell in the top 10 as well. Allen, Norman, amongst those at the back of the field. Scott Falcone was a DNS for this race here today. So, 4 finals are complete. And so far, we continue to see the racing pick up intensely for these battles for the race wins. See how things fare out. FZ125 shifters coming up next here on Kart Chaser. We'll see those carts in a few moments or so. Get all plotted and planned here a little bit here, Nate. Your thoughts here?
I think the big story for this one is going to be Truly Adams and seeing how he can, if he can, make his way through the field and where he can get to. Obviously, being one of the youngest drivers in the field, 14 years of age, pretty significant jump between most of the drivers that he'll be racing against, some in their 30s, 40s, and even 60s for a couple of these drivers. Truly's going to have, obviously, that youthfulness to help him out, but it's going to be hard for him to get by a couple of these guys. The 342, of course, being one of them, who's been so quick this weekend so far, and he'll be on pole for this one. It's McCoy there in the bright blue factory cart. Not the typical red you see from the factory cart's operation. It's a different look, one that looks really good as they get the 1-minute call from SKUSA Grid Steward. We are ready to go for FZ125, presented by P1 Racing Engine.
We'll see who's going to be able to take that race win here today. It looks like your drivers making some last adjustments. Make sure they are all set to go. We've seen Matthew McCoy be a strong McCoy up front when it comes to his pace. He'll lead the field onto the racetrack here for the FZ125 shifters. Once again, P1 Engines, the presenting sponsor there. So, just about ready for our next group. Let's take a look at the grid. Matthew McCoy, Dane Idelson will be in 2nd. Bischoff starts in 3rd, and it's Liam Jones who will get the 4th position.
Behind then, Julian Villery in 5th, Kai Champley 6th, Wesley starting off in the 7th position, and DJ Jenkins, your 2024 Pro-Kart Challenge Master Shifter Champion, will be in 8th.
9th position going the way of Mike Tolleson and Tony Rossetti in the 10th position. Jeff Krogstad will start at 11th. John Neal starts in 12th.
Wade Atbury in 13th, and the driver to watch this time around, Truly Adams, starting 14th in the field. 13 carts to get by to try and get a win. Not going to be easy for him, but a long race in front of him. The row behind, Zachary Horton and Charles Kneb in 16th, and that is your grid as they are getting warmed up. Tires up to temperature, engines up to temperature for FZ125 in their final race of the day as they get into their grid slots. First of many standing starts will be seen in these finals. Back of the grid, entering the tram lines and the grid areas, and we are getting set to go green.
Just about all set and ready to go. 18 laps once again put up on the board for these competitors. Who's going to be able to take the win to start off their seasons before we have a busy day again build up tomorrow? We'll have to see. Looks like a couple more drivers just have to get into the grid slots here before we get going here. Looks like the signals are good. Drivers are ready. Signal to green. We're underway for FZ125 spec. And a good launch from Matthew McCoy. Able to hold on in front and stay single file as they work their way up the course to begin lap 1. McCoy goes up the hillside. Rocky Moran corner has the top 3, in fact, already building a decent buffer. Bischoff dropping back at the moment. Couple drivers going for some sends already looking like that set involving 347. Truly Adams already making up a lot of ground.
That's the thing I saw as well, Justin. Starting 14th, already up to 9th, the timing and scoring loop. Probably going to make up a couple more positions next time. Buys, we see the 321 cart there, but further back up the field, the 317 of Liam Jones for factory carts. Truly Adams, they are getting picked up. More drivers ripping off the tape to get that engine at a optimal temperature, throwing the duct tape off of the radiator as they start to get up to temperature. But you can see there just behind the comp cart in 5th is Truly Adams, who's been making his way up the field, making up a few more spots from when they last crossed the timing and scoring loop. He's up into P6 and might even be P5 at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to make his way all the way to the field, able to make the pass on the 303 of Lee. Already making up a lot of lost ground as a result of his troubles in the race earlier on today. We'll see what happens here. He's going to be the one to watch, to say the very least. He ran in the same ballpark of speed of the leader. Oh, one cart slow there at the side of the road. Adams making it past. That is the 317. That is Liam Jones blowing up.
That's unfortunate for him. Not sure what happened there, if it's a chain or something else. But Liam Jones, 17-year-old, is already out of this race, just a couple of laps in. Back up front, McCoy leading the way, but look at the challenging pack of Truly Adams. Up into 4th, and it's just 3 carts away, and that's not going to help his case. That's exactly what knocked him out of contention in the pre-final. He's got to be careful. He's one of the fastest drivers on the track as things stand, especially with having to go through traffic, but it'll be interesting to see after a couple laps and people have free air where Truly stands in terms of lap time, to see if he can really catch up to the back end of McCoy, who leads the way by half a second over Idelson.
Still lots of time to work with right now for these drivers as McCoy holds on. Bishop is in the 3rd spot. Keep an eye on if Truly Adams really is going to be able to close up a 15 cart length gap now to the drafting pack. Up front still, McCoy maintains right now for the Communists up front. They slip and slide their way to the curbing right now. Lap 4 already underway.
Truly Adams not really making the time up that he would need as things stand. He's not into, or at least under, the 1 minute 1 second bracket. Everyone else in the top 3 is, so I almost wonder if either A, Truly just doesn't have the pace, I'm not sure about that because of how quick he was off the start, or if he has that thing set up for the end of this race. Of course, this is only lap 4 of 18. We got a lot of time to tell before then, but as things stand, it is still McCoy leading the way, as I believe we'll have Truly Adams there, still out in front, and the replay of his big moment in turn 3. He's lucky to keep that in a straight line, not to have a chain pop off or any other mechanical failure because of that. But you have to think, Justin, in these shifter carts, with how aggressive these curbs are and how demanding this track is, the big key to this race is taking care of your equipment.
That's why the last lap as well, not a good read in terms of potentially the close up this time by. Adams had been, despite that, 0.2 of a second quicker than these leaders on screen. He needs to close up 2 seconds. So, at the moment, the Royal Art Machine starting to stay in the popcorn seat. The factory carts 1-3 at the moment. So, what is kind of that teammate discussion like? I have to wonder, in terms of planning for a race like this. What do the teammates say when you know you have positions up front, you have a chance to control the lead, you have a good portion of the field being one type of cart, for example, as well, in terms of if you count the logos? What kind of goes to the mindset here with this teamwork complex?
Well, I mean, it's a lot different, especially in, like, if we use the example of KA Senior, between Calvo, Murcho, and Kaminsky and his teammate, where you're going to talk to each other a little bit before the race. You're going to say, hey, let's not fight each other. If one of us is obviously quicker, then just go, not hold each other up. We're here to win. Let's just go with that. Like you touched on, though, the main issue here is 90% of this class is on the same team. So it's more of a friendship thing. Who do you align yourself with? You can go by age, too, where a couple of the guys who are more in, like, the Masters age category will work together and try and hold off young guns. It's a whole multitude of different factors, and one you don't really see with one class just pretty much being one chassis brand under one tent, one team. So it's totally new, at least to me, of all pretty much this spec class that we have. Of course, you don't have to have a factory car to run here, but the work that Billy Musgrave and the Factory Karts team have done for shifter kart racing in the West and in the United States, it'd be hard not to run on this chassis that's been so proven out West.
So right now, things continue to stay calm up front. Remember, this class with the motor Yamaha FC was spearheaded by Musgrove and Factory Karts to try and make a more economical shifter package. This is the debut, mind you, of this class, and so far it's produced some exciting, interesting moments so far for this class. The SKUSA PKC debut here today. Adelson, no longer staying idle, takes the spot, moves up.
Gets the job done across the line. A little bit of a shove from McCoy there. Still, Idelson, I think, knows that the threat of Julie Adams is still there. McCoy's going to lose another spot to Bischoff there and move the leader, who has led the majority of this race, down into third as they make their way through the S's section. Difficult portion of the track, especially for the shifter karts to lug all that weight through those corners. It takes a wheelman to get it through there, and all of these drivers have been doing exceptional thus far. Looking back, Truly Adams, the only driver to be in that 59-second bracket, and he did it last time by, so he is purple, and recently so. 1.8 seconds is the gap between him and the leader, as one driver way off, more worried about the leaders than his own race. We talked about this in the last race. Lap traffic is going to be an issue, and I think we're going to hit him again. Truly Adams is going to get held up hard through there, as it's 1.7 seconds now between him and the leader. McCoy up the inside of Bischoff doesn't get that done, but you have to think Truly Adams was 1.7 across the line. It's going to be a bit more next time, you have to think.
Yeah, that was a little bit dicey, to say the very least, right there. So now we'll see. They work with a bit of clean track for the time being. Atterbury will be the next lapper they'll have to deal with later on in this pack. About halfway to go coming up here. And so look at that. Even with the traffic, Adams is just about in drafting distance. He is in this train and is just about in position to try and pounce. And this has been a lot of work to get back up here to be able to have a shot at great points.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the gap that they've built to P5. There's a lapper in between them, about 13 seconds between Adams and Lee, as driver behind Champley going way wide. If this was a other open wheel series, that would probably be a track limits violation, but Formula One here. Back out in front, Idelson leading the way from Bischoff and McCoy, but these guys are going to have to deal with a 14-year-old in a few laps' time. Truly Adams is advancing on their position. Adams' best time of 59.9. I don't think we're going to see the possibility of a 58-second lap time, but Truly Adams still closing in. As you can see there, blue flags in the air for 2 more lap drivers. What could happen here? The whole traffic ticket away could happen to anyone in this group. Truly Adams, though, continuing to build that to destroy that gap, between himself and third place at 59.8 last time by, and fastest on track.
They're reaching more traffic. Hello, Atterbury. Hello, leaders. Back end moving. Bischoff gained a lot of time from that checkup. And now he's saying, you know what? I'll just take the lead contact for second. Here comes Adams, 3 wide. He moves the right side of the racetrack. Adams to second with that checkup effect.
That was a bold move from Truly Adams. We've seen it all go wrong there throughout the day, especially in KA 100 seniors. So for those three to have respect for each other, give each other the space, even though a couple of them lost a position, hats off to those drivers. And now Truly Adams 1 spot away from going from the back of the grid to a main event win.
My goodness, lap traffic has played a huge factor, but what a drive for Adams. Now he is in position to maybe drive his way from what was near last in this race to first over the course of this whole event. Now he's got 4 kart lengths to close. What a race finish this would be for the family to watch along with here today, with how he's been able to recover here in this final.
Absolutely. Job still not done, though. I think they'd be happy with the second place. I think they'd be content, but obviously you're so close to be able to do almost a last to first for Truly Adams after that DNF in the pre-final. Just a few tenths away from Bischoff as things stand. The laps are starting to wind down, though. You have to be careful with your equipment, as we've said all throughout the race. We're going to see if Truly Adams can hold with and be able to get past his factory car teammate, as Idelson and McCoy have lost that lead group ever so slightly, making their way through the S's. Yet again, Truly Adams just very in control of that kart, not making a ton of mistakes apart from that one on the exit of turn 3 earlier on in the race. Has been smooth and consistent, closing in to the back end of Bischoff.
Still a lot more time to be able to close up and get things plotted ahead. So here comes the close for Adams. Just got to the back end there on the lunge. Coming to 5 laps to go. Adelson has now fallen idle in terms of the battle, and he slipped back. Adams now looking for a way to regroup. His way around for the run. When will he take it? He'll take it now. Here comes Truly Adams up the right side for the race lead. Adams has gone from the back to the front.
What a move for Truly Adams. He's been very brave on the brakes throughout this race, better than pretty much everyone else in the field. Idelson looking up the inside of Bischoff now for second, and he'll get that move done. The battle for the final 2 steps on the podium starting to kick off, and you have to think Truly Adams just has to keep it consistent, stay on track to secure this win, because the rest of this field does not have the pace to be able to hold up with Truly Adams. Saying that, though, Dane Idelson, fastest on track right now, a 59.6. Compared to the rest of the pack, that was a few tenths quicker than everyone else, including Truly Adams, who's been flying so far this race. In fact, Dane Idelson going faster than the leader last time by. More lap traffic getting out of the way, but as quick as Truly's been this race, Justin, it's still not over, because Dane Idelson has something to say.
He wants that speed back. He wants that spot back. He was 3/1000 quicker, as you mentioned. Now it's the matter, can he get back up there in time? Adams put all the hard work to get up front. Now can he capitalize after having his issues earlier on in the day today? Storylines are coming down, coming to 3 laps to go. The 14-year-old able to charge up and through. So, this time around, Idelson able to close up the gap. Adams already going defensive. He was not even a full kart length within the gap yet. Idelson takes advantage, takes the move in the front straightaway for the race lead.
blocking this early is an interesting move. Idelson looks to his inside. There goes Truly Adams again. Idelson tries to cross over. Truly Adams putting the cart where it needs to be. Blocking into the S's. This is a bold strategy, Cotton, and we'll see how it pays off for him. But Idelson still behind, and I think he might just wait for Adams to make a mistake, do a crossover, and get out of dodge. You can see McCoy behind Bischoff, waiting for something to happen between these two. Missed shift from Idelson makes it, the contact happens between McCoy and Bischoff, going up and over McCoy there. Would have been an interesting sequence of events. A mistake from Idelson causing all that, but it should be 2 to go, 6 in the air. This time by from SKUSA officials as Truly Adams continues to lead the way that time across the timing and scoring beacon, but it seems like Dane Idelson just is a little bit smoother on the inputs, but Truly Adams able to go deeper into the corners. Both of these drivers finding time in different ways, and it's all going to kick off in this lap and a half for FZ125.
What a debut here in this series when it comes to this. Now, Idelson getting around traffic with Adams. That actually helped Idelson close up a little bit. That did not help Bischoff. Defensive line for Adams again. Adams does not want to leave anything for chance. Coming up now to turn 12. A look for Idelson. He peeks to the right. A cutback from Adams. Adams got loose and now has to regroup in line. Coming up to the white flag, this time by FZ125 spec. Comes down to this. It's Idelson. It's Adams. Already defensive now from Idelson. Adams trying to go back and forth. He cuts now side by side out of 3. He gets alongside heading to turn 4. Adams pushes wide, takes the race lead back.
And it was a bit of a optimistic move from Bischoff there to try and get that over-under to work, because ultimately what they've done is allowed Truly Adams to be able to walk away with this one. Truly will look over his shoulder out of the S's, wonder how that happened. Felt a little bit of contact as Bischoff seems like he's slow and he's dropped back. McCoy tried an over-under there as what could have been for Dane Idelson, but how about this race for Truly Adams?
A truly special race, to say the very least, from the back to the front. Idelson losing a lot of time in the final lap, and the rest of the pack. Adams has stretched it out and then some. Truly Adams wins an FZ125 spec. 2.3 seconds the winning margin. He does so over Idelson and McCoy. Bischoff coming away in 4th. Lee ways back, looking to be in the top 5 to end.
Fist bumps there for the top 4. They all gave it everything as they come in on their cooldown lap, get rubber on the tires. But for a debut race, FZ125 is definitely going to be a fan favorite. That was an incredible one to watch. Truly Adams provisionally takes the win over Dane Idelson, Matthew McCoy, Jonathan Bischoff, and Wes Lee, your top 5. And how about Wes, the only comp card and one of the few non-factory cards getting inside the top 5. Great run, really.
Great runs, absolutely. You also had Champley, Rossetti, then you had Filari in 8th position, Tullison and Krogstad, the top 10. Atterbury finished off in 11th. Neil Kenev in 13th. DJ Jenkins rounded out the order. So as we get set for our next grouping of drivers, we'll take a quick step aside. Kart Chaser has more coverage of the SKUSA Pro-Kart Challenge. After this, you're watching Kart Chaser from K1 Circuit here in beautiful California.
Come on, man.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Your shifters, they're brought to you by Precision Karting and Nash Motorsports, respectively. Justin Prince alongside Nate Dean as we continue on with the day. The winds continue to make it feel chilly out, but these racers are about to try and warm up their karts and go battling once more, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Another shifter category getting ready to go. These junior and mini shifters, a little bit of a slow start there for Eric Doan to get the thing rolling, but these drivers are in for another challenge here, and we're in for a fun race ahead, hopefully with a little bit of multi-class racing intermix like we saw in the pre-final. 512 of Jude Sack. A little bit of a slow start for the Napper-sponsored factory kart for him. As we'll get the starting grid for you guys. A little bit of a mix-up there between the mini and the junior shifters, but the 523 kart, as you can see behind there, Betty Schmidt for BXR Racing, stalling in the fifth corner on the racetrack. They'll try and get them up and going again, but Justin, this was one of the funner races to call last time, especially with the mini drivers mixing into the back of the junior pack. Are you expecting to see the same thing, or do you think they've figured it out for the junior drivers and found some speed in their machines?
So to line things up, it's Eric Dolan at the front of the field. It's Brandon Cho in second. Then it's Zate Legend, Nathan Dupuis. Jude Sack is set to start in fifth spot. We'll see if he's able to catch up to his grid slot here. That's going to take a moment to adjust. Then you have Matthew Rindwall. Then Benny Smith was set to start in seventh for that spin. John McClellan set to start eighth, and Caleb Brown. Then the starters for the other class in the field, it will be Ferguson, DeMosaic, and then you have Brendan Nin, Dante Rodriguez, and then Caper Nelson. Braden Wagner was a DNS and is looking like a potential DNS situation. A little bit of confusion as a couple of the karts had issues getting rolling here, so they'll have to get themselves realigned up in the tram lines to be able to get themselves regrouped here. It's almost like a parking lot just trying to fit itself in for the big game right now, just trying to make sure everyone fits in the parking spots.
It's probably the best way you can put it. A little bit of growing pains here with the new class and drivers who haven't done standing starts before. I think one driver is stalled to it's a bit of an aggressive angle on that inside line, but I think we're going to start him anyway, as I believe green flag in the air now as we are underway for junior and mini shifter.
There's just a small separation for the classes. That's where some of the confusion may have lied there. We're underway with Zate Legend having what may be a legendary start. Third to first to begin this lap. Now he tries to keep himself away from the rest of the pack. Eric Dolan quickly says, I've got speed down the straights. Makes the move quickly.
Going to the lead as they head into the S's section. A little bit of a gap so far, and he's going to try and do the same thing he did in the pre-finals, a 10-second gap at the end of proceedings that time. By that math, thinking about potentially a 20-second win margin could be huge for Eric Doan, but you have to think the rest of the field have found a little bit of pace from last time around. Drivers further back, Zate Legend and Brendan Chu, are fighting their way towards the Burrell Art machine to try and get factory carts on top in this one.
Now, what a gap by Eric Doan at the moment. Still lap one, and he's already pulled out by just about 1 second, I'd bet to say. How about 1.2 seconds specifically? Sachs moved its way to 6 as well. By the way, Ferguson on that opening lap did not get the best of runs. The 723 is leading. Oh, and we have the Napa card off. It's Sach giving a thumbs up. He is good, but he is stuck.
It's unfortunate for Jude Sach. He had issues getting off the grid, and now, unfortunately, I think he might be out. Not sure if they're going to restart him, but still, he's going to be well out of any fight for a decent position for him. Eric Doan on screen now. It was 1.2 seconds last time across the timing and scoring stripe. You can barely see. Zate Legend in second in the same shot. We'll see him come down the long back straightaway out of the penultimate corner and onto the front stretch. It's going to be a couple seconds this time around as Nathan Dupuis up the inside and puts himself in podium contention.
Good podium contention to start this 18-lapper off, but we've seen crazy things happen here today. See if the craziness continues. Chu stays in the line for the time being. So, just curious, in terms of the backdrop when it comes to Zate Legend, he's one of the drivers for Z8 Racing. With in terms of those curious in the background, he's got right now that buffer over Chu, who makes the pass. That time over Dupuis. That team also having some experience when it comes to the dirt side. If you look to some of the backdrop for when it comes to the other Zate Legend, actually has a little dirt modified that he runs, or should I say a dirt legend car that he's also raced out as well. Currently looking very solid in his car today. A multifaceted driver currently in second spot.
Yeah, and one that, at least on the national scene, we haven't heard a whole lot about. So cool for him to be able to get into that second spot and show his speed against two drivers, and Nathan Dupuis and John McClellan, that we are used to seeing towards the front of the field when it comes to a series like the SKUSA Pro Tour and other national series of your choosing. But still, a very good run for Legend so far. And looking back at the mini shifter field, as Nathan Dupuis up the inside of Legend and John McClellan will follow.
And I know that's a name you circled in some of the races earlier on. John McClellan doing a great job recovering from some of the troubles he's had throughout the day today. This race seeming like he's able to build some momentum after we've seen John be lower in some of the air classes in the end, in the order.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even if the class isn't as big as like what he was running in K100 Junior, running towards the front of a pack is always a confidence booster, so that's going to be good for him. And honestly, this is just going to slow down his driving in K100 Junior, not in terms of pace, but just in how he makes those movements with the kart and feeling like he has more time to get everything done in K100 Junior. It should help out his driving doing more of this, so we'll see how he progresses throughout the 2025 season at both the regional and the national level, depending on what they have scheduled for their 2025 season, as he's starting to build a little bit of a gap between himself and Zate Legend in 4th, fighting Brennan Shu for that top 5. A little further back, Betty Schmidt in 6 is a little bit too far back to fight for the top 5 for now. You can see him there. And then the mini shifter pack of Brendan MG and Troy Ferguson, who are bumper to bumper as your closest on-track battle for the time being. It's for the lead in mini shifter.
Ferguson's had to gain a lot of ground back up, by the way, in that race. After having some troubles in the early going, to see him drop back quick. It's been a different story compared to earlier, where Ferguson was rapid firing his way to the pack. Brandon is currently very solid at the moment in this field. It's a question of, can Ferguson get back up to him quickly? Or rather, is it going to be more a methodical movement to be able to catch back up here?
Wouldn't be surprised to see him further back, further up in the field and getting to the back of Brennan Ang in front of him. Obviously, he had the pace in the pre-finals, so we'll be surprised if he lost that time between then and now. More battling for Nathan Dupuis and John McClellan for 2nd and 3rd. Just like in the main event, Eric Doan not getting any airtime because he's out to a 6.5 second lead over the rest of the pack. He's purple, the only driver to get into the 101s. That happened last lap as John McClellan up the inside of Nathan Dupuis. They'll go side by side. McClellan goes in a bit too deep, and Dupuis takes a spot back.
Good spot with Dupuis. He's able to keep things going in the back and forth now. By the way, Doan is leading by your 6.5 seconds. Doan rapidly quick throughout the day and did receive note throughout the day that his team is going to be extremely happy with how things have gone so far today when it comes to that team side. It's always important to be able to make sure team boss is able to know what's going on when it comes to things, be able to get things call freeze. I know with West Coast Motorsports going to be somebody that's going to be extremely happy with how things have gone for that 5-star 43 car here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and to be able to bring it to factory karts and really their own class is something else. McClellan's going to try it again here into turn 9, and well, if it's almost like a vinyl record that has a few repeats in it and scratching. You have Nathan Dupuis doing the exact same move on John McClellan doing the over-under, and will take that 2nd position back. Maybe 3rd time lucky for John McClellan if he gets the opportunity to do that move again, but he's not gonna do it there. He's gonna do it into turn 13. Gets the job done on exit. A little bit of RG there. They're going to go side by side to turn 1. Nathan Dupuis takes a spot right back.
Back and forth. Why not? With it being such a big buffer to try and get up front. May as well get whatever position they can. Have a little bit of fun with it in the midst of their battle right now. That's exactly what they're doing so far. Coming up to halfway this upcoming time by for these competitors. So, at this point right now in the action, in your opinion, how tricky, how would you grade this racetrack? I'm not sure if you've gotten the chance yet to get here. I believe we talked earlier, said you had not. How would you rate the difficultness level, difficulty level of a track like this, as there's the pass back again?
I think it's definitely a difficult track. Nathan Dupuis getting past John McClellan again. I think it's pretty comparable to the likes of like Trackhouse Motorplex. It's a fairly wide open track. You can get up on the curbs. It has some difficulty, but it seems like it's easy in some spots, and that's allowing for like the draft racing that we're having. As McClellan up the inside overcooks it, Nathan Dupuis might be able to get by. No, John McClellan gets it this time, but I don't have a lot of on-track experience here. Done a couple laps in Kart Racer Pro around this place, and haven't been able to set a competitive lap time there, so maybe there's your answer for that one. But definitely a track I'd like to get out to and be able to give you a more definitive answer on that one. But for the time being, it seems like it's a moderate track in terms of difficulty.
A moderate track. I mean, this is a racetrack that also would be good for pictures. I know you do a lot of photography as well.
It would. I'm really jealous of some of the KC guys that have been able to do this. Trevor, who works behind the scenes and is in Charlotte right now getting ready for the CKNA Spring Nationals in a couple of weeks' time, was able to get some beautiful shots of this K1 complex that you can see all over KC and K1 Circuit social medias. But with the mountain backdrop, definitely a beautiful setting. We kind of get that at the Super Nationals when we go to Las Vegas, with the mountains at the background of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, but none where they are making up the typography of the track itself.
This definitely has been a nice step when it comes to this. Hearing that Ferguson the past couple laps has indeed made the pass for the race lead for the minis. Let's see it on the replay. Ferguson, it took some time, but able to get its spot back.
Gets the job done there, does Ferguson, and you can already see the gap that started to form. It's a couple seconds between Ferguson and Eng, and that first and second battle. Going wide is Brendan there on the exit of turn 13. A lot of carts just scattered across here, and it makes it a little bit difficult for us because of the multi-class racing. But John McClellan, as you see on screen there, holding on strong to second place over Nathan Dupuis. Further up the road, though, 10.6 seconds for Eric Doan. An impressive run thus far for Eric. Hopefully for him and the Sparrell Art team in West Coast Motorsports will be able to hold on to that place. The oldest driver in the senior shifter ranks, 14 years of age, from Elk Grove, California. Most likely be moving up to senior racing next year, and we'll be watching how he does there after a very promising couple of race weekends in the junior categories.
Still less than 6 laps to go, and still keeping an eye on Coleman Dupuis' battle. Things are considered. Starting to see them separate out a little bit. Haven't touched upon one thing I think that it's important to mention with the multiple races. It was touched upon in some of the articles before the start of the season, the importance of building out this series and being able to set the schedule across the West Coast and the entire Western United States. A couple of the races that are on the calendar this season, Spring Mountain Karting is another new facility that's going to be in the calendar near Vegas, for example. You also have Sonoma Raceway on the calendar this season. That's going to be later on in the campaign. Those races in April and August, respectively.
Yeah, a lot of fan favorite tracks we're going to this season. I think, and obviously, I've heard great things about K1 circuits, so being able to go here 3 times is definitely something the drivers are going to be looking forward to. Around the outside goes Nathan Dupuis and John McClellan. That's not something I was expecting to see at all this weekend, especially in a shifter class. So how about that one for Nathan Dupuis? That was a bit unexpected there.
Yeah, these two keep on going back and forth, swinging like a pendulum swing in this spot here. They've been having some great fun out here, battling back and forth here with how things are going. You have to think they're just trying to enjoy themselves, especially with the love of racing.
Still, Dupuis just looking over his shoulder, getting an idea of where McClellan is. And the more they do this, the more Eric Doan, as you can see on track there, is just going to build that gap even more. He's just out for a test deck at this point. 11 seconds is the gap. Maybe not as dominant as he was in the pre-final, but still 11 seconds to the good of two very experienced drivers in the likes of Nathan Dupuis and John McClellan. Laps start to tick down here.
Ticking away here. Absolutely dominant run from Dylan. Dylan absolutely running away and decimating the rest of the field on pace. This has been incredible for him. He was, of course, breakaway here in this machine by a sizable margin. Let's see, West Coast Motorsports machine outright dominant here today. Less than 3 laps to go. And that kind of sets the tone for tomorrow if he's going to be able to keep things going for the second round of the season.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a head scratcher for the rest of the teams. Troy Ferguson has caught up to a couple junior shifter drivers, but you know, if you're a driver, if you're a mechanic, or a team owner, if you lose by a couple seconds, you can be like, all right, that's a couple of tenths per lap. It's a long 18-lap final. We can figure that out. Get a couple of tenths here and there. 11 seconds, you have no idea where to go. You don't know where to start with that. And really, for most of it, it comes down to the nut behind the wheel and having to get them more comfortable in what is a brand new package. You can't really diss Nathan Dupuis or John McClellan. They've done incredible jobs so far. You just have to compliment even more how dominant Eric Doan has been and to learn this package thus far. And you can see Nathan Dupuis and John McClellan just having fun at this point. Both of them going wide off the track. Dupuis taking that spot from John McClellan as Troy Ferguson making a move on one of the junior shifter drivers.
Yeah, he has, again, found some pace to close things out, not as much as earlier. If you're at the point where you're in a different class and having to play defense on a cadet kart, well, what else can you say? Right now, Legend, I don't think realizes that may be a cadet kart right now, just with the footsteps.
Yeah, if you're Legend and you see a cadet behind you, yeah, you're not racing them for position, but you're at the point where it's like, okay, I'm not getting beat by a mini shifter. It's not happening this race, so he's going to go defensive. Yes, it's going to lose a bit of time to Brennan Shue behind, who did get by the driver Troy Ferguson in the mini shifter lead. But still, it's something different to see these big junior karts fighting against cadets for position as those two continue to go side by side with each other. Seeing little Troy Ferguson battle with these guys, just a sight to behold right now.
It is the final lap, by the way. Leading by 13 seconds right now. Give respect to Ferguson. He let Shue be on by to be able to try and battle for position. But checking on the race leader, it is Eric Doan coming out through the final portions of the racetrack. He came, he saw, he conquered today. He outright dominated, all running under celebration mode. Race number 1 of the season for the final. Eric Doan puts on the muscles, shows the speed flex today, picks up the win. Second spot, Nathan Dupuis pulling away from John McClellan. Oh, they're getting really racy with the cadet in the middle of it. Legend trying to go to hard right, trying to defend on Shue. Shue able to make a cut. Looks like the cadet kart of Ferguson passed them both. Smith takes the spot for the class.
And that's just wild from Troy Ferguson. That shows how much experience he has in the mini ranks. To see those two are going to go way wide on exit to open that corner up and get the power down and get both of them to get 4th overall in mini shifter is absolutely incredible for him. Eric Doan taking the win over Dupuis and McClellan, and then the winner in mini shifter going to Troy Ferguson. Second in that is Brennan Eng, and then Sebastian de Mozek is 3rd on the mini shifter podium.
Also had some of the other drivers you had as well in the mix. Eng back in 8th position overall, 2nd in those minis indeed. So it was impressive, to say the very least, what we've seen racing-wise for those drivers here. We still have 2 more classes to go here in this one, Nate. It's the matter of seeing, though, how they will close up the day next in the Micro Swifts by Santa Racing.
Yeah, the Micros should be fun to watch. Hopefully a little bit of a closer race than what we saw last time, but still a lot of talent in that race. And then, of course, ending things with Pro and Master Shifter after an incredible pre-final for those guys. The Micro Swifts are on the grid and set to go, as we will be seeing what they can do. We have a replay from last race of Troy Ferguson and what he was able to do in that final corner. So you can see the 2 junior drivers going to the inside. Ferguson waiting, turns in late, gets both of them as they both run wide off track. How about that for Troy Ferguson?
Impressive from him. Let's take a quick break. The drivers coming up for Micro Swift by Santa Racing. More coverage coming up here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
third position. Then it is Lion McVale in the fourth position here today. Chase Rittering coming to be in fifth position. Carson Bishop in the sixth position. Trey Sanders in the seventh spot. Pedro Cueto, interesting story with him, we'll touch upon later on in the eighth spot. As we get set to go racing, green flag is out. We're underway for Micro Swifts once more. Once again, 16 laps on the board for these drivers as we're underway.
Into turns 1 through 3 they go. Everyone filing in line, behaving themselves after seeing what happens when you fight a bit too much. Last race, a couple of drivers getting collected there out of turn 3, slowing each other down a little bit. They will continue. Single file racing for the time being, though, as Aiden Go on that Nash Motorsports machine leads the way by probably a little under a second from second and third for the time being.
See how this field is really able to set the tone here. Good buffer by Go. Get some giddy up and go to begin this race. Rittering with some giddy up and go. The starting spot. Go. We've seen him have some great pace earlier on today. Brody had some pace to be able to contend for the race lead earlier today too. He's in the midst of squabbling for the podium positions here as you see him still battling to gain some spots.
More drivers battling throughout the field as things stand. Not as much of a dogfight as we've seen in the opening couple of laps like we're used to, throughout the field today. As you see one driver making a move there, the 52 of Pedro Cueto, making a move up as he heads his way through the S's now.
Azzioli now closing the gap pretty quickly. By the way, as we see the air grouping right now, they're fairing out involving Pedro Cueto. Touched upon him having an interesting story when it comes to him. Back around 2022, lost his femur to doing sarcoma. And despite challenges from his limb salvage procedure, it does impact things there, but he still excels on the racetrack. Had picked up the Colorado State Karting Championship back in 2023, his first year racing. Now, up front for the battle racing. Azzioli able to make the pass. Go drops to second.
RPM and Nash Motorsports machine deciding to work together there. But a 1 second gap between the two of them thus far. They're still working together in the early portions of this race. We'll have to see if they decide to start battling with the gap they have so far, but things stand, they're content to go single file through the S's here. Further back, fail in third. Did a 109.6 last time across the stripe, about 0.3 slower than the leader out in front.
We'll see what happens the rest of the way if he's able to close out this gap. The top two have really been able to stretch things out this lap. How things are looking right now, still coming up to 13 laps to go. These youngsters continue to battle out. Go, good switch, makes the pass, and now he's giving the signals. He wants to be the commander up front.
Yeah, he'll be leading the way as drivers like Lion McVale are starting to close the gap ever so slightly. Not a ton, but enough to where if these guys start to do more lead changes, he'll be in there as well. Still, the 12 karts that are currently on track continuing to make their rounds in the penultimate race of the day have one DNF, but still 12 karts continue here on lap 4. Center Racing Micro Swift. The two drivers out in front, Aiden Go and Matthew Capoli. lead the way. Can't really separate them at the moment. They've been glued bumper to bumper, albeit in a few different positions throughout the opening stage of this race so far. And Phil, like we've been talking about, is within distance of potentially pouncing on these front two, and then Mason Brody in fourth can still see those leaders and see a little bit of hope and then standing on the podium at the end of the day.
Right now, these two coordinated. Let's take a look at what's going on around track. You see some of our groupings are, well, keeping things really busy. Already, the distance between fourth and fifth about 8 or 9 seconds right now. Tolson, Sanders, Bishop, Guido amongst this grouping, all battling it out as they continue to stay tightly knit together back here.
Yeah, the tightest racing we have on track at the moment. Up the inside goes one of the Nash Motorsports machines. I believe that would be Trey Sanders making that move. And he's got some free air to work with to try and catch up to the drivers in front of him, albeit a bit of a mountain to climb for him, as you can see that they're exiting the straightaway when they are entering onto it. So it might be a little bit too big of a task for these guys, but still playing nice for the time being as we get closer and closer to that halfway mark.
So now, somebody's going to have to leapfrog eventually. This group, it looks like the leapfrog going to come right here, maybe. We Bishop to the outside for a moment, and that's going to cost him a spot. Cueto makes the pass, no problem. As he took advantage of Bishop having to cut to the right and try and move on the outside in that part of the racetrack.
Making their way through the infield section, you could say, when you're talking about difficulty of this track. This is where you can really gain and lose some time, just having to be very careful on the inputs through here, is to not lose the draft that you need to find time around this 1.1 mile pro circuit. As at the inside, 283, that's making the move. Gian Tolson, Ital Course America, find himself side by side with Guido as contact between the three of them. 3 karts going off and around in turns 2 and 3. At least one driver is done in the barrier. The other 2 may continue. Heartbreak for those 2 as they're about to hit the halfway point in this race.
Frustration from that pack. Now, that's completely split things apart. The race leaders we're taking a look at on screen at the moment. Cueto looks like he's been able to get away scot-free in that pack as well, by the way. But up front, Mazzoli and Go. Able to build still 1.3 seconds over Hale and then Brody. So, now the planning again continues. These 4 scatter plotted a little bit up front here. So what do you do now if you are Go? When do you press the go button in this race?
It's hard. It's all depending on how the pace of his kart is feeling. He might be holding back a little bit and just waiting towards the end of this race. You never know. Usually for me, it's just about getting to the halfway mark and then really starting to formulate a game plan if you've been behind a driver for so long. And I believe that's what might be going through the mind of Aiden Go to potentially get a race win out of this one. Starting to fall back a little bit, being held in by the draft, but doesn't seem to be that quick through the middle section of the track. As that turn 1 through 3 incident we'll have on replay to show you just what happened. As 4 karts going into one corner doesn't quite work. Some drivers giving each other almost a bit too much room in there. As one driver going up and over the curbs, I believe that was Colson, who pretty much caused that whole thing there, collecting one driver and another there. An honest mistake from him. Two drivers know where to go. And that's going to put them out of contention. Back out in front, we're past the halfway mark. Lap 9 of 16. Getting ready to jump into the double digits in terms of lap count. Still, Piroli leading for Lion Curry Motorsports, and the National Motorsport driver, Aiden Go, following.
Halfway to roll through this race as we continue on in this one. Reset your top 5. It's Piroli, then it's Go, then it's McPhail, then it's Brody and Sanders, your top 5. At the moment, Cueto in 6th, Canfield 7th, Shiflett in 8th position, Tolston 9th, and then Jose Calvo is the last kart running at the moment. Ryan McPhail is trying hard as he might to close up. He lost a few tenths last time by. At the bright side, it looks like the 255 is in a great spot to maybe get one of these podium positions here if he's able to maintain that buffer and doesn't make any major mistakes here.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping it on track at this point. No real point looking back or anything. Just keep running your race. Wait for maybe the leaders to make a few mistakes and really start to battle. But at the moment, you're in a good position with a bit of a buffer behind you. Does plan on fail with that Croc Promotions cart, the 255. Still looking around. Just got to focus on your own race at this point. But again, these are micros. They're the youngest drivers on track. Leon's only 7 years of age and fighting for a podium here. It's impressive to see one of the younger drivers in the category, as I think one driver pulling into the pits. You can hear that as they make their way down into the final corner yet again to hit lap 11. Aiden Go leading the way over Pecoroli, who retook the lead that time by, but we'll have to see if the Nitro Kart driver in second wants to take that lead back.
Let's keep an eye on things here as we continue on, coming to 5 laps to go. Now on the race lead, Pastioli in second spot for the time being. They've just continuously traded the lead a little bit, a few laps apart from each other in terms of some of these swaps to make some of the moves. Aiden Go, for reference, originally from the Bay Area. The cadet racer so far, continuing to look very sporty all throughout the day. Just about a week or so ago, been one of those drivers competing in the All-Day Cup Florida Winter Tour, actually. So he's been everywhere. Was in Orlando as well 4 weeks ago. He's been busy all throughout the winter months. Some more battling on the racetrack, continuing on. Sanders, and now it's Cueto getting the top 5.
Yeah, that's huge for Cueto to get into that position. Could be a good result for him, but he's going to have to work for it. Top 5 to start off the season would be huge for him. So making the way down one of the longer straightaways on the North American karting calendar. Under threat yet again. He's going to go wide there. A little bit of a hand raise, as that was a little bit of a late move from the Nash Parolin driver. But still, all's fair in love and war. Gets the job done, and Cueto's just got to reset to get to the back end of that Nash machine. And lap 12 of 16. Laps starting to wind down at this point. And it'll be interesting to see how the leaders are going. To see if there's any plans from Pecoroli, if he's looking to the inside in some portions of the track to look for clean air and where he could make those moves. As you can see him there, heading down into the final corner to start lap 13. We'll just see how they're working together for Justin.
Indeed, still coming to 3 laps to go. The top 2 have now really found a groove. The long run pace seems to be there for both the 278 and the 290. Jose Calvo was that kart, by the way, he pulled in earlier. We heard the noise in the pit road. So, These two continue to try and just maneuver away from the rest of the pack. If they spend too much time battling, that could open up the door for the 255. But seems like both of them have the racecraft to know that it is important to wait for the right timing of the move to make sure you can actually get that race win. Go just keeps on making sure the 290 is just in ride mode behind him.
And Aiden's been looking back a lot more recently than he has in other laps, both of them tucking behind the wheel to get the drag down on these karts. It does make a bit of a difference if you do that tuck correctly, especially around a drafting track like this. There's going to be some time in it, maybe not tenths of a second, but still, you'll fight for hundredths or thousandths, and you'll take that on any given day, so might as well get the head down and find a little bit of time, especially when the driver in front of you is punching a hole in the air for you. Through the S's they go. Will be 2 to go and 6 in the air next time by for our Santa Racing Micro Swift drivers, with Aiden Go at the helm for the time being over Pecoroli has the fastest lap as things stand, a 108.699, which is just quicker than Aiden Go's fastest time by a thousandth of a second, 108.700 for Aiden Go. So they're making their way out of the final corner here in just a few moments' time, and see 6 in the air. This is where I believe they're gonna start fighting. Pecoroli will see that they got a gap between them. As you can see there, confirmation, 2 to go this time by. I think this is where the games start, Justin.
Well, no one making the first move on the controller yet. When will someone press the A button to jump ahead? Really, no moves yet. Go maintains his way through the S's, through 7, up through turn 8 as they make their way down the hillside. Looks like content for now with the 290, maybe waiting for that final lap before he makes a full move here. Just plotting and planning for the right time to try and take this lead away from Aiden Go. They make their way now through turn 12 up to turn 13. Coming up to the white flag this time by. Now it's time for go time. Go. Pressing Go to maintain up front. Here comes the run for the 290. He looks to build it up now for the white flag this time by.
Through the first section of corners they go. Is he gonna block? He's not gonna. They're still behaving fairly well out in front. Really, this is gonna come down to turn 9 and turn 13. Blocking a little bit into the S's section. Holds back, really, for the time being. But Aiden Go, again, going to the low side to try and hold off the Nitro cart. He's in a good position for the time being, but he's going to have to defend down that long back straightaway to hold this one off.
A little bit of a gap now. Is the 290 trying to get it lined up for the draft? Now he is. Yes, indeed. Go went defensive. Force the 290 to reset. There's the crossover. Side by side, the 290 gets to the right side of the track. He's got a faster run. Tries to nudge Go back up the track. Go goes for the crossover. Side by side, coming up to the checkered flag. Go says, you tried it, but it's my race. Aiden Go takes the win in Micro Swift.
Clinical run by Aiden Go there to hold on to it. Lion McPhail in third, rounding out your podium. Battle for the top 5, and it looks like it's going to be Pedro Cueto making that in 5th position. Might have spoke too soon. National Motorsports driver up the inside. It's going to get it done. That's unfortunate for him. It'll be Sanders pulling on to that top 5 finish, and Cueto will have to wait for another day. More drivers making their way down to the final couple of corners of their Saturday. So they're going to be celebrating and to the line for those positions. Good on them for keeping it fairly clean. As you can see on grid, the final classes of the day. Quick rundown of the unofficial results there. Aiden Go, Matthew Picarelli, Leon McPhail will be your top 3. Then Mason Brody, Trey Sanders, your top 5.
6th position, Pedro Cueto lost that spot for the top 5 at the last moment. Shiflett, followed by Tolson. Then it's Canfield in 9th. Rosewick Calvo in the 10th position. Dianapolis included Bishop, Rittering, and Matty Jazowick, who had some issues in the 237 machine. Let's look top to bottom at your running order in this one, as we have one more class to go for the day. The Pro Master Shifters are getting ready to hit the racetrack, and they are ready to try and put on a show. And what a show it was last time from that 8 kart to be able to get back up to 2nd. Had to fight everybody off in the last run. We'll see what happens this run for these drivers. Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave are very quick. We'll see what happens with the rest of the field here.
Absolutely, 2 drivers at the top of their game right now. If you saw these 2 on the front of the grid at a national race, you wouldn't be surprised. If you saw them on the front of the grid at the Supernats, you wouldn't be surprised either. So we're a bit spoiled for the level of talent we have in Pro and Master Shifter here for the first round of the Pro-Kart Challenge at K1 Circuit. Factory Karts versus GFC, Musgrave versus Wick coming up live here on Kart Chaser to round out the first day of racing here at K1.
So it looks like the driver's just getting the command to roll here in this one. Just about ready, the Pro and Master Shifters. Brought to you in part by Precision Racing Engineering for the pros. It is Mega Power Engineering, the backing for the Masters. Let's see how they'll start here today. Starting things up front, it's Kyle Wick on the front row, Billy Musgrave in 2nd. Micah Hendricks shuffled his way to the 3rd spot in the midst of the battling. Then you have Tandon, who will start in 4th spot.
Ethan Boer rounding out the top 5 with Anthony Fries in 6th. Lucas Weisenberg in 7th. And Anthony White will be starting in the 8th position.
9th overall in this one, Hunter Pickett was set to start in that spot in terms of those slots. Couple karts having some issues in the backdrop, but starting things off for the Masters will be Travis Irving, then Luca Bortone, who nearly closed up to Irving in the end. You have Rob Logan, who will also start 12th overall as 3rd in class.
In 13th, Vladimir Borodavchenko in that position. Then Michael Gouache in 14th, Daryl Turnell in 15th, and Levi Burnett will be starting off 16th.
Rounding out the running order will be John Brakes and Adam Otterbach. Of note, it was Logan in the backdrop that just had the issues to be able to get going there. So we might not see him roll through for our final race of the day. Seen him getting the pushback previously. So, expectations here, what are you watching out for from these drivers for our final 18-lapper of the day?
I mean, obviously you're watching the front row of the grid, the experience that Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave had. A lot of these drivers weren't too happy with each other last race, so that's going to be one thing to look out for. Another is Hunter Pickett, starting at the tail end of that Pro Shifter field. He's lucking out a little bit that he doesn't have to start at the very end because they're doing the class split, but we are ready to go green.
All set to go. The green flag is out. We're underway. To the gears then go. One kart doing the hippity hop. Oh wow, it is Kyle Wick hippie hopping his way to the front to start things off. A quick adjustment to the valves. Oh wow, Musgrave tries to keep up this time. He already almost went wide to start things off out of turn 3. They rumble through 4 and 5. Musgrave trying to keep close. Hendricks stays in the popcorn seat as the top 2 sprawl and battle it out.
Kyle Wick leading the way over Mr. Factory Karts himself. Musgrave is not going to let that GFC get too far back. And don't be surprised if we see more of this on the SKUSA Pro Tour later on in the season. These are two drivers who, like we said earlier on, are at the top of their game and representing both of their brands at the highest levels. Hunter Pickett looking up the inside of Ethan Boer, gets that job done into turn 12 and gets released into that top 5 battle that's filled with GFCs with Billy Musgrave and Micah Hendricks on board the Factory Kart and Croc Promotions. Bumper to bumper, though, into turns 1 and 2. It was Musgrave that got the fastest time that time by. He's half a tenth at the line back and about a tenth of a second quicker as Micah Hendricks losing a position to Tandon. And now put GFC in first and third for the time being.
We'll see how this race now breaks out. Kyle Wick putting down the whip to break a little bit of distance now over Musgrave. How things going? Kyle Wick showed the same speed once Musgrave had been busy with his battling on the long run in the pre-final earlier. Behind him, have Booher that have been keeping an eye on in that 81 kart. We've seen him be fairly aggressive in some of the battling earlier on. The 16-year-old watches as the 7 of Pickett makes up a spot. Hendricks getting swallowed up as Hendricks goes for the cross.
Hendricks got a little bit lucky in the pre-final with all those happening around him. Not to discount his skill, but it's going to be hard for him to hold on as Ethan Boer up the inside. Contact at the apex, but Boer is going to get by the both of them. But out in front, Kyle Wick holding off Billy Musgrave, 10-time champion in shifter kart racing Pro-Kart Challenge, 5-time at the Super Nationals. It's not going to be an easy task for Kyle Wick to hold them off, but we'll see if he can hold it off to get the first win of the season. Like we said earlier on in the show, 2023 Rock Vegas champion, a SKUSA, USPKS, and Challenge of the Americas winner is Kyle Wick. He's going to be trying to hold off Billy Musgrave for what's going to feel like an eternity in this 18-lap final.
Now Hendricks, remember, was in the 3rd spot. He's dropped to 6th. How did that really start? Well, he had some contact, actually, for the 3rd spot. So we're keeping an eye on things behind him. This happened, forcing Hendricks off his line. And now he's been drop-kicked all the way to 6th.
Not the race Hendricks would have wanted at all, but still able to hang his helmet on the pre-final and be proud of that one. Obviously, he's got pace on that Croc Promotions machine. He'll be able to hit the reset button and go again tomorrow for the 2nd round of the season. Kyle Wick doing a little bit of a over-the-shoulder check to see where Billy Musgrave is. Musgrave still fastest on track. A 57.8 is his best time. He did that last time across the stripe. Both drivers improving as Billy Musgrave goes for another tear-off on the radiator. Musgrave improves his time to a 57.612, but fastest on track. Down in 5th, Ethan Boer on board that GFC machine.
Good race for him so far, being able to keep things in the top 5, but the top 2, see them marking their way around the racetrack. Musgrave, at the very least, has the pace to keep up. Does he have the pace to close up, though, is the big thing. We've seen the mistakes that cost him time before in the pre-final. No mistakes so far in this one.
Yeah, clinical, as always, from Billy Musgrave so far. I think both of them might be just taking a little bit easy on this opening stage of the race and letting the battle for the win come later on in this final. But Kyle Wick can't be affording to do that. Billy Musgrave got a good exit out of turn 3. A little bit of a defensive maneuver from Wick into turns 4 and 5. As Musgrave maybe had a bit of an opportunity there under braking after a mistake over the turn 2 curb by Kyle Wick, and he is all over the back end of that black and white GFC machine.
Today's racing has been extremely exciting from start to finish with a lot of exciting battles, a lot of strategic racing. We're seeing Musgrave have some strategic battling in the midst of things right now, but it's going to be interesting to see if someone like Hunter Pickett's able to get to the podium spots. Here comes Musgrave trying to leap his way up one more step on the podium to the race lead for the first time today in this one.
Kyle Wick's close enough where he might mount a challenge right after that in turn 4. Not the best run out of the opening section of the track. You can see Ethan Boer thinking about a move on Hunter Pickett. Boer is still fastest on circuit and resetting purple time last time by. He just can't get by the number 7 of Pickett. He's 2 seconds back from the lead. And at this pace, he maybe could have been able to challenge those leaders if he had track position, but finds himself behind his GFC teammate of Hunter Pickett. Candid, though, in front of both of them the way in terms of the final step on the podium battle. Back all eyes on Billy Musgrave and Kyle Wick, as we're going to have lap traffic in form of one of the National Motorsports machines in a few moments here. So we're getting the blue flag as they head up the hill in turns 1, 2, and now 3. Musgrave, a bold move on the inside. That's going to open the door for Kyle Wick. Side by side in turn 4. Late on the brakes goes Wick. Covers off the crossover. New leader, Kyle Wick.
Able to take advantage with the lap traffic holding up Musgrave. Now Musgrave has to put in the work again if he wants to try and retake the race lead. Still a 2-second buffer for the top 2. And that's the tough thing. On this track, we've seen it all day. You reach traffic at the wrong time, especially up through the S's, through 1, 2, or 3, or through 6, 7, and 8. That can cost you easily a few tenths of a second, just like that in a split second.
Yeah, absolutely. In sports car racing terms, it's like catching traffic in the Porsche curves. It's going to kill your time so much through those sections where it's really just one line is quick. And with all the deposits from the tires that we'll be having this weekend and the dust offline, you have to imagine it's not very quick to try and pass someone through their big lockup from the right front by Kyle Wick. Up and over the curb goes Billy Musgrave, and almost. We see the factory car driver move up into the lead, but three mistakes by both of them is allowing Tandem to close in for this lead for the battle. Out for the lead.
Yeah, they made a bit of contact there. Musgrave was all the way over the curbing, trying to make that lunge that time. Kind of sets the tone on how much Musgrave wants this. How much he's been able to send it. Dirt on track we're hearing from one of the drivers at the moment. That's why they had both gotten loose as well. So there is that dirt factor. There's going to be a bit less traction in one part of the track. Musgrave uses traction to make the pass.
Billy Musgrave obviously wants to lead and have that fresh air, because I don't know about you, but if you're a driver coming up on lap traffic, I want to be the one making the moves and not having to sit second and potentially see a race lead fall from your fingers. We have 2 more lap carts in sight of these leaders as they hit lap 10 of 18. They're going to have to be clinical of how they get by. As you can see one in frame there, as they're going to get waved by. Kudos to that driver for being well aware of what's going on behind and letting the lead drivers go at it. One more to clear, and if they don't get out of the way on the next 2 straightaways, we could be seeing a repeat of what happened before. It's one of the CRG drivers. Hopefully they don't catch up to him in the S's, but it's going to be close, Justin.
I think they're going to catch him in 1 and 2. Hand raised, Musgrave saying, oh my goodness. Able to make the pass, no problem with the time at least, as the blue flag serve more so of a hindrance in the second pack. But want to clarify something on that in terms of what we talked about with the dirt. What's that like if someone, say, has an off track or something like that? How does that work if you're these leaders and you're coming to a dirty spot on the racetrack?
I mean, it's hard to tell, for one, because you can't really see the dirt on the track. But the second those front tires hit the dirt, you lose so much grip. The front end is like a snowplow. You're putting as much lock into the wheel to try and get that thing to turn, and that's why it might be a little bit helpful to be Kyle Wick, to see if your competitor to understeer a little bit, maybe take a different line through that corner, slow the kart down a little bit more to get that advantage on your competitor. But Billy Musgrave seems pretty content for the time being to be the one testing out those conditions for track position.
By the way, Hendricks has driven all the way back to third. That was that pack hindered by some traffic. Some of the teammates are busy battling. Booher, Pickett, Tandon going back and forth, back and forth. It's Booher now the first step outside the podium positions now.
Yeah, how about that recovery drive from Hendricks to get back onto the podium? A really skilled field is behind him with Tandon, Booher, Pickett, all drivers that can be competitive in National Series when they have their day. Out in front, currently, day belonging to Billy Musgrave. Kyle Wick is going to want to change that the second he gets to the back bumper of that number 8 factory kart machine. Through the final corner yet again to start lap number 13. So the laps are starting to wind down. Those drivers still attacking that turn 2 curve. That we saw a couple drivers get caught out by Billy Musgrave, one of the drivers in qualifying that ruined his lap, that made life harder for him. Kyle Wick, though, Justin, is just still on the back end of Billy Musgrave, not letting him get away.
And these two have made a fair amount of passes. Let's take a look. This is every pass so far they've made. Musgrave on Wick, Wick on Musgrave, back and forth you go. And it just so happens a couple of these passes have come when they've reached traffic.
Yeah, and it's the thing that you have to be so careful about when you're the leader of clearing that traffic in an effective manner. Sometimes you don't have that luxury, but you can see there, Musgrave getting passed on Wick again, and we almost added another clip to that highlight package of Kyle Wick getting by Billy Musgrave. Into turns 4 and 5 they go. You can add another clip to that one. Kyle Wick up the inside, parks on the apex of 5. New leader for Gary Carlton's crew. Kyle Wick is almost going to get it taken away. It would have been a bold move up the inside for Billy Musgrave, but he thinks better of it. But 5 or so laps to go at this point. These two showing why they're veterans of the sport. Hard racing, but clean racing, Justin.
Exciting racing. These two showcasing why some of the biggest names in this class of racing. Now coming up to 4 laps to go. They, by the way, have a 2.5 second buffer over the rest of the field. Looks like Wick actually going defensive a small bit that time. Musgrave says, let's add another one to the highlight reel. Another pass of the start and finish line.
It's a bold move to try and make a pass into turns 1, 2, and 3. Wick's going to take it back the same way he got it last lap. The lead's not going to last long for Billy Musgrave as they continue to trade. If you're Micah Hendricks and Phil, you're begging them to keep doing this because he's not too far off the lead. And like we've seen at Senior, it can all go wrong, especially in this corner. Musgrave back up the inside. Don't discount Hendricks, though, if these can get collected. Wick back up the inside into turn 10. That's a late move from him. Musgrave's not going to try it in 11. He's going to hold behind the GFC kart as the gap between Musgrave and Hendricks starts to close down even more. I think they're going to see that and maybe stop the racing just for a couple of laps to build that gap up maybe a little bit, but who knows? Billy Musgrave, the second he gets to the back end of Kyle Wick's machine, might just take it right back again.
Looks like you're going to see that move again. Musgrave peeking, actually makes the mistake Wick does this time. Wick able to cut back down, apex off, to be able to close the door after initially missing the entry. 2.5 laps to go. This time around, Musgrave and Wick have put on a show up at the front. The gap between them and the rest of the field still a 7.5. They have that buffer to work with. Musgrave trying to line things back up as they come around to 2 laps to go. this time by Musgrave. Looks like he wants to go again. They do have traffic coming up. As here we go again.
Musgrave up the inside. I think Kyle Wick is struggling with that left rear tire. It just seems like it's hopping, especially through turn 12. He might have overheated the rears, but Billy Musgrave's biggest enemy in this race, lap traffic, has reappeared, and going into the S's, that was a little close. I think the driver was letting him by, but he let off the throttle offline and almost collected Billy Musgrave there. But through the S's they go for the penultimate time today into turns 9, 10, and 11. Kyle Wick is not close enough. It all comes down, Justin, to how good of a run he gets out of turn 12 here to put himself in contention on this final lap. Again, the rear tires on Kyle Wick's kart just seem like they're overheating a little bit, and he would rather go to the lead. Musgrave on the over-under as they head into the final corner for the penultimate time. It's side by side between Wick and Musgrave. GSC versus factory kart. White flag in the air this time by.
Final time around on the day. The Pro Master Shifters have put on a show. Irving holding on right now in the Masters by a good margin. But it's Musgrave going defensive for the pros. Wick tries to switch back. Couldn't get the crossover to work. Resets as they make their way through 6, 7, and 8. Next passing opportunities through turn 9. Does Wick take the move then? Or does he wait all the way until 12 and 13? Looks like the answer is he's going to wait. The bumper is completely gone. No room for mistake. For Wick, for Musgrave, for either of them. Now we'll see if Wick makes the move. He does for turn 12. Makes a little touch of contact. Here comes Hendricks. Hendricks takes away second for now. Musgrave now focusing more on second than first. To the checker flag, it's Kyle Wick who holds off Musgrave and takes the win in the pros.
What a finish in Pro Shifter. Kyle Wick and Billy Musgrave. Bit of sportsmanship between the two of them. They fought hard, but able to shake hands on track after that one. How about Micah Hendricks, able to close down that gap? Yes, they were battling, but closing down on two of the best in the nation at their craft has to be commended. Micah Hendricks and Track Promotions provisionally in third and on the podium here. What a race for Pro Shifter. As you see there, your winner with his teammate Hunter Pickett. Kyle Wick takes the first blow of 2025 in the Pro Kart Challenge and Pro Shifter. Billy Musgrave and Micah Hendricks rounding out the podium, and then GFC, the rest of the top 5 with Ethan Boer and Hunter Pickett.
Of note, Anthony White, Anthony Freeze, as well as Luke Wenzenberg finishing up the top 8. Travis Irving picked up the win in the Master. Tandon finished all the way in the back of the field after being top 3. Luca Bortone second in the Masters. Then you have Novchenko in the top 3. Rob Logan, after having issues getting going, did finish 13th overall. Adabak and Bennett rounding out the 15 karts that took the checker flag and or got the start. The rest of the drivers were tired. Tuttle, Reeks, and then Gossage having some issues in this one. So that was an exciting day, to say the very least. Some great battling between Wick and Musgrave to close out the day. What are your thoughts on that action as we'll take a look at some of those highlights of that full race, Nate? Those two put on a show. Your Coastal Inc. printing recap.
Yeah, and all started with a good jump by Kyle Wick to hold on to that lead from Billy Musgrave. Bit of a lock up there as we get a shot from the back of the grid too. A lot of left and right swerving to try and hustle for position. Kyle Wick having a lot of issues with that front braking system to be able to get that kart slowed down at the start of the race. A little bit of contact there for Micah Hendricks. He would eventually recover to third there. Hand up, an apology from Tandon, but Kyle Wick seemed like he was in control for the start of this race until Billy Musgrave got his factory kart all set up.
And that opened up the door to be able to close things out. Up front, there was a lot of shuffling in some of these packs here today, part of Coastal Inc. printing. So, up front though, back and forth, swapping back and forth. It was about timing up right. They had a big buffer, 2.5, 3 seconds much of this race. But the more they battled things off, the more that gap dwindled towards the end as the rest of the field started to work together a little bit as these two had the wrestling match.
Musgrave back on the inside there. It was such an entertaining match to watch. This was unexpected, though. Kyle Wickham just immediately taking that back. I think it was the only thing Kyle really could have done there, surprise Billy Musgrave as the battle continued into the final corner there. Another late breaking move for Kyle Wick, getting the brake bias all set after his troubles at the start of the race. But to see two legends of the sport go at it at this caliber gets you excited for the rest of the Pro-Kart Challenge and the rest of the 2025 national calendar.
All that battling and all that shuffling allowed the close at the very end by Hendricks. But the top two, all you can say is great battling and a great show here today. But overall, how would you describe a day like this today? Opening round of the season here coming to a close. We have another round of action tomorrow, mind you, all throughout the day, a part of the doubleheader opening weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to it. K1 Circuit has produced some incredible racing, and the fact we get to do it all again tomorrow is even more exciting. Some great racing between all the classes from micro to pro shifter. Looking forward to all of them tomorrow, again, live exclusively here on Kart Chaser. Honestly, just can't wait for tomorrow.
Can't wait to see what happens when we get things all set to go. We're just about all set to say goodbye for today. We're happy to have you with us and have had you with us throughout today here on Kart Chaser. But remember, tomorrow we're live starting at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern Time for round number 2 of the SKUSA Pro-Kart Challenge. 4 qualifying and practice coverage. Pre-finals and main events start things off at approximately 9 a.m. At that note, it's time to say goodbye. For Nate Dean, for the entire crew of Justin Prince saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening. You've been watching round 1 of the PKC from K1 Circuit.